Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Afternoon, everyone. Hello. Hope you're well. It's 1 o'clock. It's our time. Thank you ever so much to John and to Carol on Sewing Street and Jewellery Maker. Welcome. Hobby Maker all the way through till 8 o'clock. Lovely Gwen's back.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm all right. Thank you. You?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good.
I'm really excited about this hour.
I'm beyond excited.
I didn't do the last two shows where these featured, so this is the first time I've actually seen these. Now, we were talking about Andy Skinner, you and me. I've known Andy for a good few years. Haven't seen him for a long time, though. I know he's been a bit poorly. But he is such a clever artist.
He is a very talented artist. I think his comfort zone is watercolour, but he does work in other mediums as well. But he's just got this amazing style. He's so talented and prolific as well.
Yeah.
And
so humble.
Yes,
Very
absolutely.
humble, yeah.
And what we've got here are some of his artworks converted into rubber stamps for you.
You're going to love them. If you like the kind of, I don't want to say this, but I'm going to, it's kind of Banksy-ish.
A bit. It reminds you of that, but it's not that.
No.
It's definitely unique, and that's what's really beautiful about this collection is that it's genuine original artwork from Andy. You're not going to see these reproduced anywhere else in a different size or, you know, facing left or right. They are unique, and it's so lovely for us to be able to bring these to you.
Can't wait to show you the collection in a second. They've sold out twice before. This is the third time, and it's the last time they're going to be available here at Hobby Maker. Before we get into that, though, and I'm probably tempted you already by showing you a little shot, let's show you what's coming up between now and 8 o'clock. Then I'm with you till 5, then Zena takes over 5 until 8, but we've got the Andy Skinner collection with Creative Expressions now. 2 o'clock, it's Clean and Simple. It's the next release from the brilliant Carnation Crafts. It's Wisteria. You're going to love it. 2 o'clock. Paper Dynamics, Keith is in the building. I saw him a few minutes ago, and he's got some amazing deals, some incredible prices. A lot of the things he's got is under £10.
Wow, you don't get that very often, do you?
No. So that's at 3. Then we've got Storage Solutions. The lovely Joe is here. We've got the return of a firm favourite and 3 brand new storage solutions with Storage4Crafts at 4 o'clock. Really affordable as well, many of them under £100. Then we've got Tailor-Made Journal collection from Creative Expressions. That's with, of course, Gwen again and Zena at 5. Keith and Paper Dynamics return at 6, and more storage solutions with what's left over, if anything, with Joe and Storage4Crafts at 7. So that is your Wednesday here on Hobby Maker. I'm excited. Take a look at this bundle. These are rubber. They're not polymer. Not that polymer isn't good, but rubber is, I think, even better because it can withstand all sorts of high temperatures and that sort of thing as well. See what I mean? When I said kind of Banksy-ish, it's got that sort of look to it. But these are innocence. These are memories of your childhood. Maybe it's reminding you of your grandchildren, your children of a certain age. They are sweet. The places you will go to, all you need is a hug. Best friends, I'll be your umbrella. And then we've got a further 3 down the bottom. There's actually a total of 8. 8 stamp sets with the beautiful sentiment as well. Look at it. They're just so gorgeous. Let's go fly a kite. Almost burst into song then. Nowhere to go but up. Then we've got let your dreams take flight. And those sentiments are on there and they're separate, so you can position the sentiment wherever you want. And friends forever. Childhood innocence. Whether you want to use them as silhouettes, whether you want to use them with your sticky ink and then put some embossing powder over the top, that would look fantastic. But you can add colour. If I just show you, look at that. Andy's actually done this one himself. So you've got a lot of the artwork and a lot of the sketchy lines in the stamp, but then just a little bit of watercolour over the top. That's all you need.
That's all you need. You really don't need to be doing much with these at all. Maybe a nice inky background if you like to do that sort of thing, and then stamp on top. But definitely easy to use, easy to create, perfect results every time. And because they are rubber, Andy and I are both great advocates of rubber stamps because you can get more detail into a rubber stamp.
Right.
You can get more fine lines, and with Andy's sketchy style, that's what was needed. And also, you can do different techniques on a rubber stamp than what you can with photopolymer.
Now, I think a lot of you maybe missed out first time around, or maybe like me, you weren't actually able to watch the show at the time. I think I was away on holiday when this came out. So if you want to get hold of yours, already lots of you are checking out. Michelle in Yorkshire's checking out. Karen in East Riding of Yorkshire's there as well. Andrea's coming in as well. AQ2820. I'll show you some more finished cards in a second from this collection because it's exceptional. Everyone's waiting for the deal. Everyone's waiting for the price. Today, you can get all 8 of these stamp sets for £61.92. Which is a great discount, and we have it on split pay as well, which is on 2 split pays of £30 £3.96. Pay that today, plus your P&P, which is just one P&P for the whole day of £3.95, and they're on their way. But this is the last showing of this collection. It's the latest collection from Andy. I just love them to bits. It's my artwork to a T. It's my style to a T, absolutely. Look at these. £30.96, your first split pay of 2, or one payment of £61.92. They did sell out previously twice. We've been able to get more, but this is the last stock we can get hold of, Gwen, isn't it?
As far as I'm aware, yes, this will be the last showing on TV of these. So grab them while you can at this amazing bundle price.
Let's have a little look. Mark Gould has done this. So you can use them, of course, not just for card making, but also for mixed media projects. This is an MDF tag that's been coated with, I think, a white gesso and then stamped on top. How beautiful is that? Nowhere to go but up. That's real positivity, isn't it? And you can stamp it down the side if you want to. Update on the stock? 10% of the stock has already gone. I'm not surprised.
And we had a big stock.
Yeah,
we had a big stock this time.
Big stock, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, done in sepia or coffee stain, really attractive as well. And there's nothing that doesn't work with these, I find.
I love them.
I've brought stencils to do a little bit of, you know, pattern and texture in the background and that sort of thing, but you really don't need to do much.
No, you don't. If you do want to kind of, you know, colour them in and, you know, take them to the next level, you can do that. But just literally stamping them, that's all you need to do. A little bit maybe of an artistic background, like on that particular tag that you can see there as well. Look at that in a little mount board frame. Really beautiful. So that's the second one with the balloon.
These are going to make amazing home decor, aren't they? I mean,
totally.
Just a mount and a frame. And think about gifts, or think about perhaps if you're selling angel policies, that you can make pictures and cards with these and sell them.
In the words of Laura, our producer, this is going crazy. Yeah,
well, we knew it would because so many people missed out last time. So make sure you're not one of them this time, please. Be checking out your baskets so you don't let somebody else steal what's in there.
Have you got a best friend that's been a best friend since school, or maybe you used to live next door to each other, you keep in touch, maybe that was 30, 40, 50 years ago, a card from you with an image like that on it?
I know, I've got a friend I've been friends with for decades, and we're still like two naughty school kids.
I can't believe that.
Can't you?
Actually, yes, I can. Yes, I can. Okay, this next one, look at this. So this is this, how's that been done?
So some of these samples have been done by Andy's own design team. So this is
Rachel Harris has done this.
I think Lou's done the one that's at the front there.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, so Lou is actually she was, I don't know if she still is, an art teacher.
Right.
And she's really shown flair with these. So she's changed that stamp up completely by giving the girl a beautiful fairy dress. This is Rachel. She does some amazing backgrounds. I love what she's done there with the crackle effect.
The teddy.
It's gorgeous. And
sometimes all you need is a hug, isn't that true?
It is absolutely true, yes.
A hug can cure everything.
It can be so healing and warming and loving, and yeah.
I love that, just left plain and the background doing the colouring.
Yes, let the image stand out.
Yeah, very stylish.
That's another way of doing it, is leave the image quite plain and go to town on your background.
Honestly, the stock is going so fast. We did get a lot more in, a lot more hopefully to last the hour, but already 20% of the stock has gone. Look at this. Rachel Harris has done this one. Oh, I love that, stamping it with a bit of text in the background.
I do too, isn't that gorgeous?
Love it. Absolutely love it.
And that one, a very simple background, a little bit of shading further down, and the red balloon and the red shoes, I just love that.
Yeah, I do too.
Just
a little splash of colour, that's all you need.
Yeah.
And
I think that's the one that everybody went, oh, very Banksy.
Yes,
It's got the brick wall in the background.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Gorgeous. So we've only got 6 finished samples here, but there are 8 in the collection.
Yeah, I do apologise. I've left some at home, I think. So
someone's nicked them, I think, because they're so desirable. Everybody wants them. 8 sets of stamps. So you do get a verse with each stamp, remember, with the image, and £61.92. And I love the fact you're looking at the back of the character, because that character could be anybody that you know. It could be someone in your family, very easily.
And it's not because Andy can't draw faces, because he does the most beautiful faces, but he's made these quite reflective, quite pensive, quite thought-provoking, and I love that.
I do. And also, by the way, if you can't run to the whole collection, but there's maybe one that jumps out to you, maybe you're thinking, I'd love the couple of kids on the swing, the Friends Forever, they are all available individually as well. So you can buy just one if you want to, or a couple if you want to. Doesn't matter how many things you buy during the day, from midnight last night to midnight tonight, it's one P&P of £3.95. Free phone number, even on the mobile, to call the call centre, 0800 001 4433, or use the app or use the website to order as well. Let's see what Gwen's going to do with these, because the potential for this is enormous. You can do so much with them.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've brought for you today lots of inky things, you know me, and I've brought some of our Cosmic Shimmer intense pigment stains. There's a clue in the name. They are intense and they are a stain. They are water-based, but they are super, super concentrated. And I'm going to create a background with these. Now, you need so, so little of these. And I'm just going to put the odd little tiny dot. Even that is probably too much.
Really?
Yeah, honestly, you'll be amazed. And I've brought, I think we've 2 sets of 3 of these for you today.
Yeah, we have. Yep.
And they are stunning colours, and I've tried to pick colours that all will complement each other, but of course with anything like this that's a dye and water-based, you can mix your own colours as well, so you have more options in that regard.
I'll show you the sets after Gwen's done the demo, but the set of 3 that we have are £8.99. They're £3 a bottle. That's it.
Yeah,
Really incredible,
that
isn't
is good actually.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, so I don't want these too wet. I want my background to have quite strong dots of colour, so I'm just, ooh, what's happened here?
Have you locked it?
I've locked it. You see, don't normally bother doing that. So just a light mist, and then I just want to pick up little dots and dabs. I don't want too much. Look at the intensity of that.
You're not joking, are you?
No, I don't joke about things like that, Andy. I called you Andy then, sorry, Dave.
That's all right.
Take it as a compliment. Yeah, so I just wanted some quite strong dots of the colours. I'm just going to mist that down a little bit more and add a little bit of more blended areas, not
Can't
too
believe
much.
that tiny amount.
Yeah,
of
honestly,
intense
these
is going that
are.
far.
And the beauty of that, of course, is you might think, well, that's a tiny bottle, but it's going to last you such
yeah.
a long time. And you can water. What I love about having such concentrated inks is that you can water them down and get every graduation of colour
Yes.
down to almost nothing.
And you can mix them together in a palette.
Yes,
If you want to.
whereas if you start with a really pale colour, you've not really anywhere to go.
No.
So these are value for money, that's for sure. But if you want something really concentrated, you've got it. So
Look how much Gwen's
it's
just mopped
still,
up there
I
with the
know,
towel.
it's still coming.
At home, you wouldn't waste that. You'd
I
use it
wouldn't.
on
I'd be
the
doing
background.
several. I would get several backgrounds out of that, each paler than the last, but beautiful all the same. So that's kind of the look I was heading for, more spotty. I didn't want it completely blended. I just wanted a bit of speckling here and there. So if I take you to the one I've already done and dried, and I've trimmed it down to the size I need, you can see it's not the same. They're always going to be different. You can't help that. That's the nature of the beast.
And do they dry a little bit lighter?
Not really, no.
Okay.
No. And I'm going to bring in my stamp press. Now, we've got this available for you in the show as well. This one is the Stamp Easy Plus, which is the one with the removable lid. You do get 2 magnets with it. I have 4 because I'm greedy, and I've bought some extra ones.
Okay.
But what I love about this is with the magnetic lid, you simply snap the magnets together and drop the lid back down, and the whole lid moves.
So it's not a hinge, it's
No,
straight down.
so the pressure is even across your whole stamp, and with a bigger stamp that's really important because if you're on a hinge you inevitably get more pressure here.
Yeah.
With this you don't get that,
you
so I
don't.
love that.
Even from side to side.
Yes. So I want to stamp my 2 little children onto this piece, and I'm going to just stick that down with the magnets, and then I can decide just where I want this. So I want it fairly low down, so about there.
Oh, by the way, if you do want an individual stamp from this collection, they are now on the website. If you couldn't see them before, they are now there, and they are, I think, £8.99 each. But the best value is to go for all 8.
So once I've got my stamp where I want it, I can actually close the lid of the stamp press and pick that stamp up. Because these rubber stamps have got cling mount already on the back of them. They come to you like that. They're also pre-cut, so you don't get that overhang of rubber which can catch ink, and basically you can catch that onto the edge of your design, and then it's not very attractive.
And the sentiment is a separate stamp.
Now we're having a show of bestsellers today, Dave. The Archival Black ink pad is just the most superb ink pad. If you haven't heard me rave about it yet, here I go again. It's a black, a really jet black. It's oil-based. It's permanent with dye content in it. So if you want to stamp an outline on something that you want to then watercolour, it's perfect for that. It's also archival, as in the fact that it's safe for your precious photographs and scrapbooks and things like that.
Perfect.
And if you watch my show at 5, I'm actually bringing you some new colours of the black archival.
Oh,
Of the archival.
yeah, we showed you those yesterday in the show that Gwen
Yes.
and I did, but they're coming up at 5.
Yes. So make sure you tap, 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 tap all over your stamped image. Now I've just realised that is a bit cockeyed. So let me just straighten it up a little bit and just check that that's still where I need it to be. Yeah. And the other thing I always say about these is they do develop a bit of a dip. It's just the way they are. And so if you find when you're inking you sometimes miss the middle of your stamp, that might be one of the reasons.
Okay.
So just pop your fingers in the middle as you're tapping to add that extra little bit of pressure.
Okay.
Just a tip that I found helpful. All right, so now the reason for using the stamp press is you don't always get the best impression first time. And so it's nice to be able to repeat and know that that stamp is going to go back in exactly the right place.
Yeah, because if you've got an acrylic block and you try and re-stamp it again, the chances are you're going to be off.
Well, you can't. It's impossible.
Oh.
So look at that. Isn't that stunning?
Beautiful.
So I just want a little bit more black down here. So I'm just going to re-ink. And then we can re-stamp.
That one is called Let's Go Fly a Kite, by the way, if you're wondering.
There we go. All right, so that's how easy these are to stamp with, really stunning. Andy's artwork has translated so nicely into these stamps. I'm completely in love.
And he has got such a massive following for a very good reason. He's such a talented guy.
Well, he's a bona fide artist. He's an exhibited artist, and he's well known across the world. He has his own website. If you want any original artwork, you can purchase originals of things similar to this and prints as well.
And Andy lets you sell what you make with his stamps?
Yes.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yes. Right, so what I need to do now, obviously, is make these little figures stand out more, and by painting them, that I can achieve that. So I've got a fine paintbrush, and I'm going to be using my intense pigment stains. Now, because I've used that blue and yellow, I'm going to stick with those two for my focal points. So I'm just going to literally touch the tip of the bottle into these little ink wells. I really don't need a lot of this at all. And I can then just bring in a little bit of water. Let me just turn this round so I can use parts of it. I always get inky when I'm doing this, don't mind though. Right, so you don't need too much water. And I'm going to take the yellow and paint in the little girl's shirt. Now, inevitably, because these are water-based, as I add these over what's already there, it will start to blend. So
With the background?
The colours themselves will blend. So whilst that was blue and spotty and yellow, if I just keep working that over, it will turn into more of a mustardy yellow.
But you can see the archival ink that Gwen used to do the stamp
is not moving.
No,
absolutely.
set fast.
Yeah. So there she's got her yellow, more of a yellow shirt. Now his shirt I want to be slightly khaki. So I'm going to stick with the yellow, which is called sunflower yellow, and I'm going to take a tiny bit of the bluebell, which was the one I used in the background. Can you see what I'm doing? And then add into that some, now that's quite an emeraldy green. I want it more khaki than that, so I'm going to keep going with my yellow. And then take off the excess because I don't want it super strong. Now I can go into his shirt and give him a lovely green shirt. So at this point, I've only used two colours for this whole image.
And I think just having a little bit of colour makes a massive difference. You don't have to colour every aspect of the character in if you don't want to.
And then I'm just going to wet my brush, and I'm going to take that colour across from where I've put it quite dark over to this side. The light is hitting this side, so we're fading out towards where the light's hitting it, and I can move that colour accordingly. So now we've got light to dark, and we've got some shade.
I love that.
Now I'm going to bring in the rich crimson. This is a super deep, deep, deep red. You need very, very little of this, but I want to give him brown hair. Now, if you know anything about colour theory, a green and red is always going to give you brown. So I'm going to put a tiny bit of red with that green I've already mixed.
There's your brown.
And there's your brown. Now, you can change the shade of brown, you can change the tone of brown by which colours you pick and how much of it you use.
So it depends really who you are thinking these children or images are going to be? You know, is it a blonde person, redhead maybe? You can make it...
Absolutely anything,
yeah.
yeah. And if your background is slightly odd and it's going to affect the colour, then you've seen me use bleach previously. Hopefully I'll show you that in a bit, to take the colour out first so that it doesn't then affect what you put on top. So like for her, I thought it'd be quite nice for her to have a lighter brown. So I'm going to put some water into my well and take that brown, but make it much paler. And then let's just give her a little bit more of the sunflower yellow. I don't want a blonde, just like a light brown, but you can make this, as Dave says, fit whichever person you may be thinking of sending this to, if it's perhaps a birthday card. So she's got a light sort of mousy blonde hair now, and there is a bit of green going through her hair, which is not the best. So I would, in that instance, I would take it out with bleach first and then let that dry and then put the colour back in. Now I've decided he's got jeans on.
Okay.
And we have another blue, which is called blue violet, and it's a really good colour for denim. So let's pop a tiny dot of that and a slightly damp brush, and let's pick up the smallest amount and let's give him those jeans. There we go. Really easy, because you don't have to worry about staying in lines. Andy's done the line work for you. And then what colour kite shall we give them? Let's have a blue kite as well. So let's take that and we can just paint in the blue of the kite there. Okay. Now, if you want to, you can change what they're sitting on. You can make it look like rocks. In my head, I was thinking they were perhaps in a rock pool, something like that. So you can take a larger brush and a flat brush, add some water. Oops, that one's gone rock hard. Can't use that one. So let's create some water as if they're sitting in rock pools here. So I'm going to go back to the bluebell and I'm going to add lots of water to this, but I don't want my brush to be wet. So let's just put a little bit of a wash in here. It doesn't have to be that precise. It's just making this look separate from that.
Sure.
It's all about illusion and the look that you create.
I mean, Andy's made it very easy
He has.
to make stunning cards.
He has.
Stunning imagery.
So there we've got now some water. So now they're sitting in a rock pool, I've decided.
Yeah.
And I've also got in the Intense Pigments this one, which is Storm Grey, which is an absolutely intense grey. You might think it's black, it's really not. It is definitely a grey, but it is super intense. So just let me get a slightly larger brush and some water. See the size of that dot? Right.
Now in literally 20 minutes, a third of our restock stock has gone, and this is the last scheduled airing of this collection. First time I've seen it, maybe it's the first time you've seen it. Grab them, they're gorgeous, they really are.
So I'm just creating the look of sort of that slate look that you get in rock pools for them to sit on. And that's really all I'm going to do to that.
Well, it doesn't need any more, does it?
It's beautiful, isn't it? It's just a beautiful image. And I think if you try to do too much, you actually detract from that. So.
Yeah. Well, we're getting a lot of message out actually from people saying that they missed out on it first time or second time round. Sold out twice. We've got it back today. It's been a few weeks since it's been on air. I think I was away on holiday when it came out, so I didn't see it the first time round either. They can buy all 8, and that's the best deal. Always is if you buy the whole thing. £61.92 or 2 split pays of £30.96. But we do have them in sets of 4 as well. Now, I'll show you the first set of 4. That's going to be Let's Go Fly a Kite, Friends Forever, Nowhere to Go But Up, and Let Your Dreams Take Flight. So let me show you those so you know exactly what you're getting. Here we go. And they're all mounted and pre-cut, as Gwen was saying. All you've got to do, and the first time I ever bought a rubber stamp, I didn't realise that you had to take the white thing off at the back because it won't stick to the stand or the acrylic block or whatever without it. So just peel that off at the back and then it will cling to your stamping platform. So Let's Go Fly a Kite. You get that one, which is what was in the demo. You're going to get Friends Forever. I think that's probably one of the most beautiful images. 2 friends on a swing in the sunshine on a bank holiday weekend or whatever. Then you've got this one, which is nowhere to go but up. I mean, that could be a real good luck card for someone's maybe starting a new job or has been a bit down in the dumps lately. And you get that lovely verse stamp as well, which is a separate stamp on there. All the verses are separate. And then the last one in this set of 4 is Let Your Dreams Take Flight. Really thoughtful, really lovely, very kind of deep in thought and, you know, reminiscing or just kind of daydreaming a little bit. Those 4 together are $32.99, but bearing in mind if you go for the set of 8, your first split pay is less than that. So that may well be the deciding image that makes you, or deciding thing that makes you go, you know what, I'm going to go for the whole collection. $32.99 for 4, you're going to get those 4. And then the other 4 are Best Friends, I'll Be Your Umbrella, All You Need Is a Hug, and The Places You Will Go. So here we go. So this set of 4, of course there's only one payment, there's no 2 payments on this. So there's Best Friends. Oh, what? Maybe your granddaughter, your daughter, your cousin or whatever has got a loyal 4-legged friend that's always by her side and they're just inseparable. Perfect for that. Best Friends. You've then got I'll Be Your Umbrella. Could have done with that yesterday.
Today.
Yeah. Then we've got All You Need Is a Hug, and that's a little baby bear that's being hugged there by that little girl. And last one, The Places You Will Go. What's it making you think of? It's making me think of going with my mum and the dad conker picking. It's a kind of childhood memory that's very vivid in my mind. It's amazing what you remember, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
QK2894, if you fancy going for that, £32.99 for that set of 4. But let's put the details of the set of 8 up again, because if you're prepared to pay $32.99 today to get 4, look at what you need to pay if you want to get 8. Okay, yeah, there is another payment in 4 weeks' time, but £30.96 is your first split payment, and you'll receive all 8 in the next few days. They'll be sent directly from Creative Expressions to your door, and then this time next month, so on the 22nd of June, the second and final payment will be debited from your card, okay? AQ2820. Now, the ink tenses, quickly, before we go into the next demo, I can't get over
I haven't finished this one yet, Dave.
Eh?
I haven't finished this one yet.
Oh, I thought you had. I thought you said that's what you're going to do to it.
To the picture.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, let me do
That's
this.
all right, carry on.
All right. I thought you had. Okay, these are the intenses. So you've got, this is set B, okay? So you've got the stormy grey, you've got the sunflower yellow, and you've got the rich crimson. And you need a tiniest drop. You saw that with Gwen's demo. $8.99 for the £3 a bottle.
Can I just interject as well? The other thing you can do with these, because they are so concentrated, they're really lovely to mix into things like texture paste. And maybe dry powders that you want to make a paste with.
Good idea.
Because they don't wet that paste overly much because you need so little of it, so it's really good for that.
Perfect. There's the stormy grey. Beautiful. So that's set, was that set A? Set B, that's set B. Okay, and then set A, the other colours, you've got the blue hues, and I've got a little swatch here. Gwen always does this for us, which is really helpful. So those 3, they look quite similar when you see them in the bottle, but here they are. That's your forest green. Then you've got your bluebell, and then the last one is your blue violet. But they will last you probably months and months and months.
Oh, a long time.
Yeah,
a long time. Well, obviously, it's like anything. It depends how much you use it, but mine have had mine years.
Okay, what did I...
All right, so I wanted to talk about the rice papers, because I've brought Andy's rice papers as well. Just I needed something to enhance a little bit of these images. So we've got 2 packets for you. One has 4 sheets in, and this one has 6 sheets. So we've got Abstract Illusion with 4 sheets and Abstraction with 6 sheets. So this one, you get these 2 patterns, and you get 2 of each. You see that? Those 2 patterns there, you get 2 of each.
It's a brighter colour, isn't it?
Absolutely stunning. This one, you have these 3 patterns, and you get 2 of each.
Beautiful.
And these are A4, really strong rice paper. What I love about rice paper is you can use it as a sheet, you can tear it, you can cut it, you can die cut it, you can decoupage with it, as in the wet decoupage where you mould it around things. So
when I saw the description, it said set of 2. I thought that was 2 sheets.
No, it's 2 packets.
2 packs.
You get both packets, so you're going to be getting 10 sheets in total, so loads and loads to play with.
Sheet.
I know, it's amazing value.
Really good value.
Yeah.
Stock up on those if you fancy it.
So for this card, what I've decided to do was I found this piece, which is from, let me find it, this one. It's this border down the bottom here.
Yeah.
And the colours were just right for what I'd done in my picture. So I decided I would use a little bit of that just to enhance. And what I loved about it was it's got this sort of graffiti element to it as well. So what I've done, I've wet it, and what you do, you wet it and then you just tease apart the fibres, and you get then a lovely feathered edge, which helps it to sort of fade away. So I want it sort of on an angle a bit like that, but you can't do it on the front because the front is sealed because it's got ink on it.
Right.
So turn it over and do it on the back, and you just wet it, just plain water, and then let that soak in a couple of seconds, and then just gently tease that apart.
So it gives you like a feathered finish.
And you get this really lovely feathery edge. Can you see that?
Yeah, love it.
Which when you then mat that onto something with a decoupage medium or something like that, it just disappears. You don't see it at all. It's fab. And little pieces like this you can use on other things.
Yeah.
You can piece them together. So I've got with me some decoupage medium, but you could use a watered down glue. You could use our Cosmic Shimmer Dries Clear Glue and water it down. And I'm just going to dip in there, and I'm going to apply this to the surface of my card, and then pop that down and just stick it down like that. And then you
That
can
just
also
works perfectly, doesn't it?
coat the top of it as well, so it acts like a glue and a seal. Just need to catch that little bit under there.
That's my type of art.
Slap it on. Love it. Yep, and then make sure you put that lid on, otherwise it'll be everywhere. That cleans up with water because all our mediums are water-based as well. So there we've got our lovely little bit of graffiti rice paper. And then again, going with that sort of khaki look, I picked out some complementary colours. So I've got my base layer, my main focal image, and then just to create a slight point of difference, I'm always looking to do something a little bit different when I'm building a card, because mats and layers are great, but they get a bit tedious, don't they, after a while? So I decided to frame it out, but rather than put the frame on the outside edge, I put the frame to the inside.
I like that.
And that just really focuses on those two figures. So that's how I've just finished off that card. The other thing I've done, and we've got some stencils for you as well, which David can tell you about in a sec. I have used this one, which is called Pebble Dash. And again, using the intense pigment stains, so sticking with Bluebell, I'm going to put this directly onto my mat, just a little bit, and I'm actually going to use my blending brush for this. So I'm picking up that intense pigment stain on my blending brush, and I'm going to add some bubbles up into my sky. So you can still stencil with these, even though they're a liquid ink, as long as you don't put too much on. You're quite sparing with it. If you do get too much on your brush, just tap to make sure you haven't got it too intense, and then off you go through your stencil. And I just wanted to add a little bit of that texture into my background. And there you go.
I love it.
And that's it, done. I've finished now.
That is so up my street.
Good.
I mean, all these stamps, all this artwork is so up my street. Now, we talked about the stencils we got on the show. I've got the 4 mini ones here for you. We have got some slightly larger ones, which I don't think I've got here, but we'll try and find them, unless I've buried them somewhere. Oh, hang on. No, not here. Okay, let's have a look at these 4 mini stencils then. And it doesn't really matter about the size of a stencil, because you can obviously, repeat and repeat and repeat on larger areas if you want to. But they're so cute. Weave It Alone is the first one. Kind of rattan-y effect, wicker effect maybe. That's the first one. Really useful, really lovely. Then you've got What a Mesh. What a mesh.
I love that.
I love it. That almost looks like a snake skin as well, doesn't it? A little bit, could be. Then you've got Stars Small. And finally, you've got your scattered hearts. And I always say it about stencils, but they are so far unsung in the world of crafting. I mean, you can use them in so many ways with your inks, with your pastes, you can emboss with them, you can do all sorts with them. Loads of techniques. Those 4, what would you expect them to be? YN 2894 for those 4. You can have them today for £7.99, so £2 each. £2 per stencil, £7.99 if you fancy those for today. And I think all the designs of those, Gwen, are really handy and really useful, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And again, because for me with a stencil, I quite often only use a bit of it here and a bit of it there. Like you just saw me do in the background, just one little patch.
Yep.
So these little ones are great for that because you can just pop them down here, put a little bit through, move it, put a little bit through. You don't have to be doing the whole thing every time.
No.
Those are the two. And mine's a bit inky, but at least you can show them.
I can show them. Okay, so these are the other stencils. I haven't got them in the packets. Yours will come packaged, obviously. So we've got these two. Are they together or are they separate?
They're together.
Together. Okay, so there you've got the bird. We'll put the details on the screen for you.
So the bird is called Fly Free.
Right.
These are both designed by Andy Skinner as well. And I've used that in the little girl in the orange that's on the display, just to curve around her back, just using the bubbles almost. And then the other one is called Pebble Dash.
Right. So you get both.
You get both.
They come together. These two stencils will be in packaging, obviously. FY2854 if you fancy this. £8.99 gets you both. So they're just £4.50 per stencil. I love the gracefulness of that bird. Really beautiful. And again, it could be any type of bird you wanted it to be. Stunning. And if you do your DL cards, DL's massively popular at the moment. But again, equally, you can use that in lots of different ways. Landscape, portrait, do a whole big background with them. It's entirely up to you. So that's FY2854. That's your product code for that. Right, back to you.
Okay. So.
There's stencils.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, by the way, the big bundle, 40% gone now.
Wow. Brilliant.
This is the third airing of it, but I've not seen them until today. Love them. You do too.
So, this is the one I'm going to show you next. And this is the little girl with the balloon, Let Your Dreams Take Flight. So for this one, I'm using intense pigment stains again. And I want to show you a watercolour technique, sort of, loosely speaking. So I'm going to use primary colours, so my sunflower yellow, my blue violet, and my rich crimson. Okay, I'm going to wet this, just let me get some paper to soak up all the wetness, because there's going to be a lot of it. I'm going to wet my card, and I'm going to wet it on both sides, just so my card will stay nice and flat while I do this. And then I'm going to get my big flat brush, and I just want to make sure when you're, I'm going to throw that one away, it's the wrong one. I want the ink to run down from the top. So if I move my water in that direction,
It kind of
will
helps it on the
That's
way.
right. It doesn't. You think, oh well, water just sits flat, but actually it does make a difference. And then now this is going to be really difficult for me to show on screen because I need to hold it up, but I'll do my best to do it from the front. So
I'm going to hold it for you. Will that help?
Oh no, you'll get covered.
Oh, okay. You're okay then.
So I'm just going to put a little dot of the red along the top of my...
Wow, look at this. Look at the colour of it.
That is incredible, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah. And then what I want to do is spritz that, get it travelling. Okay. I'll just pop that down for a minute because I don't want all that colour down the bottom. I'm just going to blot that so it's paler at the bottom. I'm going to come in with my yellow and do the same thing.
I could sit and watch that all day.
It is quite mesmerising.
Yeah.
Again, just wet it, get it travelling. Don't be scared. You can let it travel this way as well. All right. Now, all this down the bottom I don't want. I'm just going to blot that away. And then on this corner, I'm going to bring in the blue violet.
Okay. It's like you're looking at something in a Petri dish under a microscope or something, isn't it?
It is like chemistry.
Yeah, it is.
Or alchemy. Now, this is, you can see how intense these colours are.
Oh, it's so rich.
Yeah. And then... It's really tricky to show this.
You're doing really well.
All right. And you can keep going till you've manipulated that to however you want it to look.
That's watercolour card, yeah?
This is watercolour card, yes, because it'll take that much more water without sort of felting up and, disintegrating. So just leave that to dry and it will give you a really beautiful background just in the primaries. All right, fortunately, here's one I did earlier that's dry. So that's gone a bit softer because I added a lot of water to it. And I've blotted away most of what's down here at the bottom.
I bet you everybody watching this afternoon is going to try that technique now.
Well, just be warned, if you're bothered about having inky fingers, perhaps pop on some gloves. I don't really
Who
bother.
cares? No,
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
matter.
It's all part of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring in our gorgeous little girl with her balloon. Let your dreams take flight. So get rid of that before I end up wearing it. Let's pop our card into our stamp press. And again, a great way to use the stamp press is when you're using watercolour card, because it's got that textured surface, you're not going to get a really good image the first time, so it's quite useful to have the stamp press.
Yeah.
And be able to restamp. Right, so bring it in the black archival ink pad.
That's in the show as well.
This, in my opinion, if you're into stamping, it's a must-have. It's just one of those stamps that you go, those inks that you go to every time. Right, and then I'll pop my lid back on. I like being able to take the lid off and deal with the stamp as well separately. That's quite useful.
The reveal.
See, it's a little bit patchy, a little bit speckly, so we can go in. No, it's not bad. I mean, these stamps are sketchy, so you can get away with it. If you did stamp it by hand and you thought, oh, that's a bit speckly, I don't think anybody would notice because it's kind of that style.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's, you know, it's quite forgiving actually. So, and the other beauty about rubber stamps I like is because they've got that cushion mount on the back of them, that gives them a little bit of squish.
Yes.
And that squish value helps you to get a better impression. You probably notice when you're stamping with, not there's anything wrong with photopolymer stamps, there's not, they're brilliant, but you'll feel they're much harder when you stamp with them. There's no give.
And that's why they always suggest you use like a stamping foam mat.
Yes.
Stamping. Well, that's the equivalent on the back of the rubber though, isn't it?
Exactly, it's already there. Yeah, right, there we are. So I'm happy with that now. So one of the things I want to do is bring in my bleach. Now, be careful with bleach, obviously, it is what it says. I use a very fine brush, and I've got my bleach in a bottle, a jar with a lid, so I can seal it.
Is it any type of bleach or just
it
anything?
It needs to be the cheapest, thinnest, runniest bleach that you've ever come across. And then if you want to take the colour out, I mean, I don't mind her having a red balloon, to be honest, but let's show you how the bleach can work. If I decided I wanted a blue balloon, it wouldn't go blue because that's red, it would go purple. Well, that's fine. But if you really want a blue balloon for some reason, just take the colour out.
It's not interfering with the ink from the stamp at all?
And as I was talking about the children's hair, you know, this is what you would maybe need to do to get rid of any green hair or whatever, you know. But I find it easier to do my background, stamp, and then remove colour I don't want than to faff about masking everything out and, you know. So now that balloon, I can make that balloon any colour I want because it's on a white base.
And it's gone right back to the base cardstock.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of having the water-based products as well, that they will bleach out. Some of the more permanent inks, like the archival, is not affected at all by the bleach.
No.
So the little girl, I'm going to use the, I'll just do a tiny bit because I've got one I've done and you've seen me do this, but I'm going to go in for my blue violet and let's do her little sweatshirt with the blue violet, because that won't be affected by the colours that are at the back of it too much.
No.
And honestly, you just need to sort of run your brush over the image and it just kind of happens. It's so easy. They're so easy. I can't emphasise enough.
I can't believe how little of the intent you need.
Oh yeah, they're just superb, aren't they? So you can pick out any colours you like. Obviously her skin, you don't really want her skin being red. So I would bleach out her face, her hands, her legs, and then come in with a really pale, what I used for flesh colour was the rich crimson, but really, really, really watered down, and it gives a lovely soft pink. It gives a perfect skin tone. So that's how I've done that.
Okay.
Now on the bottom here, I've used a stencil again. So let's bring in our pebble dash, and we can make this look like a sort of pebble dash wall, if you like. So this time I'm going to use the Storm Grey. I'm going to use it on my mat, put a little bit down straight onto my mat, and I'm going to bring in my blending brush. So pick up the ink on the blending brush, just make sure there isn't too much on there. I don't want it black, I just want it grey. And then very gently.
See, I would never have thought of using the ink tents on a blending brush.
Yeah,
Why not, then?
and then you just rinse that out with water. Don't do any harm because it's water-based, so it's absolutely fine. So we've got some pebbles now created the wall that she's sitting on.
Look at that.
And then if I just want to take the grey that's left on my brush and just blend in some grey.
And calm the colour down a bit.
So that it's not a red, yellow and blue wall, yeah. And then you can pick out any elements of that image that you want in various colours. So you've seen me do that already in this show, so I'll just move to the one I've done already. Here we are. So what I did on this as well, I splattered with the bleach. So if I show you that, you can splatter with water, but you won't get the same level of whiteness that you get with the bleach. So just dip that, tap off the excess.
You could probably buy a bottle of cheap bleach from the supermarket for probably about 30 or 40p. I would have thought.
You can get a really big drum of it for like 40p.
Right.
Yeah. So we can do a little bit of sprinkling in the sky and just let that bleach develop. Obviously rinse your brush out with bleach, with water as soon as you've had it in the bleach, because otherwise it will rot. You can blend that. Look at that.
Look at that.
Cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's how I've achieved this. I've painted in her shoes, her flesh, her hair, the balloon, and then I've stamped the sentiment up the side vertically just to make a change.
Now, each image has got a sentiment with it as well, hasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, all different sentiments.
That's right, and they come separate, as Dave said earlier. So if you want to put them underneath or up the side, or with the little girl, I curved it round her back, you can do that as well. Now, again, with this card, I wanted to try and achieve something a little bit different with my matting and layering. I didn't want it just to be a, you know, rectangle on a rectangle on a rectangle. So what I've done, I've taken some stitch square dies, and I've used the first square here, and I've cut through my picture, and I've cut that out.
I didn't see those lines. I didn't realise you were going to do that.
And then I've taken a rectangle and I've cut this piece out. So I just stuck them back together just so I didn't have to do all the die cutting for you, but that's what I've done with that. And it might look a little strange and you're probably thinking I've lost the plot.
Well, Laura and Dan in our gallery didn't see this coming either. I didn't realise you cut them.
Yeah. So I've now got this weird looking thing here. What am I going to do with it? Well, I'm going to get my glue. And I'm going to mat each piece onto a contrasting panel of dark navy. This is going to give me a very fine edge to each of these pieces, which gives it a beautiful frame anyway. And actually you could use that on something just as it is with the little girl's face on. I've got another piece cut here ready for this one.
I think what Andy's done with these stamps is he's been able to make them mean so many different things to so many different people.
Yeah.
That's what the clever thing is, I think, about it.
And I think, because he is a granddad and he has little granddaughters. Yeah. And I think, obviously, you know, he's really captured their little personalities and their facial expressions, and I just think they're so beautiful. So there's our second piece. And then the third piece I've already attached to my base card. So let's get this down. And I'll show you how it's all going to come together.
Perfect. What a great start to the afternoon. I'm really loving these stamps.
They are amazing, aren't they?
I mean, it's a sort of artwork. If it was a picture in a frame in a gallery, I'd be interested in buying.
Yeah, well, you can buy them from Andy.
Right.
Yeah, so if you're interested, go to Andy Skinner Art, and he's got some beautiful prints. Yeah. Right, so now I'm going to put this back together. So.
And bearing in mind that it is someone's own artwork, you know who's done it, you know where it's come from. I think it's really generous of Andy to let everyone make and sell, whether it's for charity, which would be brilliant if it is, or whether it's for personal profit, it doesn't matter. If you buy the stamps and you make something with them, you can sell what you make.
That's it. So I've just put that back in, and what I'm keeping my eye on is I'm lining up where that square came out. I'm lining up elements of my image.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot I put a sun in the corner there as well.
Yeah.
Just with bleach. Just drew a little circle and took the colour out. And then I'm going to put this back in where it belongs. Again, keeping my eye on the image, lining things up. Oops.
And we've stuck it, or Gwen stuck it flat, but if you wanted to put some foam pads to give it height, you could do that as well.
You could. Yep. So there we are.
That is gorgeous.
And that's just another way of matting and layering. It gives it a different look. It also, I think, intensifies, again, it focuses you in on that image.
But what does that image say to you? Now, this is a restocked show. We've done the show twice. They sold out both times. Now, in less than an hour, 50% of that restock stock has gone. And we did make sure we got an awful lot more for this third show, so we didn't hopefully disappoint people again. Loads of you still with it in your basket. Remember, the best deal is to go for all 8 of them. You get the best price, and it's on 2 interest-free split pays. They are in sets of 4, but actually if you buy the 4, you're actually paying more today than the first split pay than if you bought the 8. So I think a lot of you are just going to go for the 8. If you love one image, you're going to love all of them. They are individually available at $8.99 on the website as well. But hello to Yvonne in Lanarkshire. Check out your basket, Yvonne. That's the only way you guarantee that you're going to be getting yours. Angela in Bucks, Sue in Dorset, Janet in West Midlands, Jill in Wiltshire, Karen in Sussex, Ranjan in Hertfordshire, all loving these and having them in their basket straight away. But just to show you again some other finished cards and some finished samples. Suze Humphreys has done this one. So it may well be that you just want to stamp it in black and maybe colour the balloon, and that's the only colour that's going to be on the image. That would look fantastic. Maybe you don't want to colour it at all, but you want to do it in like a sepia, so it's got like a vintage postcard sort of feel. Let your dreams take flight. I'm just going to show them to you at random now. I'm not showing them to you in any order. But these gorgeous little girls on the swing, again, maybe that's reminding you of your childhood, trips to the park on a Sunday afternoon with your best friend or your next door neighbour. This is the one that's all about love. There we go. Best friends. There we go. Look, isn't it cute? Little teddy bear. Really lovely. Let's go fly a kite. And you can use them on cards, use them on mixed media, use them on tags as well if you want to. This one's been done by Lou, who's given this little girl a little tutu, which is rather cute. But then, as intended without that, that's been done by Rachel. This is another sepia one, which I think looks really good, really, really good. Beautiful. A few more. What haven't I shown you yet? Let your dreams take flight. Andy's done that one, Andy himself. Oh no, hang on, sorry. This one's done by D Adams. Beautiful. And that one's been done by Andy. So he's done what I was saying, you know, just literally taking the balloon and the shoes, leaving the rest of it black and white, but colouring in the balloon and colouring in the shoes. And that, again, in a frame, would look fantastic as wall art as well. $61.92. Now, we did use the stamping platform, and I have not shown you details of that yet. So here it is. If you like the idea of the stamping platform, because literally you can lift the lid off, there's no hinge on it as such, and it goes down perfectly flat each time. You do get some magnetic tabs in there as well to hold your work in place. This is it, the Stamp Easy platform. That was the one that Gwen was using. It's £24.99 and it's QP2846. That's in the show if you fancy getting your hands on that as well. Now we've got about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I can do a really quick one.
Great.
Yeah. So I've also got for you today, which we haven't even talked about, are these botanical stains from Sampool. These are stains, water-based, made to mimic stains you get from natural foliage, plants, etc.
Yeah.
So I've got here lupin teal, woad blue and black bean, and I want to just create a really quick colour wash background. So I'm going to use my palette to squeeze these into. I love these because they've got this amazing pipette dispenser.
Yeah.
So you squeeze to push the ink out and you hold it and let go to drink the ink up, and then you just release that to use wherever you want. Really cool.
Perfect.
So that was lupin teal. This one is woad blue. You can see a real difference in those two blues. And these are already very, very pale colours, I would say. Mm-hmm. So you don't really need to be washing them down too much.
Oh, by the way, if you are watching in America, we can ship to the USA as well. Cap shipping and handling of $12.95, just to let you know. I know it's quite early in the morning where you are, but...
So I'm going to start with the woad blue. And I'm going to just slap that on.
Love it.
Straight into the teal. Work that back up into the woad. And then into the black bean to give me a foreground. Now that's a bit strong, so I'm just going to...
It's a very kind of blueberry colour, isn't it?
It's amazing. And then we'll just blend that up. And that's pretty much it. Except that I want some clouds in my sky. So I'm going to get a wet paintbrush and I'm just going to let that do its thing. See, getting clouds.
Could be in the bed, couldn't you?
Yeah. So that's my background.
Yep.
Obviously, that needs to dry. I would leave it to dry naturally because I like the way the inks continue to move and merge. So here's the one I've done earlier in exactly the same way.
Take me there now.
I've just put a horizon line in there. And then what I'm going to do is grab my little boy with his balloon. And let's have him standing on the foreshore. Let's get that into our stamp press. Pick that up on the lid. And let's ink with our black archival.
That's you and me probably dreaming of a beach holiday after watching this for a few minutes.
Oh, yes. Sun, sea, sky. What more do you need? And just look how
perfect.
Stamping that onto that background suddenly makes it all make sense.
Yep.
And then again, you can introduce your colour.
I didn't notice the seagulls and the birds.
Yeah,
before.
it's great, isn't it? So there are other little elements on some of these, like that, like birds, that you can utilise separately if you're careful how you ink your stamp. But I just love the way the water's created those clouds without me having to be artistic in any way, shape or form. I can now add in some colour. So let's give him a little red jacket. So I'll come back to my rich crimson and my fine paintbrush.
It's a great place to go when you're on your own if you want to clear your head, isn't it? Just going down and
I love
look
it.
out to sea, listen to the waves.
So we've got his little red fleecy top. And again, you need so little of the intense pigment, and you can start at one side and almost fade it out to the other side without really doing anything.
60% of the stock gone with everyone checking out their baskets. Good luck, I hope you get it. And so many of you got it in your baskets but you haven't checked out yet.
Please don't miss out. I can't bring these back again.
Nope,
and you might be able to find them elsewhere, but they won't be at this price.
No. And they won't have split
not.
pay, which we've got.
Yeah. So there he's got his lovely little red jacket. Now, if I can find, I think I must have used it. So let's grab some blue violet. Again, I think he's got little jeans on. He's just so cute in his little baggy pants, isn't he? I'm going to thin that down a little bit because it is so strong, that colour. And then let's give him his little jeans.
Is it shorts or is he rolled his trousers?
They're stuck in top of his wellies.
Oh, right, yeah.
Look at that, he's so cute. And then if we go back to the Storm Grey, which I need to add a bit more to my palette. I think that was what that was. Might end up with a weird colour here. And we can give him some little black wellies. Just a few strokes of a brush and you're there. Now his hair at the moment obviously is blue. So again, I could take that out with the bleach and then add in, again, let's add a little bit of the yellow, a little bit of the red.
Now, bearing in mind this show is often watched a bit later when people get home from work and things like that, and people watch it in the evening or overnight, 70% nearly of the stock live has gone just before 2 o'clock. If you want it now, it'll be delivered. I can guarantee you can get it. If this is not 2 o'clock in the afternoon when you're watching it, I'm not sure what the stock levels may be. It may well be out of stock if you try and check out. So check out now, it'll be fine.
A little bit of green.
Got less than a minute, so.
That's all right. I'm only going to give him some brown hair. There we go.
I thoroughly enjoyed
Slightly ginger his hair, like that. And a red balloon when you've got a minute.
You've loved them as
There
well.
you go.
Remember, all of the stamps are available as individuals. If you want just one or you want a set of 4, we can give you that option. The set of 8, though, is what most people seem to be going for. And don't miss out and don't forget to check out your basket, whatever you do. Gwen, you're back at 5.
I'm back at 5 with more from TaylorMade Journals.
And we've got the latest Simply collection from Carnation coming up next.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Hobbymaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobbymaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobbymaker.
We've got an exclusive with Sarah Davies for her 40th birthday celebrations.
It's my birthday and I want to celebrate with all of you guys. I've got some smashing deals, some real birthday treats, and of course, cake.
Including a Gemini 2 anniversary bundle and more.
Now, come and join my party. It's on Friday and you need to help me celebrate turning 40 in big style.
So, that's this Friday on Hobbymaker from 1 p.m.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. It's Hobbymaker on this Wednesday. Hope you're having a nice afternoon. It's not nice out there. Stay in, keep us company, we'll keep you company. Now, we've got lots to look forward to coming up. We've got Paper Dynamics a bit later on. We've also got Joe with Storage4Crafts coming up as well. Then Zena takes over at 5, right the way through until 8 o'clock. This hour, though, it's you and me solo. The reason it's you and me solo is because it doesn't really need a demonstrator. It doesn't really need anyone to demonstrate how brilliant these clean and simple collections can be from Carnation Crafts. Now, Carnation Crafts, you know that I've had an affiliation with Carnation Crafts along with Carla for a number of years. I've been working for them for a long, long time. I love everything that they do. And they're famous for their big collections that they release at least once a month. And they're fantastic. They're famous for their mice. They're famous for their amazing artwork, the vignettes that you can print off completely free of charge. But what the gang at Carnation thought about was their wonderful collections are massively popular, but there's an area of card making that they hadn't really explored or thought very much about. And they thought, this is completely different to what we normally do in our collections. Why don't we think about doing something called clean and simple? Because a lot of the collections are telling stories and there's a lot going on. There's lots of background, there's lots of foreground, there's action, there's characters doing things, there's stories that are being told. But sometimes the most effective cards can be the simplest. And also, if you look in high-end shops where they sell cards, usually the simplest and cleanest of cards are usually the most expensive. Very classic, very classy. So they've been bringing out every month or so a brand new clean and simple collection. Now, it's not just a case of dies. It's a little bit of everything you need to make the card from start to finish. You've got the dies in here to make your card blanks. You've got cardstock in here. You've got foam pads in here. You've got stamps in here. And of course, as with all Carnation collections, you've got the opportunity of printing off the artwork that matches with the dies from carnationcrafts.co.uk. So the idea is with this, you buy the deal from us at hobbymaker.co.uk or phone the free phone number 0800 001 4433 and ask for UJ9C07, UJ9C07, and the latest clean and simple collection will be on its way to you. It's called Wonderful Wisteria. I'm going to show you around the portfolio because that's what it comes in a second. We are going to give you an extra discount. Everyone pays the final low price. We can let you have this today for $44.99. Now, we shouldn't do this, but because it's launch day for this day only, or until the stock sells out, which could well be this hour, it is on 2 split payments. We don't normally put split pay on things under 50 quid. So it's £22.49 to pay today, and you will get your wonderful wisteria, and then £22.49 in 4 weeks' time, with the 1p&p per day of £3.95. Now you're looking here at the card shape. It's the most beautiful oval. You get the ovals in different sizes, so you can mat and layer to create that lovely kind of step design. You've got the wisteria die, and the artwork, as ever, you can print off free from Carnation at carnationcrafts.co.uk. Just go to downloads, free downloads, and then search for Wonderful Wisteria. The artwork will be there for you. Let me open it up and talk you around what you've got, because first of all, it's beautifully presented. 10% of stock's gone already. I haven't even shown it to you yet, but 10% already gone. And we've got the biggest stock I think we've had of clean and simple, because it has sold out early in shows in previous months. So we did manage to get a lot more stock this time, but already it's going fast. So you've got your portfolio, beautifully presented. Undo the back, open it up, and there is everything you need to make your card. Over here you've got your dies. So these are the 3 nesting dies. So they go down in equal increments, so you can have the 3 steps, so you can just have a single layer. It's entirely up to you. You've then got these elements here that will cut out an aperture in your oval if you wish them to. You've then got your florals and your wisteria and your foliage. Over here you've got more foliage, more apertures. They could be little tags and frames that you put on the card as well. You've got what looks like a smiley face at the bottom there, but it is actually, of course, an aperture that's cut out. And this here is actually embossing. So if I show you the board quickly and I angle it right, if I just tilt it in the light so you can see the emboss, there we go. See? You can see that embosses the wisteria beautifully, and then you can place the wisteria on top of that if you wish to. I mean, that could be the top or it could be the bottom. You can either have it that way, you can have it that way. It's up to you, whichever way suits you. But there's the artwork. That's the artwork that you can find on Carnation's website right now, and you can print off. Your leaves are coloured in for you. The wisteria is coloured in for you. All the different elements to create that 3-dimensional finish. And then there's even artwork for your tag as well, which you can, of course, stamp a message onto or print a message onto if you wish. But let me show you. This is where it gets so cool. No one else does this. No one else, apart from Carnation, has ever thought of doing this. So there are your dies on this side. So if you want to keep everything in its wallet, in the portfolio, you can do. I mean, the dies alone for that price would be okay, value for money. But you've got everything to get started. You've got foam tape pads in there. 1 sheet of those. You've then got your beautiful stamps. And as you can see, if I just turn them around, they're actually stuck to the portfolio, so I won't take them off. You've got all my love to a special friend, happy birthday, best wishes, well done, missing you, thinking of you, good luck, just to say, so sorry, and with sympathy. Okay, so this is covering everything. This could be a birthday card, it could be a sympathy card, it could be absolutely anything. So there are your stamps. You've also got your butterflies there, you've also got your wisteria stamp, and you've also got the stamp that matches the die for your little frame topper. And then, this is where it gets even cleverer, you've then in the back of the portfolio got your cardstock. You've got it in this beautiful blush blue. Now it may look white to you, but if I just put something that is white next to it, can you see the difference in the tone? It's got a very, very, very subtle hint of blue or lavender to it. And that's what they do. They bring out the beautiful blush cardstock in different colorways. This is the cardstock they're calling it is, it hasn't got a name, but it's like a very, very soft lavender to go with the beautiful wisteria colors. So you're getting all of that cardstock. You're then also going to get this beautiful grey cardstock in the back as well, which is perfect to work with the collection. So you get the lot. And the whole thing is yours for under £45. £44.99, and it comes beautifully presented. You get 10 sheets of the natural and 5 sheets of the coloured. So 15 sheets of coloured cardstock. Now the blush cardstock is £2.50. And the coloured cardstock is £3.50 GSM, okay? You've also got a foam tape on a roll. Where's that gone? It's not in there. You will get a foam tape in a roll as well. Is it next to me? Oh, here, there it is. So yeah, mine's not got that in there for some reason. So you get the tape, foam on a roll, you get the foam pads, 2 sheets of foam pads, the dies, the stamps, the cardstock, and of course, the inspiration on the front of the beautiful portfolio too. Now, although we've got more stock for the show, at 10 minutes past 2, a third of the entire stock has gone. Are you buying this for yourself? Are you buying it for a crafty friend or someone that has seen what you do and admires you making cards, and you thought to yourself, or they've said to you, I'd like to start card making? Well, if you buy all the things that someone needs to make a card, it'll cost you a small fortune. This is giving you everything you need. Apart from scissors and glue, you've got everything in there that you need. £44.99. Now, if you look on the display here, you've just got the most beautiful wisteria cards that the design team have done. And you've got the aperture that you can cut into the card if you wish to, or you can leave it without the cut-in, that vertical cut-in. You can have the wisteria behind it, you can have the wisteria hanging in front of it, you can have it with the, I call it like a smile, you can have that on the top, you can have that on the bottom, use it in any which way you wish, have just one layer, have all 3 layers, all different sizes, but doesn't that look classy? Doesn't it look expensive? It does. It really, really does look expensive. And the clean and simple, I know many of you treat yourself to it every single month that it comes out. This is the latest one. I've got some boards to show you as well. So all the elements, if I just show you this, hang on a sec. What's on that? Oh, nothing's on that. Okay. So basically you've got there those 3 layers, 1, 2, 3, 4 layers actually, beg your pardon, to create that lovely stepped effect to the oval. And the embossed detail, again, if I just tilt it forward, you can have it with the embossing upwards, you can have it with the embossing downwards if you choose, or if you choose not to use the embossing die, then you could just have those 3 layers and then not have the embossed detail in there at all if you don't want to. I mean, you can actually kind of make that stand out more if you wanted to add a little bit of ink across the top of it to make the emboss stand out. That would look rather lovely. But remember, the way to get your artwork, if this is something new to you and you've never thought about buying anything from us or from Carnation, buy the deal from us. So you just go to our website or phone the free phone number 0800 001 4433, or go to hobbymaker.co.uk and put this in your basket. UJ9C07 is the product code. Then when you've done that, you then just pop over to carnationcrafts.co.uk, that's their website, go to downloads and then free downloads, and you'll see if you put in Wonderful Wisteria, the artwork there on the board will be there for you to print off. And it will match the dies beautifully, and you can print it off 2 times, 10 times, 100 times, doesn't make any difference, completely free of charge. So here we go. So there you can see that's the actual download page, and there it is at the top. As it's the latest release and it's just launching here today on Hobby Maker, it's the first thing you see. Now that is a mirrored vignette. Now what does a mirrored vignette mean? I've actually got one here to show you, I think. Yes, I have. You can print off vignettes one-sided, and they call them vignettes. It's basically the artwork, a posh word for artwork. So you can either print it off one-sided, or if you want to have the imagery on the front and the back of something, then you can print off what they call a mirrored vignette. And that's what this is. That's what a mirrored vignette looks like when you're looking at it on the website. And you'll notice that there's a black line down the center. Now, don't fold the actual sheet in half. Don't put it point to point. You fold it on the line. if you follow that instruction, fold it precisely on the black line, what you'll find is the imagery will match both sides. So when you cut it out, you'll have a back and a front perfect every single time. And of course, you've got the foliage on there, of course, as well. So that is a free thing. You can enjoy that absolutely free from Carnation. That's always their way of saying thank you for shopping with them and buying their collections and buying their Clean and Simple today. And remember, you're going to get a selection of cardstock in there to get you started. But if you want to get a little bit more, if that isn't going to be enough for you, you actually get, I think it is 5 sheets of the coloured cardstock. So you get 5 of this in there. But if you want a little bit more, we've actually got 20 sheets of the coloured cardstock. It's in that beautiful dove grey. There's the dove grey. So you get 20 sheets of that cardstock, and this is, what's the GSM? 350 GSM. So that's going to be the perfect coloured cardstock to complement, of course, your main Clean and Simple collection today. So if you fancy more of that, that's $14.99, and it's MB9C42. MB9C42 for just £14.99. And if you're watching us in the USA and you want to order anything in the show, you too can order from us, and your P&P with us, or shipping and handling as you call it in the States, is capped at $12.95. All the stamps, all the dies, all the cardstock, even the adhesive roll and the foam tape pads are in there as well, all for that price of $14.99. So how many dies have you actually got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 16 dies there. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 stamp sentiments. You've then got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 butterfly stamps. You've got the beautiful frame stamp, and you've got the wisteria stamp itself, plus the foam pads and the adhesive roll, and the cardstock in the back as well. But it's just the way that Carnation do everything. They are classy. They're different. They're imaginative. They give the crafter what the crafter needs and wants. And it's just so, so stunningly beautiful, isn't it? Really, really busy. Now, it may well be that you're thinking, I want to buy that, but I've bought in the past lots of other Carnation collections. You know, will this work with those collections? Yes, absolutely it will. I mean, the design team, I love the design team at Carnation because they always go over and above what's expected of them. They really go to town and come up with imaginative ways of using them. Now, these are using the card shape that you're getting this collection, but with other collections that have been out in the past. Now, forgive me, I don't and can't remember all the names of previous collections. But again, I'll give you a big shout out to the design team. Barbara Treadwell's done this one. So this is using basically the card shape. I mean, that oval could be an egg. You can have it portrait, you can have it landscape, but it is your card blank at the end of the day, your card shape. Pam Simpson's done this one using some of the iconic characters from Carnation. We've got the little otter there and the rabbit. Probably the most famous characters that Carnation have are the mice. And yeah, they're going to work well on this card shape too. So it's not just that you can only have the wisteria on this card shape. It's that you can use it with other elements and other stories that Carnation have brought out in the past. This is a clever one. I didn't think of doing that. You can actually cut the kind of smiley design out both on the left and the right-hand side, or top and bottom. Vera Bow's done that one. Again, using the most and making the most of the embossing on this one. So it's basically, it's like a cut line, but it's not as deep. So it goes into the card without cutting through. So that's what gives you the emboss. But isn't that just very stylish? And again, if you saw that in a card shop, you would not expect that to be less than, say, £5, maybe £6, because it's got that sophistication and that elegance. And that's what Clean and Simple is all about. So UJ9C07. UJ9C07, please can I urge you, if it's in your basket, it's not yours until you check out your basket. And knowing what sort of history Clean and Simple collections have with us at Hobbymaker, they very often sell out during the live show. So if you're watching this on repeat, it may well be that the stock's gone. I hope it hasn't. So Karen, please check out your basket. Beryl in Surrey, Hazel in Greater London, Sandy in Kessler in Florida's coming in. Hi, Sandy. Carolyn in Hampshire, Belinda in Shropshire. All of these people you can see are in the process of placing that order with us right now, whether it's on the phones, whether it's on the website, or whether it is on the app. The wisteria is gorgeous, isn't it? Really, really is. And it's the sort of flower you don't often see. You see lots of things like fuchsias, and you see lots of things like daisies and daffodils and things, but wisteria, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful, beautiful flower, and it's incredibly sophisticated and elegant. All of those names you just saw on your screen are people on the left that have checked out, people on the right that are in the process of checking out. And let me, again, if it is a gift for someone, show you how it comes. It's beautifully put together. It's got a wonderful, shiny portfolio. It just looks the part, and it is the part. Open it up. Everything is there for you at your fingertips. Whether you choose to keep the dies in this part of the portfolio and re-stick them on there, or whether you take them off and put them onto a magnetic sheet is entirely up to you. But you've got all those dies and the wisteria decoration on there. Beautiful, beautiful stamps. There are your foam pads. You will get your foam tape on a roll as well. That's in there. I don't know where that one's gone in mine, but someone's nicked it. But basically everything you need, it's normally me that takes stuff out and loses it. But yeah, you'll get that in there. And you get the cardstock as well. 5 sheets of the 350 GSM grey, dove grey cardstock, and then 10 sheets of the blush cardstock as well. There we go. And the blush is a very, very, and it is incredibly subtle, a very subtle shade of lavender. I've got this white photocopy paper here. So if I just put that next to the colour, can you see? It's just a very, very, very subtle hint of lavender to the cardstock. But that's, I think, what you know, Carnation Crafts do so well. That's, they do the things that other crafters or other card makers or crafting companies don't actually do. Okay. So if you fancy that, I'll come back and update the stock on that one, but it's absolutely flying out the door at the moment. Brand new today, and we did make sure we got more stock today than we did the last time, because I think last time I did it with, I think I did it with Andy, actually. Was that the previous one to that? But I mean, they always sell out, if not during the show, just after the show's ended. So we didn't want that to happen. We don't want you to be disappointed. We want you to be happy. Maybe you're buying it as a gift for someone. It's an all-in-one purchase with everything you need to make incredibly beautiful cards from start to finish. If it is a gift for someone, what you might want to do is, when this arrives, or do it this afternoon if you want, go to carnationcrafts.co.uk and print off the artwork now and put that in there as well. So not only have they got the dies in there when they open it, if it is a gift, they've got the adhesive, they've got, of course, all the stamps as well and the cardstock, but you've also got the vignettes in there. So print it off and then they've got everything that they need. And maybe it's someone that you're buying this for that doesn't actually have a printer or a computer. They're not really that sort of, they're not into that. Well, you can do the printing for them, absolutely free of charge, provided you bought this collection today, the artwork is there for you to enjoy and print off. We can't keep up with the numbers that are coming through for this. 40% now of a big, big stock gone, and it's 20 past the hour. This is probably going to sell out again before 3 o'clock. That's the way it's going. Okay, now we do have a few of the previous clean and simples. Let's do the fond floral, shall we? Okay. Now, we don't have anywhere near the amount of stock of these that we have of the brand new wisteria. These are literally double figure stock, which is nothing. Fond florals, and it doesn't matter when this came out. It doesn't matter what month of the year this came out, because they're generic. You know, they're all year round cards. It doesn't matter whether you're making a card in December, making a card in January, June, August. These are all appropriate for every occasion throughout the year. Now, again, the same thing applies. You get a beautiful portfolio. This one is called Fond Florals, and I'll show you the cardstock in a second. Let me show you the boards first, and then you'll see. Now, this is, I remember when this came out, I loved it. I love it still now. You've got this little aperture, this circular aperture, either down the bottom or it could be on the top of the card, depending on which way around you use it. But can you see this has also got an embossing detail in the die as well. You've got this lovely flourish, like an S, that goes across, kind of crisscrosses across the card, and then wraps itself around the aperture in the center. So obviously you've got what the die cuts out for the apertures, but you've then got the positive of what it's taken away. So you've got your 3-dimensional circles, your 3D hearts. Then you've got your artwork for this beautiful rose. Let me show you inside the portfolio. Let me undo it. 10% of this is already gone. Now we don't have many of these, I did warn you. So you've got, let's just show you. Good, we've got the foam tape in here. So there are your dies. So it's a classic rectangle. This is the one that's got the emboss on it. So there's your embossed swirl. So you can see it's got the risen element to the die, but it's nowhere near as deep as the cutting dies are. There's your rose, there's your foliage and leaves. You've got the decoupage elements to your roses as well, which means you can obviously layer them to make them 3D. You've got your circular aperture, you've got your different sized hearts, and you've got the main die that actually cuts out that little circle in the die, and you've got 1, 2, 3 layers on that one. So those are your dies. You've then got some background stamps, one that's a beautiful kind of flourish, like a damask flourish, other that's like a dainty dotty background, that could be pollen from the flowers or something like that. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, you've got 10 sentiment stamps, your favourite person, forever and always, sending you love, best wishes, I love you, hugs and kisses, lots of love, happy Valentine's Day, all you need is love, and to someone special. There you've got your 2 sheets of foam pads, larger ones and smaller ones, full roll of double-sided tape for doing your mats and layers, and again, just like the wonderful wisteria I just showed you, you've then got your blush cardstock, which in this case is a very subtle shade of peach, and then there are your 5 sheets of your 350 GSM cardstock in the back there as well. So there we go. That one is one, I don't remember when that one came out. I think it's about 2 or 3 months ago. Was it January? Okay, about 5 months ago then. But again, that's by the by. I mean, these are not month specific. It's not like Christmas or whatever. Nearly 20% of fond florals has gone. Maybe you have missed them, didn't even know that they were a thing, and you love the colour of that beautiful flower. Now, this will not be on the top of Carnation's website. You know, when we went to the website and looked at the downloads, and the wisteria was the first thing you saw because that's brand new today, so that's right top of the list. You will have to search for this on their website, but the artwork will be there. So go to downloads, free downloads, and then tap in fond florals, and the artwork for this will pop up for the rose, and you can print that off today as well. So that is UE9C97 for that one. We've got a finished card or two quickly. Can I just show you those? Okay. Look at these. I remember this. Oh, they're so sweet. They're so, so sweet. Make them into little notelets if you want to. I don't know what it is about the aperture, but it's so simple, yet really stylish. And you can see the emboss flourish that's going across, like a sash, isn't it, going across the card. There's another one. So again, that's the cutaway, which you can make risen if you want to. That's the actual aperture with the rose set inside the aperture. The rose is a perfect size to sit inside the circle, it really is. And we've just put a few sticky pearls around the edge of that emboss to make it stand out even more. And again, just prove to you that you can use this die set and this concept with other dies from the collection. Whether it's the die that we had, all the different skin tones of hands, presenting rings, I love you, that could be an engagement card or a congratulations card on your engagement. Bring in some of the little critters, that little cute squirrel. From Woodland Animals, that one was. But can you see how many mats and layers you've got? It makes it look really kind of Corinthian, if that's the right word to use. You've got those different steps alternating between the lighter and the coloured cardstock. Really subtle, but really beautiful and very, very elegant. And there we go, look at that. It almost looks like marble, like layers of stone or something like that. You get me? Yeah, really lovely. So that one is called your Fond Florals, okay? Fond Florals is proving very, very popular. And we've also got the matching cardstock for this one as well, which I think is just here. You've got 20 sheets of this. Now this is actually, doesn't give me a name of the colour, but basically it's like a beautiful, it's like a custard. It's not a very flattering word to use for it, but Laura, my producer, loves custard. She thinks, yes, it's a great word for it. But it's a very, very muted yellow, I suppose you could call it, or a rich cream, like a clotted cream. That's more of a right, yeah. $14.99, and it's 350 GSM, and you've got 20 sheets of that. And that, again, is what's been used on the boards here, so you can see it kind of alternating between the lighter and then that kind of clotted cream colour. Really beautiful, very pastel. $14.99 for the cardstock. If you want that, that's LI9C95. Now, another one that I remember being massive, absolutely huge. Let me just clear some space a minute. I get myself in a right mess. Right, pop that over there. Now, I did this with Andy a little while ago. Was that 3 months ago? 2 months ago. About 2 months ago, I think it was. March, yeah, 2 months ago. The bluebells. Now, this is the same sort of concept, but a little bit different. Beautiful bluebells. Now, if you love the wisteria, you probably like the bluebells because they're very similar in colour. You're going to get 25 dies in this collection. Now, the first thing that really caught my eye was the card shape itself. Beautifully circular. Again, you've got different mats and layers. There are 4 layers on this one. I love the cutaway aperture. It can work that way. It can work that way. It can work either way. Doesn't make any difference. or you can choose not to use the cutaway if you don't want to. Of course, then you've got the positive of what's been cut away. You can use those for decoration and play with those very, very effectively. There's your bluebell as a white cutout. With the vignettes, remember, the bluebell artwork will still be on their website in 2 colorways. You've got white bluebells and you've got bluebells at carnationcrafts.co.uk. Down the bottom, you've even got artwork for the string bow. Yeah, I know. That's what they do at Carnation. They go over and above. You've got artwork for the Hessian. You've got, yeah, I mean, that is actually a coloured in string bow, so you can print that off and use the die to cut it out. It's incredible, isn't it? Even the little bees are coloured for you. Nick and his team, Nick's the creative designer and his team are brilliant, and the artwork's there for you as a gift from them to you to use to make your card look the best it can possibly look, and you can sell whatever you make. You really, really can. Provided you've cut everything out and you've made something with it, you can sell it for personal profit or for charity. But when I show you the portfolio, because I just think rather than just giving someone a box full of dies or a bag full of dies, which is nice, it's lovely, they make it an event, they make it an occasion. You know, when you're buying something for someone for a birthday or for whatever it may be a congratulation gift or whatever it's for, you want it to look the best it can look. That's why high-end department stores, you know, offer to do gift wrapping services for you. And they charge you royally for it, obviously. But this is such an event and such a special occasion when it arrives and you get it. You unwrap it, you open it, you think, wow, what's this? Everything you need to make that card is in here. So it tells you on the front what's inside it. The packaging is beautifully produced, lovely shine to the packaging. Open it up and it's, wow. You've got that instant wow factor. You've got all the dies here for your card base. You've got all the apertures here going down in different sizes to make that kind of almost arrowhead cut or that arrowhead cut out. You've then got your diamond shapes, your bees, you've got your fantastic rope knot, and then you've got your bluebells over there as well, and the decoupage dies to make it 3D. Over here, it goes on. Stamps, 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 more verses, more foam on a roll, 2 more foam pad strips. Again, you've got other messages here in different fonts as well. You've got congratulations, be happy, thank you, happy anniversary, on your special day, lots of love, thinking of you, happy birthday. So although some of these have been put in other collections, they'll be in different fonts. So they won't be exactly the same as what you've already got. And then the cardstock in this is a very light shade of blue. That's your blush. So it's just a hint of blue in there, which is very subtle, but it makes a difference when you're doing matting and layering. And then we've got the navy. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? A true navy blue. So 5 of the navy, and you get, is it 10 sheets of the blush? Yeah. So 15 sheets in total. Now, you don't get and don't see navy that much, to be fair, but when I show you the finished cards, and we've got lots of them, I mean, this is what the design team do so well. They just love what they do. We get hundreds of them. Let's just move these out of the way. Now, when we get so many designer cards coming through, you know, they could just make 3 or 4, but very often a lot of the design team make like 10 or 15, or maybe even more than that. But isn't that just beautiful? Bluebells with the bees. I don't know if we've got the bees in the garden yet. Won't be long before they start buzzing around the lavender and that sort of thing. There's another one. So you can use the kind of hint of blue, the white card with a hint of blue as the predominant colour, and then use the dark blue as a matte and layer, or you can make the dark blue more prominent if you wish to as well. It's entirely up to you. No name on that one, no name on this one either. But you've got that Hessian that you can of course use as a backdrop, making it look almost like a climbing frame for the flower. I've got some names on this one now. Lavinia. Now this is a couple from another completely different Carnation collection. And doesn't that work? It's like they're walking into a different part of their lives. They're walking into a new chapter of their lives maybe with the hot air balloon in the distance. So you don't just make bluebell cards out of this, you can use them in all sorts of ways. Here we've got the champagne bucket. Now you're talking. Someone's passed their exams, throwing the old mortarboard in the air. Way! I passed. And this one could be for anything. And that almost looks like the lapels on a jacket, doesn't it? Like a dinner jacket or something like that. Lavinia's done this one. Totally different spin. But because it's round, it could be a wheel, could be a car wheel. So yeah, that works. And there's a little window in the aperture of the sports car in the background. So, and this one, totally different again. So it shows you the versatility of Carnation with their card blanks and what they can do. And they do things that no other card and craft company do. Hello, Sarah in Devon, Karen in Hampshire, Val in Hampshire, brand new crafter coming through. This one is the beautiful bluebells. Now, if you want the cardstock, we were saying, you know, how beautiful the blue is on this. Even if you're not going for the collection, but you just love the blue cardstock, and you don't see blue cardstock very often, there you go. You've got 20 sheets of 350 GSM, beautiful bluebells, royal blue cardstock. Just to show you that colour again. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? So if you fancy that, it's only £14.99. Goes wonderfully well with the Bluebell collection, but also it stands alone if you want it. KR9C52 is the product code. Now, what's the next one? Lovely Blooms. Lovely Blooms. Oh, funny enough, we've got another blue cardstock coming up, I think. Yeah, it's even darker. Lovely Blooms. Okay, now I haven't got any finished cards for this. But I do have the actual pack to show you. This was one of the first ones that came out, I think. It may have been the first one. Not sure. Certainly one of the early ones. Now, if you love DL, it was November last year, so I think it's one of the first collections that they did. Look at this. Look how stylish that is. DL is still dominating when it comes to card shapes in popularity. So first thing, you've got all of these DL-shaped dies. Mats and layers. You've got this beautiful die that cuts that pattern all the way around it. I think that is an emboss, if my memory serves me correctly. I haven't got any finished cards to look at. But anyway, that's the emboss there. Beautiful. And again, you can mat and layer that rectangular channel there, that little strip as well. So all of that. Then you've got your stamps. Again, you've got 10, 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 verses in the stamps. There's your floral stamp, your rose. You've then got your foam and roll. 2 packs of foam pads. Now this time, this cardstock is again with a hint of blue, very subtle hint of blue with the light cardstock, but then look at the colour of this. That's even more, that's darker. I mean, the beautiful bluebells I showed you a few minutes ago was that colour blue. That's like a midnight blue. It's almost black, but it's not. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. So you get 5 of those and 10 of the blush cardstock, plus the dies. If you love DL and DL style cards, then that's going to be perfect. And again, same with this. All of the collections have got artwork. Artwork is free. You'll probably have to search because it came out in November last year, so it will be a little way down the vignette pecking order. So just go to carnationcrafts.co.uk. After you've bought it from us, go to downloads, free downloads, and then search for Loving Blooms, and all the artwork for the florals will be there for you to print off. Again, absolutely free of charge. So just so there's no confusion, because it is a bit unconventional, order it from us. You can phone the call centre. If you've never ordered from us before, you've never shopped with us before, call centre for a total free phone call, 0800 001 4433. Say hi to them. They're upstairs. They're in the UK. They will open an account for you, free of charge, and then yeah, just say hi to them. They'll give you an account. You have an account number, and then in future you can either call the call centre or go to the website. You can also become a member of Hobbymaker on the website as well. Just go to hobbymaker.co.uk or click the app if you want to download that from your app provider. Order that, and then go straight away over to carnationcrafts.co.uk. Downloads, free downloads. You'll find the artwork for Lovely Blooms and print it off, print it off. Print it off as many times as you want. You can print it off just once if you want to, but if you want to print it off 500 times, there's no restriction, you can do. And it's up to you what you print it onto as well, what type of cardstock, or whether you're printing onto vellum or anything like that. FI9C87 gets you one of the very first ones in the Clean and Simple range, Lovely Blooms. Oh, and the matching cardstock for Lovely Blooms, here. And that's the deep midnight blue, okay? So if you love that colour, and if you want to go maybe for the beautiful bluebells as well, if you love blue cardstock, what about going for both of them? That'd be under £30 for both sets, $14.99 with just 1 P&P. But there's the Lovely Blooms, royal, rich, dark blue cardstock. I've got a black shirt on, so you can see the difference between black and blue. VA9C12 for your Lovely Blooms. And then one more, it's the Proud Petals, which is the pink one. Ah, over here. There we go. So much stuff. Right, here it is. Proud Petals. So if pink's your thing, if that's your colourway, I don't remember doing this one actually. I must have been away when this one launched. I've done it. Oh, have I? I don't know. One day blends into the next, doesn't it? Okay, so Proud Petals. I did it 4 weeks ago, did I? I don't remember that. I don't think I did. Anyway, so here you've got, again, I haven't got finished cards here, I'm afraid, for this one, but you'll have to imagine it. I'll show you the picture of the card on the front. Can you see you've actually got embossing detail on the bottom corner and the top corner as well. I don't know if we can get in any closer to see that, because obviously I haven't got any finished cards to show you. But it embosses that beautiful triangular pattern in the corner there and a triangular pattern down the bottom. You can see it, I think. Then you get that diamond-shaped aperture. And, of course, you've got the dies for your flowers as well. So there are all the dies. This is the only square one we've had, isn't it, in the show? I think so. The others have been rectangular, DL, and circular, and oval. Again, yep, conventional. You're going to get 2 packets of foam pads, foam on a roll, stamps with all your verses, background stamps as well. And this time your cardstock will be the blush. So it's white cardstock with a hint of pink, just a very soft, subtle hint of pink. And then you get 5 sheets of your beautiful, beautiful Proud Petals cardstock as well. That's 350 GSM. It's lovely, isn't it? Baby pink, I'd say that is. So that one, they're all the same price, £44.99. But remember, the new one today has got split pay on it. The others haven't, unfortunately. But it's one payment of £44.99. Because it's a launch today, the guys upstairs said, OK, you can put it on split pay. But after today, it probably won't be, OK? £44.99. And if you want the Proud Petals cardstock, that would be £14.99 for 20 sheets in that beautiful baby pink. There you go. VT. 9C40. Right, let's go back to what we launched then today. This is the brand new one. I'll show you some more cards again in just a second. So the reason that this is on split pay is because our lovely bosses upstairs said, as it's a launch, we'll make it special, make it more affordable for you to get for today and today only. We've got it on split pay. If we have any left tomorrow, that price will be £44.99, pay in full, please. So it's a split pay offer only for today. And this is the only scheduled show today, isn't it? Only scheduled show today. Now the stock is going incredibly quickly. Spread the cost interest-free with our compliments, £22.49. We offer that to you fee-free, interest-free. UJ9C07. Now 40% of the big stock has now checked out, with loads more of you decided to put it into your basket on the app, on the website, and also on the phones as well. Wonderful wisteria. I mean, if you love the Bluebell one, you're going to absolutely love the wisteria because the colorways are very, very similar, but of course the plant is completely different. Now what they've done on the actual packaging here, which I didn't think of doing, they've put the wisteria over the top of the embossing. That looks fantastic, doesn't it? Doesn't it look beautiful? And also that smile, as I called it earlier on, that aperture, that curved aperture, that's at the top of the card. But equally, if you want to put that at the bottom and make it look as if it's a smiling card, that would work too. But then you've got these beautiful little layers that you can use on the card. Now, let me show you some finished cards quickly. I've got loads here. All of the wisteria ones are out here. Let me just show you this one. Now, this is using the grey card as the card blank. So you've actually got the dice to make your card blank. You can make it into a tent card if you want to. If you do want it to stand up like that, and it is a card blank you're making it from on and into, just basically flatten the back off. Cut a little part of the oval off at the back, and that gives it, of course, a flat surface, so the card won't be wobbling from side to side. Isn't that just so wonderfully graceful? Let's grab another one. I can't see what I'm grabbing until I actually put it in front of the camera. So that's using one of the stamps behind the long aperture. You could leave it just stamped and plain like that, or you can colour it in if you've got that inclination to do that. But I think what most of you will be wanting this for more than anything else, and Janine Dawson, who's one of the lead design team members, has done this. Look at the depth and definition that you've got on that card. How many layers are there? Using your pin flare or your foam pads, whichever you choose to do, there's probably about 3 or 4 layers of depth on that, and it literally pops off the card. But there's something incredibly graceful and stylish about the oval shape. Really beautiful indeed. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 layers because you've got 4 dies, slightly different sizes. Okay, let me just open up the portfolio. Doorbell goes, postman arrives, ding dong. You open it up. It's a birthday present from your son, from your daughter, from your best friend, a crafting buddy down the road. You've got everything you need in here. It's not a book, it's a portfolio of the most incredible dies and stamps. And it's a complete make a card journey. And I think, you know, I've seen card kits before that are supposedly everything you need to make a card, and they're a bit childish. They're a bit kind of cheap and cheerful, a bit of a gimmick. This is the other end of the scale. This is high-end, top quality, classy, stylish, clean and simple cards. And that's what they look at. That's what Carnation do. They look at all their collections and they look and try and find something that's not been done before, or something that they can put the Carnation twist on to make it even more exciting, even more desirable and upmarket. And they realised that the clean and simple side of the market wasn't really being addressed very much. So don't be afraid of nothing. Don't be afraid of white space, because sometimes that can be the most elegant, like on this card here, using some of the blue tits from a previous collection. I mean, there's not a lot going on there at all. It's mainly white or plain cardstock, but just the hint with those two birds and a little message saying, thinking of you, that does it. And it's so sophisticated and elegant. So over here you've got your dies. Now they do come really well stuck down onto the cover. Now it's entirely up to you whether you put them back on there or whether you take them off, or possibly put a magnetic sheet, or maybe you've got some of Keith's magnetic cardstock that he's done over the last few weeks. You could put a sheet of that in there and keep them nice and safe, so everything has its place. That is the embossing die. And by the way, Keith's coming up at 3. More deals from room 4, no doubt. You've got your outside cutting edge. That's the smiley design that cuts out. That's the emboss. Okay, so that is your emboss. That area there where it's kind of more shallow. And then over here, these are all your elements, and here and as well, that will allow you to decoupage your wisteria up, make it 3-dimensional. And then you've got that aperture. If you don't want to use those, you want to keep it completely solid, the actual oval, you can do. But if you want to have an aperture, maybe with the wisteria over the top of it or inside behind it, you can do that. You're in charge. Then over here, we've got all of your stamps. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 butterflies. There is your stamped version of that frame. So that frame there's the stamp that you can actually stamp onto it. There's your wisteria, and again, the die would stamp out what you've stamped, and you can colour it in if you want to. But remember, the benefit of buying anything Carnation is there's always artwork that the guys in the office have done for you. So that's why I think Carnation craft cards stand out on stalls, at fetes, at fairs. If you're maybe selling your cards online or whatever, you've got an online shop or something like that. Because the artwork is so professional, done by some of the most talented artists I've ever seen, and it's yours to use and sell. You know, provided you've made something with it, you can sell it. Absolutely no problem at all. Again, you're going to get your roll of your double-sided tape, which isn't in there, but it should be, so it goes in there like that. You get 2 sheets of your your double-sided foam pads, and then this time the colorways that you've got here, you've got a lovely blush, and it's like a blush lavender, a very subtle hint of lavender to the lighter cardstock, and then you've got this lovely, classy dove grey. Really beautiful colour. Grey's still one of the most popular colours at the moment, isn't it? Very stylish in decor and so on. So, and it works so well with the lavender of the wisteria too. So that is what you get in your portfolio. Vignettes and portfolio, very posh. But yeah, that's what it is. It is incredibly beautifully done, wonderfully presented, and very, very affordable. And it's only on Split Pay because today is launch. If you buy it tomorrow, the Split Pay will be taken away, provided someone doesn't forget to do it. If it is there tomorrow, happy days. But it's supposed to be coming off today. It's only supposed to be on there today. And some of you are buying more than one of these. Maybe you're buying a couple of gifts for crafty friends. Maybe someone said to you in passing, have you seen those clean and simple kits the Carnation do? They're really good. Everything you need's in there. I wouldn't mind getting one of them. And it's fresh in your mind. You're thinking, right, okay, there it is. That's the latest one. Launches today here at Hobby Maker, $44.99, but you only need to give us half that today if you want Split Pay, $22.49. Now, half the stock has checked out, and we've got 10 minutes left to go on this show. This is the only show scheduled. We had a bigger stock than I think we've ever had before. If you leave it in your basket, people can take it out of your basket if you leave it in there too long. Lovely to see so many of you coming in, obviously from the UK. That's obviously expected because we're in the UK. But Tony in Texas has checked out. Also, we've got Sandy Kessler in Florida. Hi to you. We've got Suzette in North Carolina. I tell you what, Carnation have got a massive following in the States as well. I don't know how readily available it is in the States. I don't think they're in stores, Carnation, just on the website, Cleveland, yep. So we've got at least 4 or 5 people ordering from the USA that I can see at the moment. There's loads more who've already processed their orders. So welcome to you if you're watching us abroad, and welcome, of course, if you're watching us in the UK. Wonderful wisteria. It's brand new today. Let me look at a few more cards. Now, I've got to point out that when you buy a Carnation collection, whether it's a clean and simple or whether it's a full collection, you don't just buy it to do cards with what comes with it. You buy it because it's going to work with other collections you've bought in the past and other collections you're going to buy in the future. Now, forgive me, Carla will probably know all the names of these collections, but they escape me. But these are from previous collections. So you've got like the seaside theme with the beautiful seal there. It's really, really cute. But that works well with this card shape. The fact it's the wisteria card shape doesn't make any difference. It's an oval card shape at the end of the day. The iconic mice. The wonderful Carnation mice. Whee! Isn't that great? So again, he's actually kind of escaping from maybe an open little window or something like that. So you can use it in lots of different ways. 60% of the stock is gone. Now, it could be that you want to do a happy retirement card, or someone loves their allotment or is into their garden. Again, this is from a previous collection, but the oval is really, it lends itself to so many different uses and scenarios. I mean, look at this one. Look at that. Isn't that perfect? You've got a few like crystal droplets going on there as well. But yeah, put the boat in the kind of curve of the smile at the bottom, and that works a treat. So you can use it, obviously, with your wisteria. That's what it's designed for, first and foremost, but you can use it with everything else you buy in the future and you've bought in the past with Carnation. I mean, this is probably the simplest of all. And I just think that is stunning, gorgeous. That's all you need, isn't it? You don't want a fussy card for a sympathy card. You just want something very classic, very tasteful, and to do what you want it to do, just to say we're thinking of you. And that's really what that does. Sometimes less is more. And it's all well and good, you know, throwing tons of stuff on a card and filling it and everything else. But sometimes it's just nice to kind of put the brakes on and go, do you know what? That's enough. I mean, that's a mannequin. Beautiful. So, yeah, it works with all of the Carnation Crafts card kits you bought in the past, and it will work with those that come out in the future. But it is a self-contained card collection in its own right. Let me just show you the embossing again, because this one shows the embossing off really, really well. Now, the embossed die also cuts out the smaller oval, okay? So if I tilt that forward, you can see that the embossing, there we are, look, isn't that beautiful? Now you can choose to have that either upwards, you can choose to have it that way around. Obviously the stamp's been stamped the other way, but you could put the wisteria over the top of it, so you've got like an emboss behind the actual die cuts, or you can choose to do other things with it. It's entirely up to you. Let me just grab a few more of the finished cards. I think Michael's put all the finished ones that are relative to this down here. Hang on, let's just grab this one. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this one, look. The wisteria is going vertically and the emboss is going vertically. But nothing's stopping you, ignore that happy birthday. Nothing stopping you doing it like that. So it works that way, and it works that way. But this is the grey. Isn't that grey beautiful? Very, very classy. So now, the kind of curve at the bottom, or the smile as I called it, that's almost acting like a container that the flowers and the foliage are sitting in. So you can tuck in. Beautiful. So again, another one, if I grab another. Ooh. I need longer arms. There we go. Oh yes, look at this. So, right, okay, this is different in that, who's done this? Janine, I thought so. You've got layer upon layer upon layer, lots of silicone glue gel, pin flare, holding all those in place. And when pin flare sets, it sets like concrete. That is solid. That's not going to get damaged or dented or anything like that in the post. It takes overnight for it to set. And if you want any pin flare glue gel, just search for it on our website. We'll have it there. I'm sure Carnation have it actually on their brand page on our website. But there you've got the emboss. There's the wisteria. So it's, again, working in a different way. The emboss is going upwards this time, or the emboss could be going downwards. Obviously, that doesn't look right that way up, so it's best that way, but you can use it in all sorts of different ways. But it's the sense of excitement when you have something. I mean, what else in the crafting world is presented as well as a clean and simple collection? It's just got everything going for it. The packaging is beautiful. It's got a lovely shiny cover, and it draws you in and makes you excited just by looking at the image on the front of the packaging there. You open it up, it tells you what's inside, everything's listed on the back as well. Open it up, I think, yeah, you can if you want to. If you forget the website to go and get your artwork, the QR code on the back takes you to your artwork. So that's the easier way, isn't it? So you can either go down to carnationcrafts.co.uk and then / clean and simple, or scan with your phone that QR code and it will take you straight to the artwork for this that is absolutely free for you to print off, provided you've bought the collection. Open it up. Ta-da. Look at that. How beautiful is that? Now, the thing to point out is you can have a 1-layer card. You can have a 4-layer card. You can put, like this one here, you can put, oh, look at this. You can put the ovals onto a standard rectangular 5x7 card blank if you wanted to. And that's the most simplest congratulations on your new baby card, isn't it? All my love, special delivery. But look, it's smiling. It's a happy event. It's a smile. No, I just love it. I love it. So you can make it as simple as you like or make it as detailed as you like. So the different layers give you your mats going down in like 2mm increments, I think they are. You've then got another cutout section there, which will cut out 1, 2, 3 layers if you wanted to have 3 steps going up. You could also cut an aperture in so it looks into the card if you want to do that too. You've got your wisteria, you've got your 3D elements that can go on top of it as well. And like we showed you with Janine's finished sample a few minutes ago, she had loads of layers, and the more layers on there, the more impressive it looks. That is your embossing die. And then over here, you've got your stamps, you've got your foam on a roll, you've got your 2 sheets of foam pads, large and small, and you've then got the most beautiful cardstock. And don't forget, we do have the Clean and Simple grey cardstock available separately as well. You get 10 sheets of the blush, which is a hint of lavender, and then you've got that lovely Dove Grey at the back, 5 sheets of that. Now, if you want the Dove Grey Clean and Simple cardstock, 20 sheets of it, 20% stock gone. Talk about stylish colour. I never used to kind of really get excited about grey, but I do now. I don't know what it is. I think I've just got used to seeing it in so many kind of very classic and classy scenarios. It's just got that air of elegance and sophistication about it, a grey, hasn't it? And it's a lovely colour, grey too. $14.99 gets you 20 sheets, 350 GSM, so construction weight. And I'll just show you a few more of the finished cards. Have I shown you these already? Yes, I think I have actually. Yeah, these are the ones I have shown you. Doesn't matter. I'll show you a few more of these over here. So here we go. Look at that one, using a totally different, that's Ruddy Roses, evidently, a previous collection, so you can use that with it as well if you want to. And yeah, think about all the other Clean and Simple collections you've got, how you can mix and match those with this, and also other Carnation card collections that you've got, full collections, that you can mix and match with the Clean and Simple as well. So the cardstock is $14.99 in the grey MB9C42. Keep checking your orders out if you could do on the website or on the app or on the phones. It's only for today, while we have the stock, that the split pay is on this. All the others don't have split pay. The brand new one today does. It's an introductory launch offer for you, and it will not be on split pay tomorrow. So if you have any stock left, get it in your basket, check out, and you will not regret it. Nearly 2/3 of the stock gone, live at 3 minutes to 3. Right, I was talking about Keithy a few minutes ago. He's here. We've got Paper Dynamics on the way, and then Storage Solutions with Storage4Crafts with Joe Venison, all to come before 5.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Hobbymaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobbymaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobbymaker.
We've got an exclusive with Sarah Davies for her 40th birthday celebrations.
It's my birthday and I want to celebrate with all of you guys. I've got some smashing deals, some real birthday treats, and of course, cake.
Including a Gemini 2 anniversary bundle and more.
Now, come and join my party. It's on Friday and you need to help me celebrate turning 40 in big style.
So, that's this Friday on Hobbymaker from 1 p.m.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Smithy's back in town.
Smithy's back in town.
Hey, you right, mate?
I'm good, David. I'm really good.
This is Keithy's last day for about a week.
Well, no, it's longer than that, David. It's till the 8th of June. I know. I can hear what you're saying.
What are we going to do without you?
We're going to say, people are going, thank heavens, we're getting rid. Bye.
Okay, so because we're not going to see Keith for a week or two, we've got a great couple of shows lined up. One now and one this evening. And you're bringing us actually something that I don't normally see with you. We've actually got 500 sheets of brilliant white paper coming up first. And we've also got another bundle coming up in a minute of budget copier paper. So you're known for the high-end luxury as well. But also, not everybody wants luxury paper to put through their printer or whatever. You just want like office quality, that sort of thing.
Absolutely. David, we all need paper.
We do.
All of us, whether you're old, whether you're young, whether you're big, whether you're small, whether you're junior school or whether you're at retirement age, we all need paper. And this is it, David. Now, this is back in stock. It's been out of stock for a wee while.
Yep.
This is a ream. A ream is 500 sheets of you, and this is an 80 GSM, and it does what it says on the tin. It's brilliant laser copier. In other words, it will work with your inkjet printers, your laser printers, your photocopiers. They will print through everything, David.
How many of you work from home now? Or how many of you have got people in the house that are studying, that sort of thing, and need to have paper, and you're pulling your hair out thinking, this is costing me a fortune in paper? I can tell you that when you see the price of this, you will not believe it. And when we, again, guarantee to deliver it for you for 1 P&P of $3.95. This hasn't been in stock for 3 months.
Nope.
500 sheets. What's the GSM?
This is 80 GSM.
80 GSM, okay.
However, boys and girls, just to give you the heads up, we have got another pack coming up that's brand new between me and you, it's cheaper, even cheaper than what we're doing this.
Well,
but there is a difference. This is what it says on the tin. This is brilliant laser copier white.
Right. So you're going to get amazing results with it. It's going to glide through your printer, no problem at all. It may be that you don't want to put this through a printer. You just want to have A4 paper that you can write onto. Then it's entirely up to you. 500 sheets. Now, how long is that going to last you? Probably a very, very long time. What would you expect that to be? £15? If we could do it for maybe £12.99, would that be a good deal for 500 sheets? That would be a really good deal. This is coming up in it. Is that it?
No, this is it.
Oh, this is it.
This
okay.
is what's it. I can't just show the yellow packet. I got to show them that it is white.
Already, Lynn is in. Maynett in Greater London. Oh no, Greater Manchester is in as well. Okay, it's 3, 2, 1. Let's get the first deal from Smithy this afternoon onto the screen. It is £6.49. If you want two, that would be £12.98. And 1p&p of £3.95. Can you imagine how much 500 sheets of paper weighs? We'll deliver it for £3.95. We'll deliver 10 of these for £3.95. Not each, but for all 10. £6.49. Geraldine's coming in. Lynn in Lincolnshire's in. Maynett in Greater Manchester coming in as well. And in Norfolk. We've got a big quantity of this.
Yep.
You know, if you buy this in the high street and you've got it in a carrier bag and you walk around with that all afternoon, you'll be like that by the end of the afternoon.
Absolutely.
You know, this will be delivered to your door.
It will be delivered to your door. And listen, we all need paper. How many times you want to make a shopping list? There's my shopping list. I've got my shopping list. I've made my shopping list. Go to the supermarket. I've got my list. How many of us need something for by the phone? Little bits of paper you want by the telephone. Oh, yeah, Marjorie's rung, and then just take down your number. You've got them down on there. You all need paper.
Have you got a business? How much do you get charged for a ream of paper from your wholesale stationer? I bet it's more than £6.49. In my experience, it would be. Here's your chance to bulk buy, getting as many of these as you can afford. Keep them maybe in a store cupboard if you don't need them all straight away, but get them while we got them at this price. £6.49 for 500 sheets. Can we do the maths on that, Laura?
1.3p, David.
Ah.
I know. It's up here. 1.3 pence. What can you get for a penny?
Nothing.
Spend a penny. No, you won't have to spend a penny with this one.
Well, I tell you what, Geraldine in Dorset's gone for 2. What would you use it for? For literally anything. But if you don't want to use luxury cardstock or paper all the time for the run-of-the-mill everyday jobs, then this is a godsend at just a few pounds. £6.49. I mean, even if you went to the supermarket, you'd be paying more than that. I'm sure you would
Absolutely, David. Now listen, one of the things that we use paper for in a crafting point of view is what about our inserts? You know, this is an 80 GSM. You can print on this. It will go through anybody's printer, regardless if it goes in and round or whether it goes straight and out to the front. This will print on everybody and anybody's printer. So if you're a digital crafter and you want to print all your inserts on there, you can do all of that. You can score it, bend it, shape it, do all of those things as well. What about, David, all of those activities like the quilling? You had Carla on last week doing some amazing quilling. You can add a bit of colour to this. It's an 80 gram paper, but you can stamp onto it, add a little bit of colour to it. It will be receptive to that. It might soak through a little bit because it's only 80 GSM. It's not 130 GSM or 150 GSM. It's an 80 GSM, but it's quality. It's brilliant white, and it's guaranteed to go through your laser, your inkjet copier, your photocopier, or anything else that you want to put it through.
And let someone else do the donkey work. Let someone else lift this and take it home for you. Just take it out a sheet at a time. Keep it in the wrap so it keeps it nice and dust-free and that sort of thing. Just undo the end and just take it out a sheet at a time as you need it, or load a few sheets up into your printer. It's great quality paper. It really, really is. It's not cheap and cheerful. Great quality, but at a really affordable price of £6.49. I cannot believe you get so many. 1.3 pence, and it's taken us 3 months to get this back in stock. There's never a guarantee you can get things back in the future anyway.
No, well, David, it's taken a wee while to get it back in stock. It was so popular. But for those of you who bought it for, maybe you've used it all, as you say. Lots of people there, millions of people now work from home. How many times Now, we are trying to encourage a paperless office and all that sort of thing. I get all of that. But sometimes you just need to have a copy of what you're sending. Maybe a letter. You want to do a letter, you want to send it, type it out on your computer, file clip print, send it to Gladys. Not a problem at all.
Yep.
We're a big fans of doing that, David, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
Sending letters,
yeah. Letters are the way forward, absolutely. Bring back the letter. Rebecca's gone for 2. Norma in Staffordshire's gone for 2. Sally in Dorset has gone for 2 as well. If you work from home, if you've got people in the house that are studying, they constantly need to print stuff
They're going to get
off.
that, David. If they have 2, they're going to get that. Pick up that, David. How heavy is that? 10%
of a big, huge stock has gone. The rule of thumb with a show like this is, if we order 20 of something, we don't get a good price. If we order 300-400 of something, that's when we get a really good price, which is how you get the deals that you see on the TV. It's the sheer volume and the quantity that we order that allows us to get the price down. That is going to be delivered to your door for £13.98 if you've already bought something, or otherwise £13.98 plus your P&P. OGWP 74 if you want 500 or 1,000 sheets. 1,000 sheets for under £13 is crazy.
Unbelievable, isn't it, David? Yeah, absolutely. Of this kind of quality, it is phenomenal. Phenomenal. But you can see in there, obviously it says on the tin there. Now this is all come from managed forest as well, so it's sustainable.
Good.
Its carbon footprint is very low. There's some details on the back, David, about the fact that this is completely environmentally friendly as well. It's from a sustained forest environment. The paper industry has got that act together. It's acid and lignin free. It's not bleached. It's beautiful to be able to work with, and it is a bright white as well, David.
It is. Great quality. 500 sheets, £6.49. Stock up while we got the actual offer on today. Now we have got another offer of that was 80 GSM. We've got 70 GSM paper. Now there's not that
David,
much difference, is there?
Well, 10 grams, David.
But not a huge difference.
Listen, I was going to start singing those TV adverts, really. I got the power. I've got the power. But we're not going to tell you that, David. I am, because look.
I could see you on one of those ads, actually.
Yeah. You can see me on one of those ads, couldn't you, David, for sure. Listen, this is in a yellow packet and it's 80 GSM. This is in a white packet and it's 70 GSM.
Okay.
Now, what's the difference, David?
What's the
10
difference?
grams. I said there's 10 grams in there for things, but this is perfect for that start-off budget thing where price is everything to you, and we're going to do you an amazing, the lowest price I could ever get to on copy paper. David, look at this. This is printed out on 70 GSM. Now, it's a lightweight paper. You can see your hand through the back of it. Let me give you a sheet, David. You can probably see, a little bit. Look, you can see my hand going up and down the back there. You can see. So it's lightly transparent as well. But look, it doesn't stop it away from the copying, David.
But if you are printing off, hundreds and hundreds of adverts or posters for something that's happening in the community or stuff like that, this is absolutely perfect to use for that. Why spend and waste money on, more expensive paper when all you need is something that is basically budget but fit for purpose?
Budget, fit for purpose, David. I've printed my little words out there for my little inserts as well if you wanted to use it for that as well. But listen, you can let the kids loose with this. You know that this is not going to break the bank. And if the kids say, have you got anything I can draw with, or can I colour with, or can I crayon with, this is the one. Okay. So at £6.49, you might think, 1.3 pence, David, 1.3 pence. Oh, I don't sure want to let the kids play with that. Don't know why, but again, you might not let the kids play with that.
You know it's going to be below £6.49. We're not going to charge you more for a 70-gram paper than we were charging you for an 80-gram paper. Dorothy from Nottinghamshire is in. We wondered where you were, Dorothy. I hope you're okay. Yeah, you're there. Dorothy's gone for two. Garth in Cornwall, Lynn in Lincolnshire, James in Merseyside. You can get 500 sheets for a penny a sheet. £4.99.
Well, that, David, is technically under a penny a sheet. It's 0.999 pence of a sheet. But there you go. Only splitting hairs there, really.
Just a bit, yeah.
1.3p to under a penny a sheet. But £4.99, David, unbelievable would be the word I would go.
Now, again, this is an essential everyday copy of paper that you just cannot go wrong with. For value for money, it's absolutely off the charts. Look. Do you want 2 packs? Do you want 3 packs? Do you want to stock up maybe for a year's supply? Get 12 packs. If you wanted 12 of those, that would be 60 quid and 1 P&P of £3.95. You will then have 6,000 sheets of paper ready for you and your family or your business to last you months and months and months and months and months. Compare. If you've got a wholesaler that supplies you, if you're a business, how much do you pay for your copy of paper from them? How much do you pay delivery? We will send as many of these as you order in one go for 1 P&P of £3.95, and you don't have to lift a finger. We'll do all the hard work. Well, we won't. The courier will.
David, can I give you one of those? That's the 70 gram.
Yep.
Just to be clear, that's the 80 gram.
Okay. You can't tell the difference, but there's not much.
Just feel it marginally. 10 grams, you can just about feel it. The difference is obviously that this is less transparent than that one. Yep. You can definitely see my fingers and the hands are behind that one there. But there's no difference in terms of the quality. They're both environmentally friendly. They both come from sustained forest. But for £4.99. It's the lowest price copy of paper I've ever brought to the show, David.
$6.49, $4.99. You heard it straight from Keithy's mouth. The lowest price copy of paper ever that Paper Dynamics have brought, and it's yours today. When you just want something that's a bit of a workhorse, that's just going to be, you know, you can reach for it and not lose any sleep that it's costing you a fortune. It is an absolute essential, and you're going to get it for $4.99. Or if you want 1,000, that'll be $9.98 and 1p&p. And if you want to put them inside for inserts, you know, you don't necessarily need the best quality paper as an insert. The cardstock's the most important thing when it comes to a card. But yeah, why waste money on expensive inserts when you can literally put an insert in for a penny?
In for a penny?
In for a penny?
In for a pound, as the saying goes, David. Yeah, for sure. I mean, as I say, this is a budget one. Maybe you run a playgroup. Maybe you run a kids' scouts, cubs, guides, anywhere where you've got kids. Absolutely brilliant, because you can always do things on this. You could make your bunting, you know, we could make bunting, party bunting. You could go file, click, print,
do you know what?
Work.
The most important thing and most infuriating thing is, it happens in our office, believe it or not. Even though we're retailing and selling you paper, the printer's run out again. Have we got any more paper? We've got to go to the warehouse, got to go to the store to get some more. You know, anyone got any paper for the printer? I hear that upstairs in the office virtually every day. Yeah. Well, here you've got 500, 1,000, 1,500. You're going to stop, put it into a cupboard or something. You'll have it there for weeks and months to come. It's cost you £4.99, and elsewhere you would pay a fortune to have this delivered. If you took it to a post office and said, "Can I send that to Mr. Smith, please, in Yorkshire?" I'd be charged probably 15 quid postage, I reckon.
Oh, absolutely, David. Yeah. And the other thing to notice, David, is can you feel that paper on the covers in?
Yeah.
This is like a wax paper, so it keeps it dry, keeps it moist-free, so you can keep it at home. You know, maybe just take out the sheets that you want when you want them. So I won't take out all 500. I'm just going to take out a wodge because I want it to go in my printer. And the printer doesn't always take 500 sheets. But look, it's great quality. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. It's just 80 GSM, and Smithy's brought it today at the bestest price he could possibly get.
How do you do it? I do not know. £4.99 for 500 sheets, a penny, just under a sheet, OSWP 47. If you want to go for the 80 GSM, which is slightly heavier, just 10 grams higher in weight, that is £6.49. So it's up to you. Maybe you're going to go for a little bit of both. But when you want budget and you want value, but you also want great quality too for a budget price, this is it.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. It's the one, David.
Do you know what I liken it to? It's like if you're going, say you're going to a big city, like going to London or something like that, and you get the chance to stay in a rather nice, luxury, expensive hotel, and it's, say, £400 a night. Because that's what it is in London, to stay in a luxury hotel, about £400 a night. Then you get the opportunity to stay in a budget hotel, but it's a good one. And it's 100 quid.
That's more like it, David.
What would you do? I'd go for budget that's all right.
I was in a budget hotel in London just the other day, David.
Yeah.
There you go.
Budget, but great quality for the price, £4.99. If you want luxury paper, you spend maybe 4 or 5 times that price, and it's going to go through a printer, it's going to be a workhorse. Why spend all that sort of money? Okay, that is proving very, very popular. Now, Smithy has brought... All right. Smithy has brought you something special today. We're calling this the Italian job.
It's my Italian job. You were only supposed to blow the blooming doors off.
I thought you were going to say the whole thing then for a minute. Okay, the Italian job.
The Italian job, David. Look at this. What do you think of this, David? This is parchment, David. Now, you like parchment.
I do. Last time you brought anything like this, it absolutely flew.
But this is oversized A3 plus, that SR A3 sheet size, David. 450 by 320 millimetres. So this is A4 twice and a bit more.
Okay.
Now, if I said to you, David, that was 70 pence a sheet, that means that A4 sheet is 35 pence.
Good.
That is a good price.
Good. And look, now, it's the same on both sides as well.
And it's parchment.
Is it printable?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
This is 220 GSM, David, but you can feel the texture on it. It's textured.
Do you know what?
It's like making scrolls. I want to make he's making a real scroll now. Like, see, you can do oh yay, roll up.
Put a bit of ribbon around there.
A bit of ribbon on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I can see all of the Santa Claus letters are coming down
Absolutely.
now. David. You can see all of that. Now that
Santa's good list and naughty list. Yeah.
Good list and his naughty list, David. Now this is in the gold colour, David.
Right.
And I'm going to give you 25 sheets there. 70 pence a sheet. I'm going to give you this for 70 pence a sheet. 25 sheets. Job done. Would you like that? Yes, you would, madam.
Okay.
Thank you very much. It's yours. But would you like more?
Now, this is the Lorenzo collection. There's not one option. We're going to give you 3 or 4 different colourways. So that's the golden option. You don't choose. You're going to get all of it, yeah?
Look at this.
You're going to get all of it.
Well, I don't know, David. I'm thinking about that, but anyway, I'll think about it. And yeah, you're right. I'll probably give you all the. It didn't take me long to think about it, did it? Look at this one. This is lovely. Peach, tangerine.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, it's kind of a light pink as well. It could be peach, could be light pink. It's in between. Beautiful. There's the gold, so you can see the difference in the colourway. How many sheets are that?
25 sheets.
And this
David,
is oversized A3 again.
25 sheets. So now, David, we're up to 50 sheets there, David.
Okay.
What about going a little bit, neutral? Should I go a little bit bluey? Blue, 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 blue. What about the blue parchment as well, David?
Now that looks like a little bit of a cloudy sky, doesn't it? Look at that. It's this lovely light blue, but it's got that mottled effect to it. So it's absolutely gorgeous and beautiful. Yeah, you can cut it down, you can trim it down to whatever size you want, but it's oversized A3. That's the third colourway.
That's the third colour, another 25 sheets there, David. Unbelievable.
So we're up to 75
We're
sheets.
up to 75 sheets now, David.
Okay.
And what about the piece de resistance, if you like, the grey? Now, you mentioned in the last show there, grey's always popular.
Yeah.
Do you know there are 50 shades of grey? There are
I
a
have
few
heard.
more than that. Believe you me. But in this one, you ain't getting 50 shades of grey, you're getting this grey. Now, you imagine doing all of your printing on this. Now, we're going to give you the oversized because I'm a big believer in the fact that, listen, if I give you too much, you can always cut it down.
Yeah.
You can make it, but if I give you something too small, you can never add to it. So you can't make it bigger. You can't water it like a plant and make it grow. It is what it is.
Can you give me 2 sheets of that white paper?
2 sheets of the paper there, David. There's
Right,
one sheet.
what?
There's 2 sheets, David, yeah.
Let me just show you how much bigger it is than standard A3. 2 sheets of A4 make technically A3. Look how much extra you've got. More at the bottom, more on the side. So that's what we mean by SR A3, oversized A3. GSM, have we talked about the GSM?
220 GSM, this,
Wow.
David, but it feels much thicker because it's got that textured emboss there. It feels like a 250 or a 260, but it's technically is a 220 GSM.
Okay.
That means that will go through virtually everybody's printer because
Look.
you can bend it, shape it, bend it any way you want.
Look at, I thought you could have burst into song then. Look at the colours. Grey, blue, pink or peach, and the gold. 100 sheets in total in oversized A3. It's absolute luxury. Now we haven't even given you the price yet, but already lots of people in. This should be 70 quid.
It should be, because I did say, David, I started, didn't I? I said, look, 70 pence for one sheet. That's 35 pence for an A4 of this quality. That is an amazing price. But today, I'm in a really good mood because I'm on holiday after Friday. I've got a week off. I'm on holiday. So I've done a Smithy special. I said, well, listen, we're going to go out with a bang. So this is going to be our bang.
No word of a lie, this is going to blow your mind. Where we're going to go with this price, I wasn't expecting it. You'll be surprised by it, even though you know to expect the unexpected from this guy. Okay, half price would be great, wouldn't it? 35 quid? £17 and 99 pence. 17.99, not 70, 17.
17.99, David. Honestly, this is like the back of a. It fell off the back of a Smithy truck, did this, David? All legal and above board, let me tell you. But I mean, even the people back at the factory don't know that I've done this deal. So.
Oh really?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's just on a. It was on a need to know basis, David.
Now,
but listen, you didn't.
Dorothy, #1 fan of Smithy and Paper Dynamics, has gone for 3 of these. I'm not at all surprised. So that will be 36, 46, 50, about 52, 53 pounds that Dorothy's just paid for
300
that.
sheets, though, David.
I know. And
Or
1 P&P.
600 oversized A4. I stress oversized A4 because if you cut it in half, it's still bigger than A4. But look at it. How cool is that, David?
Think if you've got cutting machines. If you've got a Cricut, if you've got a Brother Scan and Cut or something like that, imagine cutting out this beautiful parchment paper or cardstock rather than just standard plain cardstock. It's got such character. I'll tell you what, Levi's going to get in close for me just so you can see the texture. You can hopefully see just how fibrous it is. And you can see how that mottled pattern is so beautiful. Cheers, mate. Look at that. Nearly 10% of a big stock has gone. That's why we're calling it the Italian job. You can make your own scrolls. You can print on it. You can print menus on it. Again, use it for all sorts of things. But at £17.99, you are saving £52 off the price. Should be £70, should be basically 70p a sheet. And if that was in a store, in a stationer's, for 70p a sheet, people would be buying it left, right and centre. You could probably charge, I reckon, for luxury like this, you could get away with charging £1.50 a sheet. Today, you're getting it. How much is it per sheet we worked it out to? £17.99 divided by 100, it's 18p a sheet.
18 pence a sheet,
18p a
David.
sheet.
Unbelievable.
What are you doing?
I'm breaking the machine, David.
You're breaking the machine?
I'm just breaking the machine, yeah. I'm just doing everything wrong today. I'm still here.
Don't worry.
I'm hiding.
Well,
I'm hiding.
I've got a screen full now. Roy in Hampshire's in. I'd love to know what you're going to be using this on. What are you using it for?
Why is it doing that?
I don't know what you're doing.
It's making me jump.
I'm just hearing some very strange noises. Penny in East Sussex, Anne in Gloucestershire. Between you and Carly, you're going to wreck that machine. Cara in Hampshire, Leslie, Jenny, Jackie, Rebecca, Ursula, all coming through for this today. This is the Italian job, a special from Smithy, because he's on his old from Friday. You going away?
No, I'm going to a place called Argate, David.
Argate?
Yeah. Have you ever been?
No.
Oh, it's down the bottom of the garden.
Argate. Boom, boom.
Boom, boom. David, look at that.
That's what you're trying to do.
That's what I'm trying to do.
It was worth the wait.
It was worth the wait. It is definitely worth the wait. Look how stunning. See, don't just think it was being parchment. Look at what else you can do with it, David.
Is the machine all right?
Yeah, the machine. I think it's okay.
Okay, cool.
I've also done a bit of die cut with it as well, David.
Look at that.
Hey?
When you want to have...
This is like rocking horse. It is.
Oh, I got nervous then when you started to say that. 17th, yeah, but look, you can emboss it. I mean, it's got an instant texture. And actually, brilliant. Any animals that you've got and you want like a fur effect.
Yep.
Animal dyes.
Animal dyes.
This is perfect.
Do you know what else would be good, David?
Go on.
If you run a school or a youth club and you want certifications, you've got your gold, you've got your sort of like your silver, and you've got your bronze. And there we go, all in one.
And you can make them into scrolls if you wanted to. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's an absolute luxury, something a bit different. Where else would you, if you went out of your front door today to go into your nearest town or city and you wanted to find parched paper like this, where would you look? Where would you go? You wouldn't find it, no chance, especially in SRA3. Smithy does the kind of detective work for you, brings the deals here. You don't get any more variety than you do here with Paper Dynamics as far as card and paper is concerned. We've got the budget printer paper in the show for $4.99, 500 sheets. We've got the slightly higher GSM, $6.49 for 500 sheets. And this is 100 sheets of this beautiful parchment for just $17.99. Being asked if you can actually stamp on it, I thought you meant...
Absolutely, you can stamp on it. Stamp on it, yeah.
But
no, you can stamp on it. It's uncoated, it's complete. Tear a sheet up, give it tear it up. It's a solid coat.
All right.
Go for it, David.
I'll go for it.
And I'm just going to go a bit of scoring down here as well, because you could literally make... Oh.
Yeah, you got the same colour, or a slightly lighter shade of it, going through the centre of the core as well. It has got a slight emboss to it to a degree, but it will stamp beautifully, I'm sure of that. I haven't got any stamps here to try, to be honest. You could even make it into card blanks. If you wanted to have a card blank, maybe for someone that's leaving a job or something like that, and you've got loads of signatures to go on it, look at that for a size of card. How cool is that? DL cards, score it.
Well, listen, what about, if you're running a restaurant?
Menus.
Restaurant menus.
Cocktail menu.
Cocktail menus. You can do all of that, David. There you go. So it will printable, it can print it, but just imagine if you wanted to do that, David, and, let's just have a quick look at this, really. We'll do a bit of a fold.
Well, Stephen in Somerset's gone for 2. Nice one, Stephen. Tell us what you're going to use it for. I'm intrigued. Margaret in Cumbria has gone for 2 as well. The rest of you, I think it looks like have gone for 1, but there's many, many more names off the end of the screen there.
I'm thinking there's my menu and there's my list of what's on there.
Yep.
My starter, my main course, my dessert part of it. So you could literally make cracking cards for, listen, $17.99, $6.49 or $4.99, all of that for under 23 quid-ish.
Yeah, that's if you're buying everything we've shown you in the show so far. 1 P&P of $3.95. If you bought something already earlier on today, it's a delivered price, whatever you're purchasing. How do we do it? How does Smithy do it? I don't know. Is this a room 4 discovery or not?
No, David. This is like I just said. We've not had parchment on for a long, long time, and I just thought this is going to be great to make your big boxes, to make your cake boxes, to make your bottle boxes. This is going to make all sorts because it's a good strength of 220 GSM, and I love the colour palette as well, David. Really, actually, beautiful colour palette.
You made a really good point. I didn't think of that. Bronze, silver, gold. Okay, it's a kind of peachy colour and a bluey, but yeah, bronze, silver, gold. You can make rosettes.
Rosettes, absolutely, yeah. And the winner is,
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, you can think mainly from your A lot of people go to these little, you know, like the Crufts, the dog kind of things, make rosettes for their pets, horses, a lot of horse content shows as well, don't they?
Yep.
You know, equestrian's the word I'm looking for. Equestrians, make your own rosettes for them.
Do you know what? The actual luxury of this is very evident. Sometimes when you look at cardstock or paper, you have to get quite close to see any texture or any sort of effects to it. But you can really see, even from that distant shot there that you're looking at, that there's something special about it. It's got that slightly dimpled effect, hasn't it? And it's just gorgeous. And you can print it, provided your printer takes that weight of GSM, which it would do.
Most printers, David, will take this weight. The only question with printers is whether it goes in the front, round the rollers, and out the top.
Yeah.
And that's why we say to you need to test it first of all. But on a weight of cardstock like this, which is 220 GSM, 4-ply board, it's got such a, you can see it will flex really quite easily. So I'm pretty confident that most people, try a sheet first of all, but most people will be able to print with that because it'll go out. If your printer goes out the back and straight out the front, you're 100% nailed on, it's going to work. Absolutely,
well,
no problem
we're
at
just
all.
getting busier and busier and busier. Everyone buying this, I'm sure, has different ways and different reasons for buying it and wondering how they're going to be, well, what they're going to be using it for. Let us know. Is it going to be for a special event coming up? Is it going to be for publicity? Because that's a great poster size, isn't it?
It is a good poster size as well, David. Yeah, and brilliant for that. And of course, I think the parchment's a little bit of an oldie worldy look as well, really, isn't it? You know, so it's not like modern, but it could have a modern twist to it. But it's an oldie worldy look, and it's parchment, and it is like oh yay, roll up. Here at Hobby Maker, we got parchment card for $17.99. Yay.
Maybe you've got like a village fete coming up in the summer and you want to advertise it, you want to put posters and things like that in the windows of the shops to let everyone know what's going on. These are great for that as well. If you are doing like a trip down memory lane, you're kind of trying to recreate like back in the day, a yesteryear sort of event, then this is great because it's got the parchment look and feel to it, but you've got the 4 colours. I've never seen 4 colours of parchment like this. You've got the gold, you've got the peach, you've got the blue, you've got the silver, or as we said, bronze, silver and gold, and that blue as well. It should be £70 for 100 sheets, so that basically is 70p, isn't it? 70p.
You could do treasure maps on this, David, as well, couldn't you?
Could.
You could do those car things where they go out in the car. I haven't done one for a long time, but used to go out with the car, you know, go out on those treasure things. But you could print the maps on, couldn't you, and all that sort of thing as well.
It is 70p a sheet for what you should be spending. You're buying it today, it's 18 pence. So you're saving 62p on each one. Each pack of 25 should be £17.50. You're only paying 49 pence for the other 3 if you want to think of it like that.
Smithy's gone mad, hasn't he? He's gone mad. He's absolutely gone up.
Now, you will need to be in for this because, of course, it will not fit through the letterbox. We will get it delivered to you.
It won't, David, and this is how it's going to come to you as well. If you want a lovely gift, that's how it's going to come to you as well. Isn't that nicely packaged, if I say so myself?
Slice it sheet at a time. Keep everything nice and neat and pristine. If the cat's going to walk around and gets inquisitive as to what you're up to in your craft room, it'll keep it dust-free as well. But that's how it'll come. That's what 100 sheets looks like for less than £18.
You will have to open the door though, David.
You will.
It will not fit through a letterbox. By the time that comes in its box, you are going to be super.
That's got to be.
pleased.
That's got to be 2 kilos.
It's definitely over 2 kilos. David. Yeah, absolutely. And all of that for the P&P price that we do here.
£3.95 for the whole day. Okay, that is the Italian job. Now, Smithy's deal of the month. Now, bearing in mind, after today, he's off for a week or 2.
My wife thinks I've gone barking. David.
Well, she only thinks that now.
She should have thought of it 30 years ago, but she didn't. She's only thinking of it now. She said to me, Keith, you can't do this. I said, watch me.
Watch me.
Who says I can't do this now? Let me just tidy up for a minute, too, because you're not going to believe this next offer that we've got for you. But you're going to have to be quick because we don't have endless.
You're useful to have around, tidying up like that.
I've got my domestic things as well, David. I've got quite good domestic-y kind of chores. Now,
Smithy's deal of the month. The comet has landed. What on earth does that mean? Oh.
This, David. This is really
Not card.
Nice.
Not card. Paper.
This is paper.
Luxury.
Absolutely. Pearlescent. 120 GSM paper, David. And listen, I let Andrea loose with this, and I said, Andrea, what can we do with this? And she has gone crazy and made the most amazing samples to show
how many
you.
in total have we got here, Keith?
Oh, David.
50 of each.
We're going to give you 50 sheets of that, 50 sheets of that, 50 sheets of that.
150.
150. But look, can you see how the pearlescent is on there?
Now, $12.50 a pack for 50 sheets of that wonderful silver, that gorgeous slate grey, and that magical champagne. £37.50 for 150 sheets.
Yeah, now that means that's 25 pence a sheet, David.
That's
£12.50,
good.
it's 25 pence a sheet. This is double-sided pearlescent. This is 120 GSM. This is amazing quality for 25 pence. That price there is the equivalent of 25 pence a sheet, and you're getting 150 sheets.
Look at the sort of thing you can do with this when you've got these colour palettes at your hand. Look at this. Use your dyes. Oh, that's amazing. Those colours work so well together. And it's Andrea that's done this, is it?
That's Andrea that's done
Andrea,
this. Yeah.
brilliant job.
She has there. And listen, I've got some things to show you as well here, David. Let me just get them all into my little sets, if I may, because I've got to do a smile in there, smile in there. Oh, look, she's done a brilliant, brilliant job because, look, let me just put that there, David, for you. I'm not going to show. Listen, you can colorise it as well. Look, you can add colour to them. There's no problem.
I just think that colour combination is so classy, isn't it? Really, really lovely. It's not cheap and cheerful. It's opulent. It looks expensive. You can see the way that the light dances off the pearlescence. $37.50 for 150 sheets. You know it's not going to be that price. You know we're going to take it down to a crazy, crazy price. If it's going to be called Smithy's monthly deal, you know it's going to be an amazing opportunity and offer. Look at the board. There we go. If you're into your paper folding, that sort of thing, making rosettes out of it.
Yep.
Die cutting it, embossing it.
First one here, die cut. Look how it die cuts. How it die cuts. So we've got 3 samples there. You hold that one, David, for me, please.
Yep.
And I'll hold this one. So now you've got all 3 colours die cut.
Wow.
There you go. That's the 3 colours already die cut, and the 2 of them have been mounted. So we've got the opal and we've got the tungsten.
Yep.
Already die cut. Look at these other ones as well, David. Look how beautiful these flowers are that it's made down at the bottom here.
Stunning, aren't they?
Because you can bend it, shape it, you can do all of those sort of things as well.
And you don't need to add any effects because it's got the pearlescence already built on and on the front and on the back of the paper as well. I've just seen where we're going with this. It's kind of unbelievable. Okay, let's get a clock on. Honestly, if you love these colours, and why wouldn't you? They work together so well. 50 sheets of the champagne, 50 sheets of the grey, 50 sheets of the silver, 150. Matte and layer with it. It's a lot cheaper then to send your card if it's got paper rather than cardstock for mats and layers, let's face it. Myrna in Norfolk has checked out. Crafter in Perth and Kinross is also putting it in your basket. Pamela, Lynn in Greater London. What about if we could get this to half price or maybe go to 20 quid? Would you be happy with that? I would be. Okay, Laura's just going to push the button. We're to 0. Look, £8. Not 18, not 28, £8.98. That's $2.99 each pack of 25. Should have been $12.50 each colour.
You do know I'm in some big trouble. You do know that, don't you?
I'm not surprised. You're saving nearly 30 quid.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm going on holiday. They can't tell me off twice.
They'll be chasing you down the runway. Get out of this country, Keith. You're costing us too much money. There you go. Okay, $8.98 for everybody. It's Keithy's deal of the month, not to be missed. Can you print onto that?
Oh,
even though it's got the
look at all
pearlescence?
these little things. She's written little cards on the back to see what they've been done with it. See,
Cut and emboss folder with wax used to highlight. Yeah, love it.
There we go. Die cut frame.
Yep.
Unbelievable. And then look at the different effects.
Bit of
You've got that
embossing
one
powder
there,
on there.
David. That's a sister product in the different colours. So you've got the same effect in the different colours that work there, David. Absolutely brilliant.
Now, the baskets are absolutely filling up. No surprise there whatsoever. There's always a treat in store. When Smithy's in the building, you know he's going to pull out the stops with virtually everything in the show today. Everything is pulling out the stops as far as I'm concerned. With the budget printer paper that we got for you for less than a £5. This is the biggest stock we have in the show, but it's also the biggest saving. £30 off the price. Come on, Lorraine in Lancashire's gone for 2. Stephen in Somerset. Hi to you, Stephen. It's gone for 2 as well. Hello, Leslie, Susan, Linda, Eileen, another Susan, Sue. Loads of you putting it in your baskets and checking out. Look, with embossing folders, it's incredible.
And look how the 3 colours work together though, David. That's what I love. I love the fact that we've got the matting and layering. So not only have you got the embossing on the middle there, if we just scan out to the frames on the edges, you'll see how the actual 3 colours work beautiful together there. Look, so you've got the opal, you've got the tungsten. You're absolutely brilliant to be able to work with together as a trio.
I'm just blown away by the value. I really am. Cannot believe you can get all 150 sheets for £8.98. It's pennies per sheet, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like it should cost you at least 30 to 40p a sheet because of the luxury of it. And printable, but look, champagne, like a platinum, and then you've got that beautiful, beautiful grey in the centre there as well. But yeah, loads of you I know love to paper fold and origami, that sort of thing. But if you're doing it with the standard everyday paper, it looks all right. But when it's got a pearlescence to it, it doesn't look all right. It looks amazing. It looks magical. What about if you've got downloads that you want to print onto?
Yeah, I'm going to say, haven't we got the Crafty Witches coming up?
We have.
There you go.
Tomorrow.
Meow. There you go. There's one, David.
Yeah.
How cool is that? All in colour. There's another one there, David. There you go.
Doesn't it look great with the pearlescence?
A little bit of shimmer there.
Yeah.
How about a third one then, David? A little bit of shimmer on there as well.
Very nice.
Are they fantastic? How about printing those wonderful inserts or those words on there as well? Look, you've got all of your words.
Now you're talking. Now you're talking. Look at that.
This is amazing. 120 GSM, guaranteed to go through anybody's printer. But look what you can do with it. Look at the effects that you can get. This is the same product in the 3 different colours there, David. Unbelievable as to how that's going to work. Shall we add another little bit of colour? Do you remember we did this a few months ago?
Yep.
We did the lovely little clouds. Look how cool it looks in the different colourways.
Maybe you've got photographs that are on your phone you want to print off of you and your other half, or you and your mum and dad, or whatever, you and your dog. Yeah, print it onto pearlescent paper. It's going to look incredible.
It's going to look stunning, David. And the best of it is, boys and girls, you can make and you can sell.
Yes.
We're quite happy to do that. David, do you want to hold on to that one there?
Yep.
Look, this is pictures. This is full colour. Absolutely full colour pictures been done onto the opal. I'll show you some in the other colours as well. But brilliant as full colour prints. So that could be photographs, that could be your family.
Exactly,
You know,
yeah.
It could be your holiday pictures. But on that pearlescent, you get the shimmer, you get the shine, you get the luxury. You imagine mounting that up then, David, as well.
Do you know what? I always talk to you about my mum. She has always had amazing handwriting and loves to write notes. She doesn't do text, she doesn't do email, she's not interested, doesn't get her head around the phone thing. So she loves luxury paper, and you very kindly gave her some a few months ago. She loves to write notes to friends and family, and on paper like this, it's going to be beautiful. It's such luxury. Make this into your insert. This could also be the inside of a luxury envelope if you wanted it to be
Absolutely.
as well.
Well, funny you should
It
say that.
could make a luxury
I've got an envelope here somewhere that's been made with it as well. And look, can I just show you this as well? Because look, this is rather quite. This was a Smithy happy accident because there, I know that might be upside down. It is upside down,
Yeah.
but partly because I pressed the printer and it came out with, and it was then double-sided. So you see, look how cool it will work in terms of a double side print as well, David.
So that proves to you, from a luxury point of view, how good this paper is. It takes the ink brilliantly. So if you're worried about, because it's pearlescent, would it be able to print okay? The answer is yes, it does print okay. It prints marvelously. So if it prints pictures like this so well, imagine how it's going to look with printed text on it. If it's maybe a menu you're printing off, or again, advertising an event that's coming up fairly soon, or anything like that. But if you're out shopping for paper, all you're going to see is the run-of-the-mill everyday opportunities. You're not going to find pearlescent cardstock and paper like this in your local supermarket or in your local stationers. I don't know where Smithy gets this from.
Well, you won't find it, David, and particularly at that price, $8.98 for 150 sheets. It's the best price I could bring, David. Honestly, I don't know if I can do it ever again. I might,
Well, this is why it's your deal of the month. It's the deal of May.
It's the deal of the month.
Absolutely. And this is Smithy's last day for at least a week to 10 days before he's coming back for his holiday. So whether we'll be able to mention this again if we still have stock after this show is debatable because, of course, we just do it when Smithy's here.
Absolutely, David. Yeah, get it whilst we've got it, really.
Ooh, look at it
it's
embossed.
The best price that you can.
Look at it embossed. Look at that. Isn't that amazing?
So that's colour 1, David.
Yep.
That's colour 2.
Yep.
And that's colour 3.
Wow. So you get 50 sheets of the champagne, you get 50 sheets of the light grey or platinum, and you get 50 sheets of the darker grey as well. Both, or all of them, are double-sided. GSM again, did we say that?
120 GSM,
120.
David. And this
120.
card here has been made, David, using all 3 elements, all 3
That's
colours
my favourite one. I love that.
working in harmony with each other. So look how the 3 blend and mix with each other. And that's using dyes on there. You know, that's literally taking it to the full extent of what you can do. You've got your match your layers with the outer side colours on the edges. And then look how beautiful it is die cut.
And whether you're using this to make an envelope, whether you're using it as the envelope liner, whether you're using it as an insert, a luxury insert inside a card, this would look amazing. And again, use your dies, matte and layer with them. They work together as colorways brilliantly. Look at these verses and these sentiments, these toppers.
Yeah, and look how the light comes off as it shimmers across there. You know, this is double-sided pearlescent, 120 GSM. Listen, you could go into, I define it, go anywhere on planet Earth and you'll not beat this price, David. You will not beat this price. But not only about the price, the quality is outstanding.
Absolutely. £8.98 and it is yours. Simple as that. Multi-order. Many of you have gone for more than one. One crafter has gone for 5. Stephen in Somerset has gone for 2. So Stephen, you're going to be getting 150, 300. Deborah's gone for 2 as well. Janet has gone for 2 too. Yeah, but one person's gone for 5. So that's 500. That's 750 sheets someone's buying, and 5 £8.98s. About £45 with 1 P&P. How much of a massive stock? 20% of a huge stock, enough to last a whole month. Is this the launch of this? It's not been on before.
No, this is
launch
the launch
of it.
David, yeah. This
launch
is
of
the
it, and we're not
launch.
seeing him for 10 days or nearly 2 weeks. So get it in your basket. You can order at any time while we have the stock, but 20% of the stock has gone this afternoon in one show. And if it's a deal of the month, it's supposed to last about 30 odd days for 20% to go in literally 20 minutes. That is pretty impressive. It's been on screen for 10 minutes less. So 20% gone in 10 minutes.
10 minutes, David.
It's just one of those opportunities.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do say many times, like when we do the room 4 offers, David, it is one of those things really where, you know, get it whilst we've got it and get it whilst it's at this price. Because as you said earlier on about pricing, David, we can't always keep them to the lowest prices. We're doing this as a special offer. It's going to last 1 month only, and that'll be gone.
Or if the stock sells out before the month's over. It's one of those things that it's just too good to miss out on the opportunity of ordering it at this price. Even if you don't know what you're going to use it for now, to have it, you will use it, and you will use it to great effect. So many of you are putting it in your basket and checking out. You've got to be quick to check out on this. It's someone somewhere, sooner rather than later, is going to miss out on this. Tell your friends as well, text them. If maybe your friends are out and about, or they're at work, or they can't watch the TV at the moment, just get them to go onto our website or download the app on the phone and get this deal. It's the deal of the month, but Smithy's not here for about 2 weeks after today, roughly 2 weeks. So we won't see it again probably until beginning of June.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, I will bring it back on another day when I'm back in the building.
If the stock.
But we've got a lot coming up in June. Busy month in June.
And I know. And also, lots of people watch these shows later. You know, a lot of people can't watch 1, 2, 3, 4 in the afternoon. They can only watch in the evening. So if you're watching this on your laptop or on your smartphone or your tablet or something, and it's 10 o'clock at night, I hope there's stock still there. At the moment, at 3:45 live on Hobby Maker, there is enough stock at the moment, but over 20% of that's gone. Dorothy in Nottinghamshire, your friend, 4 sets, please. Dorothy.
Oh, well done, Dorothy.
I don't know what you do with all this paper and card. I'm intrigued.
Oh, well, Dorothy's obviously a busy young lady, isn't she?
She is,
going to be a busy young lady. Now, this is the tungsten, so this we're talking about the different shapes, the grey. This is going to be brilliant for that. You could also use this, David, for envelopes. Yeah. You could use this for envelope liners. I was actually looking for my envelope. I have it. Oh, look, there you go. David, there's an envelope that we've made a DL kind of envelope.
And that's the sort of envelope I look forward to receiving. I hate brown envelopes, always have done. But this sort of envelope, you know, it's going to be something like Happy Post inside it. Could be an invitation or whatever, but I think the colour combination.
You can definitely stamp on this, David, you know, so if you're a stamper and you want to be able to stamp on there and get those wonderful stamped effects, wherever my sheets have all gone, wonderful stamping kind of effects, which we've done obviously on a print, but if you wanted to get that kind of effect using your stamps, you're going to get exactly the same.
Where's that card gone, Smithy?
The card, David, is all underneath here.
That's the one I want. That's the one that did it for me. For colour combinations, Andrea, you're a star. Look at that. Using a die, maybe you've got a die very similar to this or maybe the same. But look, using the champagne as the backdrop, matte and layer with the grey, the silver, and then the champagne. And then use the die cuts on there as well. It just looks so elegant, so sophisticated, and it's perfectly flat and quite a lightweight card too, because it's paper in the end of the day. £8.98, I can't believe my eyes. It should be nearly £40, £37.50. Today you can have it for £8.98. YCWP58 is the product code, and multi-order if you can afford it to take advantage of the deal.
Look at that one, David, across the corners, little corner embossing folders there, little bit of splish splash splosh there, only across the corner, but look how it works perfectly. So again, wonderful effects on there.
Look, when you emboss anything that's pearlized, it makes it pop even more. It really, really does. So $8.98 for all three, 50 of each sheet, CWP 58, YCWP 58. Now, individually, you can buy them. So if you want just the champagne, 50.
Platinum, David. Platinum, want it on its own? Can I have platinum on its own?
Okay.
No problem.
That's the darker grey. So if you want the platinum, how much is that on its own? It's coming. Okay, 50 sheets of that, £12.50?
£12.50.
No, we can do better than that. $3.99.
Oh my goodness, I've forgotten I'd done that, David.
I didn't know you had. I didn't know we had them on their own.
That bit, David. I've got to be honest and say, yeah, I thought it was going to be the £12.50. Listen, £3.99. So if, maybe you might want an extra one of your favourite colour.
Yeah. Do you want extra? Is that the colour you're going to use most, or is that your favourite out of all three? Or maybe you just want that colour and you want to buy multiples of it. Maybe it's going to be stationery that you're going to be using for an invitation to a party, or maybe a wedding, or a civil partnership, or anything like that. We've got the individuals in all three colourways. That is the platinum. What are you calling that one? Tungsten.
And opals.
Opals. I'll be calling it champagne, but you know what I mean.
Champagne.
Okay. All of those are available at $3.99 each. Now that will be nearly £12, but if you buy all three together, £8.98 is crazy. Now the tungsten, there it is on its own.
I love this colour, David. It's a really lovely, lovely colour. It does work great, with the platinum as well, but it is a beautiful colour, almost like a bluey silver.
I was going to say silver blue. Yeah, absolutely. Really gorgeous and very easy if you're printing onto it to read whatever you've printed. So really, really lovely. Yeah, it is a bluey silver, for want of a better description. 50 sheets, £3.99. You can multi-order this as many times as you want as well. SCWP 56.
Look how that's worked there, David, with the dies behind that one as well. You know, that lovely tungsten there in the background. Then obviously you've got the opal, which we're going to come to in a minute or two, laid on top of that. So you can see how beautiful all of them work. You can see Andrew's done an amazing job here. She's added her inks, she's added her embossing powders have gone onto there as well. This is a paper stock that's going to give you everything.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. $3.99, not $12.50. You can ignore that. This is again part of Smithy's major monthly meltdown deal.
It's a meltdown deal.
It's a meltdown deal. Yeah. It really is. So, and then the other colour we haven't done yet is the
opal. Opal. You called it champagne.
I call it champagne. Yep. Okay, we're calling it opal. I can see why.
Sailor. Do you remember the man Sailor?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
The glass of champagne.
The glass of champagne.
I remember. So, yeah, pearlescent both sides. That's probably the most traditional of all of them. Beautiful, beautiful colourway. Opal, we're calling it on the screen. I'm calling it champagne, but it's entirely up to you. And we're doing this for £3.99 as well for a pack of 50. But, of course, the best value is to buy the trio of all three colours, where you're getting the whole lot for under £9. Can't believe it.
I don't know. I've done that, David.
I don't know how you've done it.
It's been a slip of the pen there. I think it was supposed to be £19, but hey ho, it is.
Hey ho.
I am where I am.
Take advantage. It's to your advantage.
I'm going to blame the wife. It's the wife's fault. I'm sure it is. She made me press the wrong button. Now I'll say
she'll be watching.
We'll be watching. But when I get home, she probably will. When I get home, I'll say, no. I didn't blame you at all, darling. Honestly, I'd take the full responsibility for this price.
Karen, record this. It's on demand. You can get it on catch up. Remember
you can get it on catch up. Yeah, I forgot about that, David. Yeah.
Okay. Now the opal luster. Dawn, Christine, Maynett, Gillian in Lincolnshire, Ruth in Somerset. Already 10% of that has gone. That's the opal luster if you want it, or I was calling it champagne. Now we're going to go back to the Italian job.
We're going to go back to the Italian job, David.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to the Italian job, which only because it's an Italian paper craft. Made in an amazing paper mill over there in Italiano.
Now, you know how many of these we had? A quarter of that massive stock has gone. It is surely, it's the quantity and the quality that allow us to do these prices. And you can have all four colourways here. This is parchment. So, can you see? It's probably easiest to see on the gold. If I hold the gold up, it's got almost like a mottled touch. It's a bit like watercolour card in its feel, but it's not quite as stippled as watercolour card would be. But you've got this kind of mottled texture to it. So if you've got any animal dies, you can make them look as if they've got fur, because it's got that sort of effect to it. Really beautiful. As Levi's getting in close in the camera, look at that, perfect. Great camera work. But you can see the effect and see that very luxurious kind of oldie worldy feel to it. So yeah, you can print on this, stamp on this. It's oversized A3. That is your gold. You get it's 25 sheets of each, isn't it?
Yep, 25 sheets, David, yeah.
25 sheets of the gold. 25 sheets of this, which is, what colour are we calling this? Peach?
Peach.
Peach. 25 sheets of the peach, which actually looks a little bit different on the screen, but it's a beautiful light peach colour. 25 sheets of the blue. And then lastly, 25 sheets of the grey. So you're going to get all of this, 100 sheets of oversized A3. Now, £70 should be where we're at with this. And actually, let me just show you. This is how Keith is sending it out to you. It will come packaged like this. So all I would do, I'd get a little craft knife, skim across the top there, getting a little slit in the plastic, and then you can slide a sheet out at a time. And that just keeps it all in nice condition, in tip-top. Now, he's been die cutting again. Is the machine behaving itself?
I've fixed it, yeah, I've fixed it. There you go. There's my die. There's when it's die cut, David.
There you go. So it will die cut beautifully. Perfect. Isn't that cute? Really cute.
Yeah, great. Yeah, honestly, David, you will have so much fun with this. But because you've got such a big sheet size, David, do you know what else this is good for? This is also good because how many of your cluster dies, your bigger dies, that you want to be able to do your 8x8 cards with, you've got all this, you're going to get at least 2 8x8s on there. This is 450 millimetres. Cut that in half, that's 225 millimetres. Do you know how big 8 inches is, David? 200 millimetres. That's not a trick question. That's 200 millimetres, David. There you go. Some might say it's 210, but it's actually 200 millimetres is 8 inches. I know. And this...
So does Jo Venison as well. She's looking over.
You can get 2 out of that, David, as well. So again, making your bigger parchment cards, making your 8x8 cards or your gatefold cards is going to be unbelievable to do that. Bottle boxes, as I mentioned, I'm giving this to Andrea yet. I didn't.
I just realised we hadn't got the price down. Look at where we went with this. If you've just got in, turned the TV on and didn't realise, this deal, worth £70, is yours for £17.99. £17.99. Yeah, I always say with big card stock, oversized A3 in particular, you can always cut that down to a smaller size, but it's very difficult to make smaller cards into larger cards. So here's your opportunity to go for SRA3. GSM on this again?
220, David.
220?
220.
Very nice.
Which means it's going to work for all of your projects. Card making, scroll making, 8x8 cards, 6x6 cards, 7x7 cards, tall cards, DL cards, every kind of shape of card. You've got all of them there. This is a stack of cards, David, waiting to happen. GJWP58. Just put it in your basket and check out. Even if you're not sure what you're using it for yet, to have it there when you need luxury, because that's what it is. Parchment is luxury. It is printable. You can make it into scrolls if you want to, if you've got special. Maybe you do reenactments and stuff like that, and you want to have something that looks really oldie-worldy. Absolutely.
Perfect.
Yeah,
you can stamp on it. Even though it's got texture, you can stamp on it. It will kind of take the stamp quite easily.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No problem at all.
And look at the full colours. And remember, we did say you've got almost like silver, bronze, silver and gold in there. I mean, that could be the bronze, that could be the silver, and that could be the gold.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That would work. So
certifications,
yes.
certificates, school certificates, youth organisation certificates. We all love getting a certificate, don't we?
Yeah.
It'd be really nice to get a certificate, and this is going to give you exactly that, Dave.
Brilliant. Well, it's been a massive show. Very, very popular, everything. If you've missed anything, remember we've gone from right at the beginning of the show from kind of budget-friendly copier paper, starting at 500 sheets for £4.99. Another option was a slightly higher GSM for £6.49, I think it was. It's all there. If you can watch it back, have a look at hobbymaker.co.uk. Have a look there. You'll see all the options that Keith has been bringing us this hour. And you're back with one more show.
I'm back with Zena. Do you know what with? I only got a limited amount, so you're going to have to be quick to join us. But my little friends up here, my little friends up here are joining us at 6 o'clock, David.
Oh, them. Oh, they're great. They're cute. I think it'll be with Hayley, actually.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So Hayley's on later on. So whatever you do, order anything in the show as quickly as you can. Check out your baskets. And I'll be here in a second. We've got Storage4Crafts. Lovely Jo is here. We've got some brand new storage solutions that are not going to break the bank with Jo and Storage4Crafts after a short break. See you in about 3 minutes.
Bye-bye.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock and I love doing these shows, I really do, because these are problem-solving shows. The lovely Jo Venison has come all the way from Devon to be with us again today. You right?
Yeah, I'm fine, you?
Good, yeah, not too bad at all. And Jo, Storage4Crafts, it's a family business, isn't it?
It is, yes.
That's what I love about it so much.
Yeah, it's our 19th year this year, this month actually.
Okay.
And yeah, it's going from strength to strength, and just because I'm a messy crafter.
And it all started because you asked your husband to make you some storage.
Yeah.
And he wasn't thinking about making it a business at that point.
Not at that point, no. He was making bedroom furniture.
Right.
And we happened to do a show, and I just took along what he'd made me, and that proved more popular than what he'd made.
Okay.
And so we thought, okay, well, there's scope here.
Brilliant. Okay, well, we've got storage for every budget and for everybody. Lots of brand new storage options for you as well, which I know you're going to love. The first one we're going to talk about is up here. Now, as with all of the Storage4Crafts goodies, there's always a choice of either the white or the oak finish, isn't there? Is that the same with this as well?
Same with that as well, yeah.
Okay, so this one is brand new to us today, never seen it before, really stylish looking. What you've got here are 12 by 12 size drawers, but they come with dividers and storage inside them.
Yeah, so all the drawers have got something different inside. Some of the trays you can take out.
You don't get the contents, obviously, of what's in there, but you do get the...
No, these have got lids on as well. So if you're going across to classes, Maybe you've got some embellishments that you've pre-made, you've cut out already. You can put those in there.
I'm just thinking, if you're a jewellery maker, or like me, a model maker, this is going to be a godsend.
They'd be perfect. So you've got, what are they, about 1 inch square maybe?
Yeah.
And then you've got slightly smaller ones on there.
So there's 18 compartments in that one.
18 in there, yeah.
And you've got 4, 2, 4, 6, 8, 4, 8, 32
Yep.
in that one. Okay.
32, and you've got lids on these.
Yep.
And if you've got any of our other boxes, the A4 ones, they fit, all these trays fit in the other boxes as well.
Okay.
So you can move them about. And then in here, you've got 2 bigger trays. You've got one with 3 compartments in, so you can put your tubes in if you wanted to. Your slightly bigger embellishments in that one. And then down again.
Oh, this is such a clever idea.
It is, so everything is to hand. So if you do use a lot of small pieces, it's all here. That's not taking up space on your desk.
Now, already we're getting loads of you putting this into your basket. Presumably it's a self-assembly, is it?
It is self-assembly, yeah.
Right.
I did actually film myself making this the other day.
Right.
Once it's finished, I will put it up on our Facebook page so you can see how easy they are to make. So there you go. This would be perfect for skeins. So if you're into cross-stitch as well,
Yep.
perfect drawer for that. Then you've got slightly deeper trays again.
So we've got washi tape in here, things like that.
This is a 2-inch deep drawer.
Right.
So that's how deep these compartments are. And there's 15 in this one. And then
finally, the deepest one.
this drawer I've left open. So
Okay.
you can put whatever you like in that one.
Okay, now, this has never been on Hobby Maker before. I've never seen it before until today. You can imagine it, we've got the white cupboard underneath it to get an idea of what it will look like. We haven't got one of each here. So you can go for the vanilla or the classic oak. Maybe you've already got some storage for craft solutions in your home already. What is going to go with this? Is it going to sit maybe inside a bigger storage unit that you've already got? Is it going to sit on top maybe of a filing cabinet or on another desk or something? This is not $129.99. JY4S05. Okay, so it's numbers and letters. JY4S05. Under £100, and it's on split way. It's on actually 3-way split pay, not 2, 3-way. So it's $33.33 today. Let me just turn it around so you can see the depth of it as well. And as with all of Storage for Crafts, Jo, the build quality is exceptional. The first thing I always do is look at the back of things, because I've got nightmare stories of wardrobe backs that just kind of disintegrated when I was younger. This is as solid at the back as it is on the sides. It's a really good, thick quality wood that you use as well, isn't it?
It is. So it's melamine face chipboard. So it's the same as what goes in your bathrooms and kitchens, but this is 18mm thick as opposed to their generally 15.
Right.
And we use it throughout, as you say, so it stays nice and rigid. And it's going to take the weight on top as well. So you could put one of the small die machines on top if you wanted to.
Yep.
And it will sit there quite nicely. You could put a little telly on there as well.
Well, it's going to be a real problem solver and a real storage solution for you at home. I love the concept. I mean, if you don't want to have these divided trays in here, obviously you can take that out. And are the trays 12 by 12 or?
They are 12 by 12, but they are exactly 12 by 12. So if you've got any papers that have got, sometimes they have that strip on the end,
Right.
don't they? You do have to cut that off
Fair
to make
enough.
them fit.
Okay, so you've got the option. If you don't necessarily want these in there all the time, just take them out and use them completely separately. It's
Yeah.
up to you. So it's not a permanent fix in there.
No. And the drawers will pull out if you want them to. They have got a little nodule to stop them coming.
Yeah.
You just need to twist them slightly and give it a bit of a tug. So if you wanted to take the drawer to your desk.
And you've got the option of either the vanilla or the oak finish. I particularly love the oak finish. I've always been a fan
It's
of
nice,
that. It is
yeah.
really lovely. But it depends what you've already got or what you'd like to add to. And this is the lovely thing about Storage for Crafts. You can come in when Jo's here one day and buy one piece of furniture. This will get delivered to your door, by the way, and you assemble it yourself. Very easy. It's basically, 5 panels, and that's about it.
It
really,
is,
isn't
yeah.
it?
There's 8 screws to do on this one.
And then going down the line, everybody needs a bit more storage, maybe a few months down the line for something else. You can have your storage to all match. Now, if everyone checks out, 20% of the stock has already gone on this. And, at that sort of price, if you're thinking, oh, Jo's going to be on, it's all going to be units that are £2,000, £1,500. No, there are some units that are much, much less money than that, but still solve a big issue and a problem. There's storage for absolutely every budget and everybody as well. Lovely that it's on 3-way split.
It is really good, yeah.
33 today, plus your P&P of £3.95. If you've already bought something maybe from Keith earlier on, your P&P's taken care of. That will be delivered to your door. And what sort of lead time are we looking at these?
So with this one, you're looking at about 4 weeks.
Okay.
because it is a lot quicker for us to make this one.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and then it'll be with you.
So all the orders are made to order, basically?
They are all made to order, yeah. We don't have them already on the shelf ready to ship out. Once we know what we're going to be sending, that's when we'll start building.
But isn't it nice to know you're actually having something made just for you, not mass-produced in a factory in some other part of the world?
Well, this is it. We haven't got the space to store it to start with, but equally, if it's sat on the racking, it can get damaged and all other bits, and there's no point. No.
And because they're made, you know, by a family firm, you've got that hands-on, you've got the visuals. It's not like robots that are doing it. It's actually, you know,
it's
humans.
Kevin and I, yeah, that's it.
Oh, you get involved in the...
Oh, yeah. I count all the screw packs. I stand there for a few hours. Last week, I spent 16 hours counting out screws and nuts and bolts.
Shouldn't be so successful, should you?
No.
Okay, well, that's the one if you'd like it. Is it got a name, this one?
I couldn't come up with a name for this, so it's just a storage cube at the moment.
Okay, storage cube, that's cute.
Yeah.
Storage cube, if you like it, it is 12 by 12 drawers in there with the actual organiser trays, which can be removed if they're not appropriate.
Yeah.
And they go up in dimension and depth as you go down the cube. There we go. So they are just $99.99, either vanilla or the oak option. Choice is yours. And on split pay, that's $33.33. Okay, now, this one here is next. Now, I'm so pleased that this is here because this is like the slightly smaller version of your best-selling storage solution of all time. Was that the first thing your husband made?
That's the first thing Kevin ever made, yeah, the 130 in
the taller one.
Yeah.
So this one is the same, but slightly less tall. So if you've already got the taller one, this would sit next to it beautifully. It's the same depth, isn't it?
It is exactly the same footprint, except this is what we call 70 high. So it is half the size.
That could be a bedside cabinet if you wanted it to be.
Quite easily, yeah. So if you craft in the spare room, this could double up as the bedside cabinet.
Yeah.
You could turn it round so they can't see the drawers. And then when you want to craft, it's all accessible.
And look how solid it is. And also look how easy it is with those go-anywhere casters. This is, again, self-assembly. But the thing about your storage, Joe, is that certainly these type of storage units are very simple. They're just basically 4 or 5 sides, and that's it.
That's it. You're
Do it on the floor.
Really easy. You put the back on the floor, add the sides and the top and the bottom. Casters go on last. And then one person can make this and stand it up. It takes longer to put the shelf pegs in than it does to build this unit.
Right, okay. Now, you've got lovely deep trays in there as well. This is the oak version, obviously, but you have the option of either going in for it in the oak or in the vanilla. If you want to see the vanilla finish, just have a look at this one here. Obviously, it's a different unit, but imagine that colour in this. You've got the option. I know lots of you, it's kind of neck and neck in popularity, really, but I've done shoots with you in the past. It's been kind of half and half.
Yeah, it is. There doesn't seem to be a clear lead with this. I think because the colours we've got match, you know, a traditional decor, match the contemporary, and they go so well together as well. You can mix and match them.
Okay, now it's not going to be £175. I can assure you of that. UO4S51 is the code. Today, it's actually £35 less, £139.99, and we will have it on split pay, of course, as well. This is also on 3-way split pay, and that means your first payment today is £46 and 46 pence? 46.66. £46.66 is all you pay today. And look, it's solid, it's solid, it's solid. It's not wiggling around. It's not, you know, kind of bending or twisting off to the left or the right. You know, this is going to last you years.
It will, yeah. It's really nice, a comfortable size. It sits really nice next to your desk. I have one next to mine that has basically the stuff that I used to keep on my desk. So I've got one that's got my rulers in, it's got my paper, it's got pens and that kind of thing. And it's not taking up desk area then. So this is a desktop on wheels, desk tidy on wheels.
The other one that we did that's been the bestseller, the one that was about that high, wasn't it, roughly? Maybe you've got an understairs recess in the hallway or something like that. You could have the taller one, and then as the stairs go down, you could have the slightly smaller one next to it.
This is it, yeah. Perfect.
Bedside cabinet again, next to a desk, maybe where you do your crafting. It's kind of an easy height to reach if you're sat down at the desk, and we've got one to show you a bit later on. This is flying. Hello, Judith in Lancashire, Stephen in Hampshire, Heather in Fife. Loads of you coming in, brand new crafter coming in as well. It is the smaller version of what many of you already own. Is it half the height or...?
It is about half the height,
the height, okay. And the casters are dead simple to put on too.
They are, and 2 of them lock as well. So once it's in place, you can lock 2 of them.
Oh, okay.
And then it's not going to go anywhere.
Oh, there's a little down there.
There's a little, just push that down.
Oh, okay. So that's now locking it in. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Very good. And that's the sort of attention to detail and luxury that you get with
This is-
bespoke furniture that's made for you.
Yeah, because most craft rooms that we've come and put these in, or I have had at home, have had like laminate flooring.
Yeah.
The last thing you want is something on wheels to then slide about if it's not up against the wall. So we've added those casters so that you can move it next to your desk, lock it down.
Could you use it in the bathroom?
Yes, you can, quite
Do you have
easily.
to be careful about moisture in the atmosphere or hot conservatories?
Not at all, because of the material we've used it from, and this same material is in your kitchens and bathrooms. It's going to take the fluctuations in heat.
Right.
It's going to take moisture. It's going to take spillages, and you can clean it with whatever you use in those rooms as well.
Okay, well, if you want to take us up on split pay, that's there for everyone to enjoy and take advantage of. We don't go through a finance business or anything like that. It's just literally us as hobby makers saying, well, give us a third of it today. Your order will be placed with Joe. And what sort of time for delivery are we with
You're
this?
looking about 6 weeks on
About 6 weeks, okay. So you pay the first payment today, they start to make it straight away. Next payment comes off your card in 4 weeks' time. Then 2 weeks after that, it'll be delivered. And then the final payment you pay in 8 weeks' time, okay? So all paid for a couple of weeks after you've actually received it. So, and it's nice to, you know, we've all been down the flat pack route, and some have been triumphs and some have been disasters, but it's lovely to have something that is made by hand by people who know what you want it for. People who know that what's going to go in here is probably going to be heavy. You're going to want versatility and movability as well, and accessibility too. So everything like this is built with the crafter in mind, isn't it?
It is, and because our stuff is quite modular, the trays in here do fit in the 130 tower if you've got one of those,
Yeah.
or if you've got the Marwood, so you can move things around quite easily.
Okay, and it's available in the vanilla or the oak. Choice is yours. Looking at around about 6 weeks delivery, but they're brilliant. They will deliver it as soon as they possibly can. If everyone checks out on this, 20% of the stock has gone. And everyone who buys this will probably be using it for lots of different things. Maybe you want to furnish an office, for example, and you want to use this for not craft stuff, not the fun stuff, but for the serious job that you do. More and more people are working at home, if not maybe all week, maybe a couple of days a week. So you just want to have like office storage space at home. I mean, the top 2 trays could be office, bottom 4 could be craft, you know.
Yeah, quite easily.
Or different members of the family having different trays to use.
Yep.
But it looks the business as well. Okay, so that's, is that the first time on air?
Yeah.
That one,
That
okay.
one, yeah.
So if you're used to having and seeing the larger one, and I know loads of you have bought the larger one from us here at Hobbymaker, there's the half-size one. Now the oak is the most popular at the moment. The grey with the oak does look really smart.
It looks really smart, doesn't it? Yeah, I like that combination.
I do too, very, very stylish. And the vanilla will have the grey as well, yeah?
It will have the grey too, yeah.
Okay, brand new to us today. It's the baby brother of the larger, what was it called?
Insto.
Insto.
Yeah.
I love the fact you name all of your storage after places in Devon.
Yeah, all beaches we like, towns we like, and National Trust places.
Brilliant. Oh, more and more of you coming for this right now. First time on air today. Have you got 2 shows or 1 show?
Yes, got another one at 7 o'clock.
Another one at 7 o'clock, okay. But will we have the stock? You know, these are manufactured to order, made to order, which is lovely. To get something made for you is, I think, really special rather than it being done by a robot in a big factory somewhere.
Yeah.
Now, the other one that we've got that we've not seen before. Now, Laura, my producer, predicts that this is going to be one of the, if not the most popular of the show. I kind of think she might be right. Now, this is also in vanilla, and you can see basically we haven't got enough room in the studio to have the vanilla and the oak of all the options, but everything is available in both options.
Yep.
So this is 12 by 12.
It is. These are all, they're slightly bigger than 12 by 12.
Okay.
So that's a piece of 12 by 12 in the middle.
Yep.
This has come out of the warehouse. It's nice and dusty. And you can see there's space at the end there, so you can get your hand in to get the paper out. You're not going to dog ear any edges or anything like that, which can be really frustrating. So it's going to keep your papers and your blocks nice and safe.
So you've got 2, 4, 6, there's 8 of those huge, really good quality storage boxes with airtight lids as well. If I just take this out, I mean, think about putting your fabrics in there. Look, really good quality, strong and sturdy. The crisscrosses on the base, by the way, really gives the base rigidity. So if you're putting things that are really heavy in there, that's going to be a nice security point of view and strength. And then they just slide in effortlessly on there. Do we know dimensions of this?
Yeah, it's 100 high, and then, I looked at this a minute ago, 50
Laura's going to check
Yeah,
on the
Laura
computer.
better check that.
Okay. But it's 100 high?
100 high.
So that's a metre,
Yeah,
basically.
it's a metre high,
Okay.
yeah.
That's a really nice height. You could put maybe a printer or a cutting machine on the top of that and easily get accessibility to
Yeah,
it.
and so you can work on it. It's not that
Yeah.
uncomfortable if you wanted to cut out on there if you wanted to.
And that's on casters
It's
too?
on casters again, yeah, and 2 of them are going to be locking, so you can move it about with ease. And again, it's the same material all the way throughout. And you can use the sides on these. So if you wanted to put some chalkboard up on there, some magnetic sheets, then you can put your dies on there, the ones you use the most.
Very good idea. And some people actually decorate them and tangle them.
They do, yeah. I'd like Sarah to have a go at that.
Now we've actually got the dimensions. So it's a metre high, 48 centimetres wide, and 42 centimetres deep. So 48, 42 by a metre. Again, a really practical and very attractive storage device. If you prefer it in the oak, it's available in the oak. If you prefer it in the vanilla, you can have it in this colour just here. Now, it's not $399 at all today. It's brand new. It's not been on Hobby Maker until today. Where's that price going to go? £319, a special introductory price, $319. I mean, what would you pay for 8 quality boxes like that? They're included too, everything you need to put it together. And if you can't do it, I mean, it wouldn't take someone in the family long to put this together. It's basically 2 sides, a top and a bottom and a back.
That's it, yep.
And that's it really. And on split pay, we've got it on 4-way split pay. So £79 and 75 pence, I think it was. 79.75 today, your first split payment of 4. And again, would that be 6 weeks?
Yes.
Okay, so but when you place your order today, basically the orders go through to Joe first thing in the morning tomorrow, and then of course they will deliver this in around about 6 weeks' time. Is there any communication with people? Do you get in touch with people?
Yeah, so once all the orders come through, then we communicate by email.
Okay.
I don't hear the phone ring when I'm in the warehouse.
Right.
So email is the best way that we do it. We'll send out an email saying, thank you, we've got your order.
Yeah.
This is the next steps. And if you want to have the assembly service, then get in touch. We can arrange that.
Right.
And then once a date is settled, it's not set in stone. So if you find you've got doctor's appointment comes up, kids are ill, something like that, just give us a couple of days notice and we can change it. Not a problem.
That's lovely. And it's very, very much hands-on and easy contact, which I must admit one of my pet hates is whenever I try and phone a company for whatever reason, I can never get through to people. No. And it's so frustrating. You just don't hear anything or whatever, but with Storage4Crafts, totally different story. Okay, so this is $319 with 4 split pays as well. And again, everything coordinates. Things you bought in the past from Joe, things you buy in the future from Joe and Storage4Crafts will always coordinate. There's nothing more infuriating than buying a storage solution and then maybe a year down the line thinking, oh, I need another one, and finding you can't find it, and then you end up with a mismatched furniture which looks awful.
Yeah, that's why we've gone for 2 colours and keeping it nice and simple.
Yeah.
And they do complement each other nicely, so you can mix and match, but equally, as you say, if you had a piece in oak 4, 5, 10 years ago, it's going to match.
Absolutely. So the colourway is going to stay the same and it's all going to blend and go beautifully. I mean, if you are thinking about moving soon and you're thinking, oh, shall we, shan't we, go for the vanilla, because that's not going to be out of place anywhere, whether you've got a modern house, if you're not sure, and maybe you rent and you're not quite sure where you're going to be going and what sort of house it's going to be, the vanilla is going to go with everything. If you know the oak, certainly the house that I used to have where I lived, the oak would have been perfect because a big sweeping oak staircase, it was fantastic. Yeah. So that would have been the one I'd have gone for. But the vanilla is the kind of goes anywhere and matches every sort of decor you've possibly got. And to get these storage boxes that are actually oversized 12 by 12, and they're airtight, and they lock, of course, as well. And you can really tell the quality. I mean, you're very, very fussy about the quality of the boxes and trays you provide, aren't you?
I am, because I use them as well.
Right.
And crafting isn't a 5-minute hobby. Once you start, you are in it for
the long haul.
For the long haul. And you don't just stay with one genre of it, if you like. You do many. So your boxes need to last.
Yeah.
You need to be able to keep them clean if you want to. These can go through the dishwasher. So if you've had them...
Oh, can they?
Yeah.
Oh.
And they don't warp or anything like that.
Right.
So if you've had paint split into them or whatever,
right,
you can put it through.
Can I just twirl this round? I just want to show everybody, again, just if you're like me and you have recurring nightmares about backs on wardrobes with those little tacks, and they last about a week, and then all of a sudden the wardrobe goes, and every time you open the drawer, you think it's enough all over. I mean, look, solid, solid back, solid side, solid top. It's going to last you years and years and years. And it's a workhorse, but it's practical and attractive too.
It is, and as you say, it's quite easy to move.
Yep.
You can move it from room to room if you want to. It could go in the kids' room. They can use it to store their bits and pieces in. Great for toys and the like. I mean, you can fit board games in here if you wanted to, because those boxes don't last very long either.
True.
But you can put printer on there, then you've got papers in underneath. The trays in here do actually fit in as well. I've actually put the deeper tray,
right,
the 15 compartment tray in here, and then I have my glitters in there.
So and another thing, just a small point, if you've got either the full size or you've bought this one today, which I know lots of you are in the process of ordering right now, I just want to show you something, because if you're maybe planning having that maybe underneath the stairs, then you're going to have maybe this next to it. The depth of the units are exactly the same. And if you go, obviously, for vanilla, you'll have two identical. If you go for the oak, you'll have two identical. But they kind of butt up to next to each other beautifully.
Yeah.
And you haven't got two things that are different depths or anything like that.
No, because that's really frustrating. And that is one of Kevin's pet peeves when we buy furniture. You know, he likes them nice and level.
Symmetry.
So that's how we've designed our furniture.
And look at the feet as well, because it's the same height off the floor. So that would be odd if one was lower or higher. It's little things like that that make the difference. You get that lovely line, and it all works together really, really nicely. So that's why it's like modular furniture, isn't it, basically?
It is, yeah, because you can pick and choose the pieces that work for you, and a different combination of boxes that we've put inside them as well.
Sure. Okay, well, this one's going very, very quickly. It is on 4-way split pay as well. I'll just pop this back out of the way. Okay, now next. This is one of my favourite things. I love all of your ranges of the kind of the storage solutions that you open up and it becomes like an Aladdin's cave full of possibilities. Now this one is the Woolacombe, okay? Again, named after a place in Devon. Let me just go and I'm just going to walk over and just sit down at this for a second, because I just want to show you. I'm 6'1", and look how much room I've got here.
It's comfortable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a perfect height to work at, whether I'm writing, whether I'm crafting, whatever I'm doing. And lots of people do work from home. So this could be not only a crafting place to sit, but also it could be your home office. It could be where the kids maybe do their studying as well. And also it could be that maybe you're having trouble at the moment differentiating between when you finish work and when you start work, especially if you're working from home. It could be when this is open, you're at work. When it's closed up, working day over. Home time.
Exactly, and this is the only craft station that we do that locks. So if it is your home office, or you want to have customer details in here, maybe it's a postage station, you're going to be able to keep everything safe and secure.
Nice. I do like that fact. I do like that at all. So let me I'll tell you what, I'll lock it.
Yep.
And then I'll just get up and take the chair away. Now, look at that. Just look how beautiful this piece of furniture is. This is also available in the vanilla and the oak as well, but it looks just like a dresser or a dressing table, well, not a dressing table, but a mini wardrobe, really.
It is, it's like a bureau.
Bureau, that's it, yeah. But it is not. There's so much more to it than that. Now, you mentioned before that there is an option to have it built for you. You can talk to people about that when you get in contact with them.
You can, yeah.
But you can make it yourself too if you wish to. Now, let's just walk around it. It's a beautiful thing, really well manufactured, really well made. Now, the price on your screen is not the price you're paying today. There's a big saving on this. And I know historically this has been one of the most popular. Look at what we've got. We've taken 20% off. $999 down to £799 for this. And it's on 5-way split pay. What sort of lead time are we talking about for this?
It's the same, 6.
6 weeks,
yeah.
Okay. 6 weeks, this will be arriving at your home. You do put it together yourself. If you'd rather talk to Jo and her husband about maybe someone putting it together for you, that's something you can discuss between yourselves. But this will be ready for dispatch and in your home in 6 weeks. And it's on 5-way split pay. £799 on 5-way split pay is £159.80 today. Same in 4 weeks, same in 8 weeks, same in 12 weeks. And how many is that? 4, 8, 10. Yes, so 5 payments over 4 months, basically. Let's open it up. Now, down the bottom, the doors become the legs for the table.
They do, yeah.
And the actual drawers have got wheels on them as well. So that is helping. I mean, if that hinge would be very vulnerable if it didn't have a wheel on the edge of the drawer down there. So basically, yeah, that gives that door complete strength. I don't know if you can see down the bottom. See? Can we get that down the bottom? Can we see down here? There we go. So that is supporting the door. There we go. So that is not vulnerable at all. So you can actually put quite a bit of pressure on the lid of the desk when it's down. Look at all of these trays. Now you've got A4 and you've got 12 by 12. Yep.
So you've got a mix of the A4 sizes. You've got 2 of the deeper ones at the bottom there.
Yep.
Which, if you want to try and gauge the height, is about the height of a CD. And then you've got 8 of the shallower ones, which will take a ream of paper.
Wow.
I'm trying to think about sizing. So you can really organise your crafty stash in there. You could go by brand, by season, you know, it's there to hand. And then you've got 5, as you say, 12 by 12 down the other side.
And you don't have to worry about your legs bashing anything. You've got plenty of depth there. So even if you're long-legged like I am, you're not going to be knocking your legs on anything at all. And this is the only one that has a lockable lid that then comes down to become your desktop. Now look at the surface area you've got on here. Whether you're cutting fabric, whether you're sketching, writing, whatever you're doing, you've got plenty of room. And also from a working point of view, lots of workspace room as well. But then what have you got here? You've got a large open area. Now you can put your Gemini in there, you can put any other, you can put a printer in there if you wanted to, if you want to make it into an office. And you've got little openings in the back panel that you can put cables through as well, haven't you?
You have, yeah. So it's just behind, if we just slide the Gemini to one side.
Oh, there we go.
You've got a hole there, so the plastic piece on the front will pop out and you can put
there you go.
An extension lead through there if you like. I have a 4-bar come through mine that I've attached to the back, and then everything can just stay plugged in.
Yep.
And then you've got a selection of boxes within as well. You've got 5 trays on the first shelf, so these are perfect for your pens, your rulers, your glue pens, and that kind of thing. They all fit quite nicely.
So it's only a small point, but these are the sort of things that I look for. The quality of the hinges. I mean, you know, that's where on cheaper, more inferior products, that's where they get, you know, the side gets let down. That's where you end up kind of having problems. All of these, the furniture, the lock, the handles, everything about it is top notch, isn't it?
It is, and these are nice and smooth as well. So you can put your mat against that. If you've got one of the bigger cutting mats on there, you're not going to get any bumps in it. So as you're cutting it, it's not going to send you a couple of mil out, anything like that. It's nice and smooth. You could stick your mat on here if you wanted to, because you've got space. Then it's going to stay nice and flat.
Also, let me just put the chair back a second. If I get our little tower, can I go across there? I just want to show you. If you've already got the Woolacombe, and I know lots of you have, and you're thinking about maybe going for one of these to complement it, this is in the lead at the moment, in the shade. That could be right by your side there. Look, the colour is exactly the same. The height is perfect. The depth would be probably the same, I would have thought, is it?
It is on the back there, yeah.
Yeah. So when it's actually all put away, there we go, look. It just nestles next to it beautifully. So it may be that you want to buy one of those today to go next to your Woolacombe that you've had maybe for a year or two, or maybe you're treating yourself to the Woolacombe today. I'll put that back. I don't want to mislead anyone thinking that they're going to get that, but that is on the website if you want it. And remember, with our split pay, you don't have to pay for all of it now. It's a 6-week lead time on most of the furniture, but I just wanted to show you, you know, I'm a big guy, I've got long legs, I've got no problem there whatsoever. Everything that I need is literally at my fingertips, whether it's in the big trays, A4 trays, whether it's up the back there. I'm not kind of struggling to reach anything, and it's lockable.
It is as well, yeah. And if you're in a wheelchair, you've got plenty of space in underneath there.
Yep.
You haven't got legs in the way, things like that. And you can reach everything here. You can reach on the top, so you can put your printer up here, and then it's not taking up space in here. You can have your machines. Everything is to hand, and you can just craft. You're not spending time looking for things. You know, half an hour crafting is half an hour crafting.
Exactly. Now, it may well be that you've been thinking about something like this. Maybe you've been watching Jo for many years. I mean, you've been with us now for about a year, haven't you?
No, it's only 5 months.
Is it only 5 months?
It is.
Seems like you've been here ages.
Oh, thanks.
But maybe you've been thinking about getting something like this, and you're thinking maybe you've moved to house recently, or you're moving house maybe in the next few weeks or something, and you're thinking, okay, 6 weeks lead time, not quite sure when our completion date is. Well, you can talk to Joe. They can actually work around you. You know, if you know that it's not going to be the end of June, it's going to be the end of August or something, then you can delay the shipment and send it when you're ready. So, but get the deal today. There's no guarantee next time Joe's here this deal will be available. It's £200 off, 20% discount, $7.99. Now, there's no worries about you being accepted for split pay. Basically, it's an option when you're on the website. You just click that you want split pay. It then divides it into 5 interest-free payments. No fee, no interest. And also the call centre, they'll do it for you too. So, yeah, even if you've never shopped with us before, you can have split pay if you'd like to spread the cost over those payments. Now, loads of you are checking out Carol in Derbyshire. Hi to you. Hello, Stephen in Hampshire. Hello, Heather in Fife, coming through for this today. £200 saved, spread over 5 payments if you want split pay. If you don't want it, of course you can pay in full, but your order will be on its way in 6 weeks' time. It's difficult, obviously, to move this around to show you all the way around, but you've still got the solid back.
Yep.
Yep. Would you be able to put it together realistically yourself, or would you recommend?
You can put it together yourself, because I always build everything on the floor.
Right.
And then one person can do it. Because if you put your backs on the floor and then attach a side and do the other side, your top and bottom and your centerpiece here, then get someone to help you stand it up. Then you'd hang the doors, then you hang the desk part.
But full construction and instructions come with it.
Full, yeah, everything is with it. So one person can essentially build it. You just need someone to help you stand it up.
Okay, but if you know to yourself, you're thinking to yourself, there's no way I'm going to be able to do that, then you can talk to Joe nearer the time that the order's coming out, and you can discuss the white glove service if you want to. That is extra, obviously, but it's something you can talk about. Or maybe ask a member of the family if they can help you put it together, or whatever. Maybe you've got a DIYer in the family who would do it for you, no problem at all, and you save the money. Then when it's work over, or crafting done for the day, it locks. This is the only unit that Joe and her husband do that is lockable. So if you're, got secret, well, not secret information, but if you've got like sensitive information, customer details, that sort of thing, you can keep that under lock and key. But when it's all put away, it just looks like it is a lovely piece of furniture. This is the oak, obviously. We have got it available in the vanilla as well. Now, choose which one you would like to go for. Whichever option you'd like to go for, the choice is yours. It's a lovely thing, isn't it? It looks the part. I used to have a bureau when I was a kid that I did my school homework at, and it was from a well-known furniture store that had 3 letters. It was the ricketiest thing. Every time I sat at it and I leant on it, the whole thing would move from side to side. And my dad put it together. He's quite good with stuff like that. But this is, look, this ain't going anywhere. This is rigid and solid. And you expect to pay a bit more money for something of this sort of quality.
This is it, and it's going to last.
Yeah.
I mean, Mum, bless her, had our prototypes from the early days up until possibly 3 years ago, when it was all mismatched. It was all different colours and everything else. And for her birthday, I took it all away and put all matching in. So some of the bits she had were about 15, 16 years old, and now my nephews have got them, and they're using it with their toys, and when my brother's not looking, they're probably jumping off it onto their beds, And it's still in one piece, and it takes wear and tear.
Have we got the measurements for this? We'll find it, because that's an important consideration, because obviously it's going to take up a little bit of room. You've got to make sure it's going to fit where you want to put it. Okay, it's 132 centimetres high, 1.3 metres. 94 centimetres wide, that way. With the doors closed, it's just under 49 centimetres. With it open, with the desk down, it's 95 centimetres, okay? But all the details of that will be on our website, all the measurements will be on our website as well. So if you just go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on the item you're interested in, all the spec and all the details will be there as well. More photographs will be there too. So $7.99 is your price. If you don't want split pay, it's 1 payment now. If you want split pay, it's 5 payments, starting today with the first one, interest-free. And of course, it will be delivered to your door in about 6 weeks' time. You will get contact from Joe, XE4572. Okay, now the smaller one that I brought over here a few minutes ago, let me just bring this around here. Let's move it into the spotlight, because, there we go. Just pop that there. How much has gone, Laura? 40% of the stock is gone. 40% gone. I'm not at all surprised. It's brand new to us today. It's a shame we haven't got the taller one, just to show you the difference between the two. But basically, it's half the size of the bestseller.
It is, and that one is the same height as the Woolacombe.
Oh, is it?
It is, yeah.
Ah, so if you've got that
gauge
at
the
home
height.
already, if I pop it back there we go. So if you already got the taller version of this, which I've lost track of how many of those we've sold, it is basically that height.
Yep.
So you can see how it will complement next to each other. Under the stairs, next to each other in the corner of a room maybe, bedside cabinet, is that right height for that, isn't it?
It is. In the lounge, it could go next to your chair.
Yes.
And the craft projects you're working at the time can be in here and you can craft and socialise at the same time.
This would be great for my dad.
My granddad had one next to his chair, so he could have everything in it that he wanted and still have space for his
Because
tea.
at the moment he's got stuff all around on trays and things because he can't walk very easily. So something like that with all remote controls in there.
Yeah, perfect.
Newspapers.
Yeah.
What a good idea. How much is it? 139, I think. Father's Day soon, isn't it?
It is.
Thinking about that. Right. Well, if you want it, and again, it's movable. You know, it's not a solid, static piece of furniture that you're going to struggle to move around. It's got really good multi-direction wheels and casters. We're talking to crafters because it's hobby maker, but at the end of the day, everybody needs storage, don't they?
They do, yeah. I mean, this would be perfect in the bathroom for all lotions and potions. Kids' rooms. My daughter uses one with all her bits that she can't possibly get rid of. Pet things. Cat, dog food, go in the utility room, could go in the porch.
Good
Gloves,
idea.
Hats, umbrellas, that kind of thing.
Now, the first thing that I was a bit concerned about was, obviously it's wood, is will it expand in heat if you put it into a conservatory? Is it going to fall apart if it gets condensation on it in a bathroom? It doesn't matter.
Not at all, because it's made of melamine face chipboard, so it's the same material as your kitchens and bathrooms.
Yeah.
They tend to be 15 mil thick, but this is 18 mil thick, so it's a little bit thicker, and it's going to take moisture, it's going to take fluctuations in temperature, and it's solid throughout.
Look at the back. A solid back. That fills me with joy. It really does, because all those furniture units that have got those flimsy, I don't even know what the wood is.
It's like hardboard, plyboard type stuff, and it doesn't hold up.
No, it doesn't.
All. No.
And to get the little tacks in place, just nightmare.
Yep.
And that's been basically flat pack furniture for years, hasn't it? And that's why it doesn't last. This is built to last. It's rigid, it's strong. What sort of tools do you need to put it together?
Just a crosshead screwdriver. So you can either use a manual one or a drill attachment, depending on
so is that a
strength of your own
Phillips?
hands. A Phillips one.
Phillips screwdriver, that's all you need, nothing else.
No,
so
that's it.
nothing complicated about it whatsoever. And this you could easily do yourself. Could sit in your favourite chair and do it in front of you on the floor, couldn't you?
You could very easily. This one is so simple to do. It is literally just two sides, a top, a bottom and a back. Yeah. And then adding the shelf pegs for your trays.
That's got a lock. All the casters have got locks on them, which is nice. Now look at the trays. The trays, I mean, a tray's a tray, but you pride yourself on the quality of the boxes you do and the trays that you do as well.
Yeah.
Would you get A4 sheets in there?
That is A4.
Right.
Yep. So at the bottom, the footprint is an A4 sheet of paper. So you're going to get some nice projects in there. It will take a bead mat. It will take all sorts of manner of things. You could put your cross stitch in there. You could put your beadings in there. You could put your crosswords, that kind of thing. That would all sit in there nicely. And you can move them about, and they're interchangeable to the boxes in the Woolacombe. So the boxes in this side that were A4 in size, you could swap them over if you wanted to.
Right. So from a craft perspective, think about all the crafting goodies you can put in there that are going to be literally by your fingertips. From if you like my mum and dad, they're nearly 90 now, and my dad can't move around as much as he used to be able to, so he has to have a lot of things near him, and my mum too to the same extent. So to have one of these either side of their favourite chair, where everything's there what they need, not have to keep on going up and down the stairs, keep the TV remotes there.
Exactly. Yeah. It's all nice and safe.
Oh,
yep.
I've locked it. Unlock the wheels, dead easy to do that. You just flick the switch up, there we go. And there you go, 360 degree portability again. Obviously when it's full, it will be a lot heavier. But the trays are kind of inside the unit. There's no door on the front. I mean, you don't want a door on the front. You'll be able to see what you've actually got there. But I love that classic combination of the oak finish and the grey trays, definitely very stylish. But remember, the option is there if you want it in vanilla. The only unit we've got in the show that's vanilla is here, but you can hopefully imagine what it will look like, or if you've already got a piece of Storage for Crafts furniture at home in the vanilla, you know exactly how very stylish and simple it looks. But if you're a crafter and you want to decorate it, or you want to, like you said, put magnetic sheets on, store your dies on them.
You can do that, yeah, or blackboard paint on the side. You could put hooks on the side of them so you can hang your rulers up, because I'm forever losing those.
Yeah.
And then they're easy to hand. You know, you could make it really your own, completely personalise it.
Absolutely. Well, all these prices are specials for today. Brand new today. The taller version of it, which is basically the same height as the Woolacombe, has been the best seller in the entire collection of storage, hasn't it? It's what you had made for you for the first time by your husband. It's what started the whole business.
It is, yeah, that's where my craft stuff started. And then as I kept buying, as we do as crafters, so the range had to grow.
It's ironic, though, that what he made you has become the best seller out of the entire collection.
Yeah, I think so, because it's also, it's the same footprints as this. So if you can get an A4 piece of paper down on the floor, a little bit of a margin around it, that's where it's going to fit. So it'll fit behind the door, because we often use that as a dumping ground, that we would just hide it there. This will fit there. So that you'll know where everything is. It will fit next to your chair, underneath the stairs, you know.
And I think most of us don't use the height of space we've got in our rooms.
No.
We use like the
we go
width.
for width.
Yeah.
We don't think about the height.
No, exactly.
Right.
So, you know, using the vertical height that we've got more of, especially if you've got quite a small place or small rooms, use the height of the room, not just the width of the room. And that is just a little bit bigger than A4 footprint. So $139.99 on split pay, that's $46.66. Now, another brand new thing today is the cube. A third of the stock of this is now gone. Now, I've got to let you know, it comes with dividers and organizer trays inside there. You don't have to keep them in there. They are removable. So if you don't want to have all your beads and things like that on display or whatever, you can change them around, use them for different things. We've got pens, we've got all sorts in here. So a different set of dividers in this one. You can see on the overhead camera. But they, again, just slide out if you don't want them. But great to be organised to this extent, isn't it?
This is it. So if you're thinking you've got wedding invitations coming up, you can sit there and die cut all the bits that you need to go, and they can be put in here. The pens you need are in here. You've got your favourite scissors. Everything is to hand, and it's not getting lost on your desk.
And again, the oak is the one that's in the lead. I really do like it in the oak.
It's nice, isn't it? I like the oak.
Very smart. And again, this could be on a desktop. You can put it on top of another piece of storage that you've got from Storage for Crafts.
Yeah, it does fit in the night haze. If you've got one of those, it does fit in the desk section of the night haze at the back. Yeah.
Okay. So the price on this, brand new today, is under £100, which I find quite phenomenal. It's a £30 saving, and it's also on three-way split pay too. So all you have to pay today is $33.33. This will be a little bit quicker to come, won't it?
It will, yeah.
What do we say?
About 4 weeks.
4 weeks,
yeah.
Okay. And again, it will be a case if you put it together yourself, but all you'll need is a Phillips or crosshead screwdriver. That's the only tool that you need. I think most houses have got one of those. And it won't take you long to put together at all, will it?
Not at all. You're probably looking at maybe 20 minutes to build it.
Okay.
And then the runners are just push in. You don't need to screw those in or anything. The drawers go in.
And you can, if you wiggle it, take the drawer out.
You can. So if you just pull it out.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. And so you can take this and put it on the table, but then you've just got little drawers. On the edge of all the drawers, you've got this little bump, which is what holds it in place.
Okay.
And then you just put it in, and then just give it a little tap.
In it goes.
And
if I just give you a twirl round, again, this is what I always look for. As solid a back as you could ever want. So really well made. I mean, there's no wiggle, there's no lean or anything like that. It's a solid cube of really well-made furniture. And if you just switched on, this is Jo. Jo and her husband run their business from Devon, name a lot of their units after either beaches or towns in Devon as well. If you're thinking, oh, I've heard of that name, that's probably why you've heard of them. And it's just, your business is growing and growing and growing, isn't it?
It is, because although we started off as craft storage, houses are getting smaller, so we all need storage, you know, kids' bedrooms, the utility room. And these boxes are so versatile, you can use them anywhere. Yeah, and you can use them for anything as well. And as I said before, if you're thinking, oh, I don't need the dividers in there, I can't use that drawer the way I want to, they come out and you can use them in another drawer. Yeah, just literally, they lift out. So very simple. And you can then put whatever you want in there and utilise the tray for something completely different. But you've got them anyway, so make the most of them. Yeah, I like it a lot. Dimensions on this? So you're looking at about 13 inches
Okay.
square,
Oh, right.
essentially, on this. Yeah.
Okay, 13 inches square, there you go. So that's why 12 by 12s will go in there, because it's basically 12 by 12 trays, but the actual unit is about 13 by 13.
Yeah.
$99.99 then, a £30 saving, and with split pay, you only have to pay today £33.33, and this is a 4-week lead time. So by the time you pay the second payment, it will be on its way to you. Makes sense? Okay, now the vanilla one that we've got here, this is brand new today as well. Again, it's a solid back as well as solid size top and bottom. This one is a metre high.
A metre high, so
Yeah.
it's a nice comfortable working height if you wanted to use it as such for cutting out, sticking, that
Yeah.
kind of thing. Printer fits on here quite nicely as well, as does your scan and cut.
Yeah.
And then you've got 8 12 by 12 boxes underneath.
Okay.
So you've got plenty of space for your papers to organise those. If you do a little bit of quilting as well, you can put your blocks in there, jelly rolls, that kind of thing.
Now, this is a 9-litre box. 9 litres is its capacity. And each of the handles lock. But I think you can see, this is what Jo prides herself on, is the quality. You don't just put any boxes in there or any trays in there. They've got to be of superior quality.
They have, yeah, because what we put inside them is often quite expensive as well.
Yep.
Crafting materials
And heavy.
are heavy, and we want them to last. Because I know when I go shopping for crafting, I often end up buying things that I think, oh, that would be good for so-and-so's birthday in 6 months' time. So I want it to be as good then as it is when I buy it. So I don't want dust to get in it. I don't want edges to get dog-eared, anything like that.
There's also nothing to date about this. And what I mean is, it's a classic now, it'll be a classic in 15 years' time. You know,
Yep.
if you buy something that's too on trend at a certain time, it will look good now for a year or two, and then when trends change, it looks out of place. This is never going to go out of fashion.
No, that's what we've tried to do with all of our furniture, make it so that it is just classic. It's not going to change. You can change your decor around it, and this is going to continually fit.
Now you've got 2, 4, 6, you've got 8 of these big 9-litre boxes. 8 of those. And of course, we're looking at 6 weeks.
6 weeks on this one.
6 weeks' time.
Yep.
This will be on its way to you. This is brand new to us. We're calling it the Moulton. So is Moulton another town in Devon?
It's actually where we're based, in South Moulton.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so it's where we live.
Oh, fantastic. So yeah, it'll be with you shortly after. So 6 weeks, where are we now? Last week in May, end of June.
First week of July, something
End
like
of June,
that, yeah.
first week of July, this will be on its way. So it could be that you're buying it because you're moving house, or you're planning to maybe redo the house, maybe redecorate it, rejig a room, or whatever it might be. You know this is coming in 6 weeks' time, so that gives you hopefully enough time to make space for it, and maybe do the room that you're decorating or doing up or whatever. Maybe you've just looked at your craft room recently and thought, I've had enough of this, I can't find anything, I've got everything everywhere.
Yeah.
What can I do? Then this is going to help to solve that problem. And this is brand new today. Brand new today, the Moulton. £319, 4 split pays. So what does that make the first split pay then? Can't work that out. 319 divided by 4 is about 79.75. There we go. £79.75 today. Next payment in 4 weeks, next payment in 8 weeks, final payment in 12 weeks' time. You'll get it in about 6.
Yep.
So you'll get it before you've paid probably your 3rd instalment, which is fantastic. More and more coming through for this. And again, depth-wise, and the back, if I just give it a twirl, look at that. You know, if you do move house and you've got furniture that you know, I've been there myself, where you just think, okay, well that furniture, that wardrobe, the minute I move that, it's going to disintegrate, it's going to collapse. So I've got to buy more new furniture. You know, if you move house, you know this is going to be strong and sturdy. The removal guys have put it in the back of the truck. It's going to be as good when it gets to the new destinations as it was in the old one.
Yep, it will be perfect, yeah.
Absolutely. 319 with that split pay, that's there for you. With something like this, you know, we've got a lot of expense. We've all got a lot of expense at the moment. And to help spread the cost of a discounted price, this locks the price, locks the deal. So even if this goes back up to 399, if you've bought it today on split pay, you're paying that split pay of the 319 price. So it doesn't go up because you're using split pay and spreading the cost over a period of time. You're locking in the deal at 319 if you check out your baskets. And if you want to call the call centre about it, if you're happier spending that sort of money by talking to someone, feel free. It's a free phone number on the mobile and also on the landline, 0800 001 4433. Okay, last 5 minutes of the show. Let's go back to the Woolacombe, which is this beautiful, beautiful piece of furniture here. Take a look at this. It's like a bureau, that's the word for it. And yeah, as I say, I had one when I was a kid. It came from that well-known furniture shop, and it was as rickety as you like. If I sat down and wrote on a textbook, it would be like this, moving constantly. It didn't last me very long at all. This is not going to rock, it's not going to move,
No.
and it's lockable.
It is, and it's one of the only ones that we do that is lockable. So if you did use it as a home office, everything is going to be kept safe in there. If you've got machines that you want to keep away from little fingers and paws, it's easier to do in here.
Yeah.
Equally, if you're doing projects for birthdays, Christmas, you can put them away.
Now, first thing I must show you, when I saw that it was the doors that actually supported the tabletop, I thought, oh, hinges, they could be problematic. The hinges are incredibly strong, but you've got the wheels supporting the doors. So there's no weight on the hinge when you're putting the tabletop down on them. So that's a key thing. That's a very important aspect to it. If I undo the key, you get 2 keys, by the way. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful brackets, really strong brackets. But look at the depth of table and desk you've got there. It's incredibly deep, plenty of space, plenty of width. You could, if you're cutting fabric and stuff like that, whether you've got a cutting mat or whatever, plenty of surface space to do something like that. Plenty of workspace as well. Whether it's an office, whether it's a schooling desk, whether it's craft, and that's what you're going to be using it for first and foremost, and nothing else but craft. But you've got so many trays, different sizes, so many boxes, and because the boxes are underneath, you're not bashing your knees against it. And also, like you made a good point, a wheelchair access, very easy, lots of room.
There is plenty of room for wheelchair access under here, and you can still access everything as well. It's quite easy to manoeuvre everything about.
They're 12 by 12. They're A4. So you've got 5 12 by 12s, 2, 4, 6, 8, 12.
You've got 10 A4 under there. You've got 8 of the shallower ones and 2 of the deeper ones at the bottom.
Beautiful. So then when the lid comes down, you've got more of the lockables up here.
Yep.
Oops.
So this is like shoebox size.
Yep.
So you can fit USBs in there, ready-made cards if you wanted to keep those nice and safe. You've got the same trays that we've got in the smaller tower down that side. A selection of trays across here. These shelves are removable as well. So if you've got one of the bigger sewing machines, you can take these out completely if you wanted to.
I mean, that's great for all your brushes and your pens and things like that, isn't it?
Crochet hooks fit in there perfectly.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And then you've got a lovely large workspace at the back of the bureau as well. You can thread your power cables through the back, no problem.
Yep.
We've got a Gemini 2 in there, but equally that could be a PC and a printer. It could be a Brother Scan and Cut. Could be anything.
Yeah, and they fit. I have tried most of them over time. They all fit nicely in there. So if you've got the crickets, if you've got the cameos, silhouettes, they fit there too. Equally, you've got the top of the unit as well.
Oh yeah.
Because you can reach that from there. So you could put some baskets on there if you wanted to. Maybe you've got fleece in those, maybe you've got your yarn, or you've got a printer on there, and maybe you're a digital crafter. So you've got, take these out, you can get a big monitor in there, you've got your printer up here, and you can design it away.
I love it. I really do. And remember, it's not, if the oak isn't your thing, it is available in white as well, or the vanilla, okay? So imagine that, how fresh that's going to make a room look. The oak is the most popular, but probably because that's what we've got in the studio, as you can see exactly what you're getting. But imagine that in that vanilla colour. If you've got maybe a dark corner of a bedroom where this is going to go, the white and the vanilla is going to really brighten up the room, isn't it?
It is, yeah. The white is quite a nice, it's not really bright white, it's a light, softer, creamier white, if you're trying to gauge colours.
And, yep. Okay, bye-bye for another day, crafting over for a day, or work done for a day.
Yeah.
Lock it in place, close the doors. There you go. Beautifully made. And look, even if I try and rock it, try and make it move, it's not going anywhere. It's absolutely rock solid. I mean, what's the reaction been like to all the furniture when your husband's delivered it and stuff like that?
First of all, they're excited. And then once it's all built and ready, you can see the look in their faces. And as Kevin's building it, he often says they're having conversations about where they're going to put things. And in some cases, they've started organising bits in the room. So he says he often walks in and there's piles of paper all over.
Right.
And he gets chatting to them, and you hear stories about how they find things that they've forgotten they'd bought, or they find multiples of some things, which is not uncommon as a crafter. I speak from experience. But then once it's in place and you've filled it with all your crafty things, you're not spending time looking for your favourite scissors or your favourite die. You're not spending more money on buying another one because you've lost it. It's in here, and you can just craft.
Jo, you're back on later.
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock for more. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for your company. I'll see you tomorrow evening around about this time. I know Hayley's on the way to see you through until 8 o'clock tonight, but all the range of Storage for Crafts is on our website right now, hobbymaker.co.uk. Have a nice evening. Hayley's next.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
We've got an exclusive with Sarah Davies for her 40th birthday celebrations.
It's my birthday and I want to celebrate with all of you guys. I've got some smashing deals, some real birthday treats, and of course, cake.
Including a Gemini 2 anniversary bundle and more.
Now, come and join my party. It's on Friday and you need to help me celebrate turning 40 in big style.
So, that's this Friday on Hobbymaker from 1 p.m.
Hiya and welcome. Welcome to, it's kind of like the second half of the whole day really, isn't it, now we're going into?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the tea time shift, because it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
There's our afternoon tea then.
Absolutely.
Do you know?
That's a good point, yeah.
Yes.
I'll do an
Next
email.
time.
Now, as you can see, we are here for this hour, the lovely Gwen. So you know we've got some amazing creativity coming up. And talking about creativity, creative expressions are kind of our host supplier for this hour. And we've got some fabulous deals.
We have. I've been a bit cheeky, shall we say.
You kind of slipped in some Gwen's goodies.
I have, and we haven't done it for a while. Well, since yesterday, but before that it was a while.
And I love it. Now, if people aren't familiar with these kind of Gwen's goodies, what's it all about?
So what I like to try and do each time I have a show is put something in there at a really, really good price, just to tempt you. But I also try to make sure it fits with what I'm showing. So it's not just a random thing I've plucked out of the warehouse. It actually does have a purpose to be there. So, yeah.
I love it. So Gwen's goodies for this hour, the details are already up on your screen. What have you chosen for this hour then?
I have chosen 2 Sue Wilson sets. They are old, but I'm not apologising for that because there's nothing wrong with them.
I've got the wrong ones here, I think.
They're right at the end.
There we go. They are. I can see
So
them
these
now.
are from the Frames and Tags collection. Now, if you know anything about those, you'll know that you get 5, 6, 7 dies in a set. You get some with a smooth edge that cut you a panel. You get the filigree edge, which you can cut into the card and leave the pattern in the card. You can cut the two together to create a panel with a filigree pattern in it. And then you've got all the others that follow the same vein that you can then begin to stack, create apertures, use independently. Some of these are fabulous for when you want to make a sentiment stand proud.
And they're nice as well because you portrait or landscape. They look
Absolutely,
amazing, don't
they'll
they?
go either way, yes. And I just felt that the style of some of the stamps we've got for you in our main collection really suited these.
Absolutely. So there's loads of content across those 2 dies, as you can see. They're both designed by the lovely Sue Wilson, who really knows what she's talking about when it comes to creating dies. So over and all, you've got 11 different elements in there that you can put together in a combination of different ways. So lots of creativity to be had. And that price of £32, well, I don't know.
That's not staying there.
You're not having it,
I'm
Gwen?
not having that, no.
Okay, fair enough. So what about, should we do kind of like a half price deal, Gwen? Would that be okay?
I think that sounds splendid.
I think so. So there you go, $15.99. So it's like you're buying that one, but you're getting that one free. I say, you're buying that one, you get that one free.
Amazing.
Brilliant value for money. And they are classic styles. So these are ones you'll be using for many, many years to come.
They're not going to date. They're not going to go out of fashion. The sorts of things, because they're not huge, so you can bring them into lots of other dies that you've already got and your backgrounds and things like that.
Beautiful. And as you can see there, you've got lots of different elements within that particular die set. So you could choose to just use the tiny bit in the middle. You could almost do like a little patchwork effect with that one if you wanted to.
You could build up like a harlequin design just with that one.
Yeah.
There's lots of options.
That's it. So you can create mats and layers with these. You can create frames with these, I'm guessing, as well. I mean, that one's crying out to have a little stamp sentiment on there, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, and then you can enhance this with perhaps a spray of flowers at one corner.
That's a nice idea. And again, I mean, it's reminding me a little bit of a kind of like a lock effect there, you know, like a padlock with a key in there.
Yes, absolutely.
It's beautiful, gorgeous, both of those, and proving to be very, very popular with you guys. And at $15.99 for the 2 of them, I am not surprised in the slightest. So key thing is get involved as soon as you possibly can, because those aren't going to hang around. Talking about something else that isn't going to be hanging around is our I Want It All bundle. And this is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. And you're getting a lot with this one here. And we kind of got the title of journaling, but when I'm looking at this, there's lots of elements in there that I wouldn't particularly use for journaling.
No. Well, I wouldn't call myself a journaler, although since I've been using Lorna's collections, I've become more so.
Okay.
Because I love making books anyway.
Yes.
So I like to make the book. I don't necessarily write anything in them, but you know.
Okay, that's a
But
nice
yeah,
idea.
these stamps are going to lend themselves to card making, scrapbooking, journal making, home decor, all sorts of things.
Good point. And
They
it's
are.
lovely because you've got all different components that you can put together in a variety of different combinations. So you might take inspiration from the paper pad that you're getting in this bundle.
Gorgeous.
And incidentally, that paper pad, the price that you're going to be paying on this one is as if you are getting that for free. And it's a good 8x8 size. So,
It's 8x8, double-sided, 24 sheets. I think it's 150 GSM, so it's a good weight.
Yeah.
And you get 4 of each of 6 designs.
Nice. I like the colour tones in there. They're really pretty.
Yes, they are really pretty.
Gorgeous. Nice stencils alongside them as well. So I like the look of those.
So again, Lorna's requested these, her designs, to go alongside this collection. So you've got the dots there, which remind me of, you know, we used to get a ticker card to put in the machine to clock in at a factory or something like that. Or even maybe when you got the cards that went into a musical machine.
Oh, they used to play
and the
those
punch
tunes,
holes
didn't they?
would play the
Yes,
tunes.
yeah.
It reminds me of that. Not that I'm that old, but you know.
You do realise that pretty much everybody in the studio and the gallery has no idea,
what we're talking about.
What we're talking about, but
Well,
I'm
when
with
did
you.
they ever? Let's face
I'm
it.
with you, so I know exactly what you're saying. You're also going to get those gorgeous stamps, and we've got some really pretty finished examples of how you're going to
Diane's
use
done
these.
this, and
They're
she loves to do
gorgeous.
these beautiful production numbers. She really wanted to show
Wow.
off the papers, and she's made this astonishing flower. It is absolutely
Beautiful.
gorgeous. And then in the background, we've got some of the stamps. We've got some of the stencil here in the
Yes,
corner.
I love that. You
Isn't
can
it
see that
stunning?
texture there. Absolutely gorgeous. And it lends itself because you kind of got a fabric nature to some of those papers as well. I mean, look at that little dress.
Isn't that beautiful?
Gorgeous.
So you've got lace stamps, which Diane's used again here to create the tears on the dress.
See, it does look like actual lace.
It does. I mean, the detail in these stamps is quite exquisite, and it will give you that look of proper lace. Yeah, but I think Diane's got too much time on her hands.
Absolutely, that's devotion for you.
I know she hasn't, so, but yeah, they're amazing.
And I must admit, as soon as I saw that we got kind of like dressmaking mannequins and a little element of sewing
yes, because you're a sewer,
absolutely,
yeah.
that was it.
And these are really beautiful vintage sewing mannequins. You've got that amazing sewing machine. The detail on that is something else.
Yeah.
You've got corsets, so la-di-da, and all sorts of little zipper foots and button foots and all sorts for your machines.
Lovely.
Really cool.
Love the use of the old keys there as well.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Lovely,
oh, actually, they're not real keys, are they? I thought they were real keys for a moment.
A super rusty
Very
effect,
talented, is that, Angie? Very talented. Very talented indeed. So, all of this bundle coming to you for a phenomenal price, but not that price. No. That is the key thing. I did promise you that that 8x8 paper pad you would not be paying for, and that's why that price is going to be coming down. But saying that, because that paper pad is coming to you kind of free of charge, I'd be tempted to get an extra one anyway.
Well, I think I would anyway, but then I'm a paper freak. So
one
nice pad is never enough for me. If you make a book, you soon get through a paper pad, quite honestly.
Absolutely.
And if you want to start making perhaps sets of notelets, I know Siobhan's made a wonderful little set of notelets. You soon get through your paper. And if you've got an extra one, you're not going to be worried about running out.
That's a good point.
And you're not going to be worried about which side of the paper to choose.
There you go. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of that paper pad and you want to get an extra one, then you can do just £11.99. So that's kind of, you're going to get that as a bonus within the bundle that we were chatting about. So because you are saving that, why not treat yourself to an extra one? And as you heard from Gwen, it's always useful to have an extra paper pad, isn't it? But the paper pad is kind of the core, the built up kind of centerpiece, if you will. Absolutely beautiful. So many different gorgeous finished samples. I've got to show you this one before we get into demo, because this is gorgeous. This is a work of art.
This is a work of art. This is Siobhan again. And she's made an accordion or a concertina album here with, I think, 4 panels inside, maybe even 5. And then it's double-sided, so it runs all the way through the book. It's almost like an endless book. It runs through. She's used the stamps to great effect on tags and in pockets, and oh, it's just gorgeous.
And the beautiful thing is it actually concertinas up, which gives you even more content. And I know that you're going to be teaching us how to do this gorgeous little kind of feature, or something along those lines, isn't it? With the
I'm doing a pocket, yes. And I think for journalers, pockets are key, aren't they, for slipping onto your pages and adding little goodies inside. Beautiful. But equally, I love a pocket on the front of a card. So the pocket I'm going to show you next, you could pop that on the front of a card without any bother at all. So don't, sign yourself out because we're talking about journaling, because these are for card makers as well.
Well, every single one of these that we're looking at could be a card front, couldn't it?
I was going to say that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love it.
Now, let's not just talk about it. Let's get into a demo.
Let's do it.
Yes.
So I've got a piece of paper from the pad. You get 6 different colourways, but each side is, so actually 12 different colourways in a way, but they do tone front and back. And what you need to do if you fold in any sort of pockets, you need to make sure your piece of paper is square before you start. So it will have a little indexing strip on one end where it's come out of the pad, and I like that because it means when you tear it out of the pad, you don't damage your paper.
That's a good point, yes.
So I'm going to start with this one. You have to decide which piece of paper you want to be the front that's going to show. So I want this bit, I know what my pocket's going to look like. I want this bit to be at the front and the top.
Okay.
So I'm going to turn it over, and my first fold will be bottom point, but not quite to top. Right. I want to leave about 1 inch. The trick here is to try to get this border and this border even and your points lined up.
Okey-dokey.
All right. And also, whenever you are paper folding, it's always really important to press your creases so that they're nice and sharp.
Makes a difference, doesn't it?
Makes a massive
especially
difference.
When you do multiple folds.
Yeah.
Okay, what's next?
Now, the next thing I want to do is fold this into thirds. Now, I have got my scoreboard, but it's down there.
Shall I get that
Would
for
you
you,
mind?
lovely?
Sorry, I'm sitting
Not a problem. Oh, gives me a purpose in life.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you. So I know when I folded my 8x8 into half diagonally, this measurement from corner to corner the other way is 11 1/4.
Okay.
And I want thirds, so that makes it 3 3/4.
Fair enough. I'll take your word.
I don't want to get too technical, but that's what it measures. So if you are interested in recreating this, you need to measure 3 3/4, and that's from the point, not from where the fold has been made.
Okay, okay.
All right, flip that over, line the point to the edge of your scoring tool, and it's 3 3/4.
Lovely.
All right, you can do it, oops, that doesn't fit in there. You can do it by eye.
Okay, let me get rid of that again.
Thank you. But it is a little more tricky to get everything just so. And then what I want to do is fold that score line and make sure I line up the bottom edges and then press that in.
And we can just about see where that little kind of point goes
Yes.
to. Yeah,
so it's just within the next score line.
Okay.
Open that one out and then fold this one. So again, on the score line, but make sure you're lining up these folded edges as well.
Wonderful.
So there we've got this weird looking thing. And on the back, we've got a sort of...
I love the fact that we haven't had to trim anything, just use it
no.
as the 8x8.
All you do to make your pocket is tuck that one into that one.
Okay. Oh my goodness, that's like witchcraft, it's magic.
And then you've got a pocket, a pocket, a pocket, a pocket.
Oh, of course.
And a pocket.
Oh, that is brilliant. I love that idea for like invitations and RSVPs.
Can you imagine a wedding invite with all the little bits and bobs tucked in there?
Gosh, that was so
I mean,
clever.
if you wanted to make it bigger from a 12x12 sheet, you just have to work out that measurement for your two sides to come in.
Okay.
What you do need to remember, though, is that this goes all the way through.
Oh, okay, fair enough, yeah.
So all you need to do is glue that bottom edge up.
Okay, and we've got an adhesive bundle with perfect adhesives. Should you need to do that one? In fact, I'll tell you about that one in a little while.
So that's your basic fold. So I've got one here that I started on, and this one is I've done in the blue, just so I could show you some different. So you've got your stepped back, and then we've got our two sides coming in like so.
Okay.
And what I want to do is glue up this edge.
Perfect. Now, in the adhesive bundle that we've got coming up, you're going to get the little squeezy bottles that Gwen is working with. You're also going to get your Cosmic Shimmer Dries Clear adhesive. And you've also got some little pins in there as well to stop your nozzle getting blocked. Because don't you just hate it when that happens, Gwen?
I really do. I hate having a blocked nozzle. Yeah, it can be very frustrating. And those pins are stainless steel, so you might be thinking, oh, it's all right, I've got pins. I've done that myself. I even used my dressmaking pins, which I felt sure were stainless steel, and it all went all rusty and horrid, and it all went horribly wrong.
Well, I suppose because usually, especially with sewing, they're just like a temporary fix, aren't they? You take them out after and your bit of sewing.
Yes.
So, yeah, that would make sense.
So this is where I'm headed now with the decoration. All right, so this one's in the green, so I'm showing you different colourways. That's, you know, you could make a whole set of these, couldn't you? And you know, give them I know what journalists do is they'd like to do swaps, and they like to send happy mail and gifts.
Yes.
You could fill that with goodies. It doesn't have to be anything specific, just nice bits of paper or, you know, tags.
Pretty, yeah.
And just pass it on to somebody. I love that idea. So this is where I'm going. So I've got all my bits and pieces. So I'm going to start with a little tag here.
Lovely. Does this just come from your stash?
I made it.
We haven't got them on the
No, we haven't got them on the show. I made it with a punch actually, and then I made it a bit shorter than it wanted to be.
Okay.
So we're going to talk archival ink pads,
right?
Because I've quite often now bring you the black archival ink pad, which everybody loves. But I did promise you earlier today that I was going to bring you some colours, because you might not be aware, but they do loads of colours in the archival, not just black.
So for anybody that's not sure about archival, what are the properties of archival inks?
Well, first of all, it's archival, which makes it safe to use with your precious photos and scrapbooking and journals and documents and things like that. Secondly, it's a permanent ink pad.
Okay.
It's a dye-based ink pad, but it's in an oil base, so that makes it permanent and it makes it impervious to water. So if you want to stamp an outline and then watercolour over it or paint that picture in, whatever it might be, it's not going to move.
Right.
It's also great for stamping on shiny surfaces, so like your gloss card. You can stamp on top of alcohol ink backgrounds with it. And actually there is a technique you can do whereby you stamp on top of your alcohol ink and then quickly with a soft cloth you rub it off, and it lifts the alcohol ink off and leaves like a negative image That's really cool.
Oh, I have to look
Can't
that
show
one
you
up.
that today, but
Okay. Very quickly brought the ink pads up on your screen. So if you're wanting to go for the peat moss, which is the fabulous green tone, then the details are on your screen. And then we have got, what's the other one called?
and then it's coffee.
Oh, coffee.
Which for vintagey type stuff is the perfect colour.
Yes.
But I've also brought you a selection of the mini distress archivals, exact same ink, so it's that permanent oil-based ink with a dye base. But these are matching your distress products. So all your distress products that you've already got, your ink pads, your oxides, your sprays, your crayons, whatever they might be.
Oh, and they've got the names that we're familiar with.
These are going to match.
Right.
Yeah, they've got the same names. So I've got
Okay.
you 3 mini sets of these available.
Lovely.
And don't think, oh, it's a tiny ink pad, it's not going to last me 2 minutes. They are packed with ink and they do pack a punch and they're really
Sometimes
lovely.
nice to have a good selection of colours, isn't
Well,
it? Rather than
yes,
big
I
ink
mean,
pads with them
you
all,
probably
yeah.
wouldn't want to buy all of these in a full size.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have them to try.
I love
and
it.
then if you have a favourite, then you can get it in the big pad.
You will find those on the website, but don't worry, I'll take you through everything when we get to the end of the demo. Making a bit of a shopping list
Yes,
at the moment.
absolutely. So because I'm working on the blue one, I'm going to choose the prize ribbon, which is a fabulous navy blue colour. And again, with an ink pad, if you're not familiar with stamping, once you've got your stamp on your block, have your stamp face up.
Okay.
And ink from the top. So the fact that these are tiny makes no difference because what you're going to do is move it all across your stamp.
Oh, okay. And is that one of the stamps that we've got in the set?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This is from, it will be the
There's a lot
last
to
one.
go through.
The last one I came to, that one, which I think is just called Sewing, is it?
Oh, it's got little buttons and all
Yes,
sorts
it's this
in
one.
there. Oh, that's a cute one. Oh, I like that because it is literally like one of those old-fashioned kind of labels that you see in like the old newspapers and things like that. So I like that one. Okay.
All right, so lots and lots of tapping on here, and you'll be able to see that the ink is glistening, so it's nice and wet. And then I can pop this onto my tag.
Perfect.
And stamp that down.
Incidentally, if you do want to go for the I Want It All bundle, you will get the 4 stamp sets in there. We have got the stamp sets by themselves as well. So if you don't want to go for everything, papers and the stencils, you can get the set of 4 stamps as well. So those details are popped up on your screen. £52.99p, brilliant value. But bear in mind, for the difference, you're getting a lot more. So, yeah, again, split pay is available on everything or on both of those bundles. So you just decide. It's all about giving you choice. Okay?
Yep. And I've also got for you today a selection of Wendy Vecchi's Make Art ink pads. These are a dye-based but water-based, so these are non-permanent. These are great for blending, backgrounds, stenciling, splattering.
Okay.
You can stamp with them. But it depends. If you want your stamped image to be permanent, that wouldn't be my first choice.
Okay.
So I'm going to just ink a little bit around the edges now using my stencil brush. And we've got the stencil brush, I think, as well, haven't we?
We've got a fabulous price on these.
So this brush I like because it gives a very soft finish and it's relatively easy.
It's nice and comfortable. It's got a long handle because sometimes when you've got blending tools, sometimes they've got a little short.
I feel like they're on the wrong angle sometimes. You like, but
yeah.
with this, it gives a different finish.
Yes.
And I know it's hard to explain because you think, well, a brush is a brush, but
It's
it actually,
not,
with the
no.
stencil brush, what you find happens, it catches the edge really strongly, but you can come right onto the surface at the same time.
And is it like a domed kind of head on
Yes.
there? Okay, right. And it's always good to have different brushes for different colour palettes as well, isn't it? So when you're shopping for these, again, I'll tell you a little bit later on, they're only, I think, £3.99 or something like that. Very affordable.
And if you can stretch to 2 or 3, it's worth it because you don't have to keep cleaning them then.
Okay, it's a lovely
Not that I
colour.
clean mine very much, but you know.
And they will.
I just tend to take off the ink and then start again. Yes, it's a lovely colour. So this one is called Sky Blue. I've got you 2 sets of 4.
Okay.
So they're all going to work with everything else I've got on the show today.
Lovely.
So that's the first little tag done. Now that was a bit of card, and now I've got an embellishment.
And that could be a bit of card that's left over from when you've been doing your mats and layers.
So here we go, first pocket.
Cute.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Love it. What's next?
So next I'm going to bring in one of the stencils, and I'm going to use the same ink pad and my stencil brush.
So this is keeping the continuity with the colour going
Yes,
through, like
and
it.
I'm just going to add a little bit of these dots.
Now as you
I
do
don't-
this, it doesn't say it's quite subtle, but I suppose you see it when you lift it off.
I always say to people when you're stenciling, if you can see the colour by eye, you've probably got too much.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Because if I lift this up, look.
Oh, yes, so I can see it, yeah.
So you don't need to be
okay.
going to that degree where you can see it.
And you can also add more, but you can't take it away.
That's so true, isn't it?
Isn't it?
So
Yeah, my
true
mum
in
used to say
anything.
that, bless her.
Yeah. So I'm just doing random bits and pieces of it. I don't want it all over because I'm going to stamp one of those lovely stamps on here as well. And I don't want it so strong that it takes over. So another reason, it's a background. Backgrounds are not meant to be in the foreground.
Look at that, there they are.
So there's our little spotty bit. Now I'm going to go to this wonderful stamp.
Oh, what's this one?
Hotel de la Poste.
Oh, that I'm impressed.
Yeah, well, that's about as good as it gets.
I can just about ask for a baguette in French and that's it.
Une baguette, s'il vous plaît.
Exactly. Lovely. And a larger stamp as well, so we've got a nice selection, different sizes of the stamps.
And these sort of title stamps, I don't know if this would be like a letterhead or, you know, something like or a business card. It'd be whatever your imagination wants it to be. They don't have to make sense, these. They're just decorative items, aren't they, for your journals
and
and
they're
your
the kind of
cards.
accents that you see in background papers that you could always, well, you are in effect making your own background.
Yes, absolutely. You could go on a bigger piece and make a beautiful background paper and then utilise that in something. There are no limits when you've got stamps. I love stamps, as you all know.
Yeah.
And that's why, because you can do so much with them. There we go.
Oh, look at that. And that's such a crisp design, isn't it?
The detail on
Tiny
these
loops
is
and dots,
really lovely. Now, again, bring in our blending ink. You can blend with the archival inks as well.
Okay.
Just bear in mind, because it is a permanent ink, it's going to stain any tools you use with it. So, you know, if you don't want that to be a risk, always blend with a water-based ink, really.
That's it.
And this is just, I love inking edges because it pulls everything together.
Yes, yeah.
And what was just a piece of blank cream card now becomes an item because it's framed, it's got an edge, it's finished.
Yeah.
You know, it makes a massive difference.
And also it brings everything together, doesn't it? So, yeah.
Yep. And you can be really clever with your colours. You don't always have to have the whole edge in the same colour. You could, you know, you could mix and match around a frame.
You start off, because you chose your background paper, is that where you take inspiration from for your colours that you can use? Right.
Yes, so like this one, if you look, everything's done in the peat moss.
Lovely,
with the green there. If I was using the orange, I'd probably go to the coffee.
Of course, yes.
But because I'm going with the blue, so I've gone with the prize ribbon and then the sky blue.
Oh, you are looking after us today.
Well,
I've got bits of all sorts.
I've brought things, I've tried to make everything match. So there's our second little embellishment in there.
Wonderful.
Okay. Now, the next one is going to be a tag. So for this one, I've chosen another piece from the blue paper. And all I'm going to do is glue that to a piece of card.
Oh, simple as.
Stick them together and then die cut the tag.
Ah, okay.
So the tag is, I always glue it first because it's much harder to glue a piece of paper that's ready cut to a piece of card that's ready cut and get them lined up.
Yes.
And also the process of die cutting it actually fuses them together better.
Okay.
So it's worth doing it that way round.
Perfect.
So again, we need to blend our edges. I won't do it all, but you know, you get the idea. It does make a difference, and it's lovely to blend on top of the paper because, again, it gives that extra touch.
Okay.
So all the way around your tag with that. Now onto this one, I'm going to stamp this lovely big title stamp here.
Oh, okay, right, yes.
It's a magazine, it's almost like a 4-plate to a magazine, I would say, something like that.
Yes,
I really don't
big
know.
stamp.
It doesn't, again, it doesn't
Sometimes when
matter.
you're looking at the stamps, because there's a lot of information to fit on the packaging, the stamps look smaller, or they give you the illusion that they're going to be smaller, but when you actually see the size of it, some of them are huge stamps.
They are.
Big stamp. So yeah, please don't think that that is the size. That's kind of just giving you all the information that you need. But the actual stamps themselves, you've got the little tags on there as well. This is just one of those. So that's your French fabric. Well, obviously we've already seen the sewing come into play as well. And of course you've got another 2 sets when you are going for the I Want It All bundle or the set of 4 stamps as well. I'll take you through everything though.
So because this is a big stamp, I'm going to use my stamping platform.
Okay.
Just in case I don't get a perfect image the first time. So I'm going to, we have got this available today because I had it in my 1 o'clock show.
Oh, okay. So if you, it's always good to have one of these, isn't it?
So I can pick that up.
Lovely.
And I know it's lined up now, and I'm going to go back to my prize ribbon, which is the permanent archival.
Now, can I ask as well, because the stamp that you're using, it's kind of picked up a bit of colour. Does that matter?
Yes, no. So what I've done, I've already used it with the coffee on this
Oh, nice.
piece.
Yeah.
So it will stain it, but
Because
it
it's
won't
permanent.
affect
Right.
this
Okay.
unless I go, if I'd had black and then I'd tried to go in with the coffee, the black would have reactivated and it would have come through.
Right, okay.
But because I'm going with a darker colour over a lighter colour, it's not going to matter.
Fair enough.
Now, because this is a big stamp, I'm actually going to rub, let me bring that in so you can see, the ink pad initially, just so that I know I've covered every detail. But I don't want to leave it like that because there will be streaky marks from rubbing it.
Okay.
So once I've done that, I then still need to tap to get rid of those marks.
Okay.
So that'll make it more even. Okay. And then hopefully I'll get it first time, but if I don't, I can reposition it, which is the beauty, of course, of your stamping platforms.
I'm channeling all my positivity for you, Gwen.
Thanks. Yeah, and I love this one because you can actually remove the lid.
Yes, yeah.
Which makes it really easy to, hang on a minute,
Got the little magnets in there.
to tackle with your stamp.
Beautiful.
So that's all right. It's a little bit faded, but it did stick there.
The nature of this design, I think they're very forgiving because it's got that vintage antique look. So if it doesn't hit every single spot, then yeah, I think it's kind of all in keeping.
But if you just want to re-ink a little bit, it might have just shifted a bit there because it was a bit, we'll see how we go. It did just a fraction. Okay. But you can see, you can re-ink and get a much crisper image. Wonderful. So that's what I've done with that one.
Lovely.
So this is going in the back of our card there.
Oh,
now,
learning so many different techniques in
this next one, this is fun. One of the stamp sets, this one, so the same one I just got that big frame from, it's got these little sort of card toppers, if you like, for almost like a swatch card or a button card or a fabric card, but obviously they're in miniature. Now the trick with these is to use them at the bottom of a piece of card. So if I just find my little stamp block, oh, that's not big enough, I'll have to use this one. Right, pop that onto my block.
Okay.
And again, I'm going to use the prize ribbon. So because the letters are solid, I'm rubbing it just to make sure I get really good coverage and then tap, tap, tap.
Giving us some really good tips.
All things I've learnt through the years. I'm going to stamp this to the bottom, the right way up, but to the bottom. Okay. Like so.
Lovely.
And then what I'm going to do is score just to the side of this line. And then when I fold it, that becomes the top.
Oh, it looks like a little insert with a packet.
Yeah, you can put a little packet in there. I'm going to use it to give the effect of being like a fabric swatch.
Okay.
Because a lot of these stamps are to do with fabrics, with upholstery, perhaps curtains, perhaps soft furnishings, that sort of thing.
Love it. And incidentally, everything that Gwen's been using, bar the inks, obviously, we have got the inks on the show. It's all coming from that I Want It All bundle. We'll go through the whole bundle, though, so you know exactly what you're getting in a little while. I love this little technique.
So I'm just trimming those corners to match the pattern. Okay. And then what I'm going to do, I've got here, one I've already done. I've got some bits of paper. Now, I said yesterday, you'll curse me because we're all trying to throw our scraps away and not keep them. Now I'm saying keep all your scraps because they're going to come in. And I've got some, these are ancient.
Ah, like little decal edge.
Decal edge scissors.
Gosh, yeah.
Because if you look at fabric swatch books, they've always got a decal to stop it fraying, haven't they? So I thought,
we
right.
did have some of these on the website at one point. I don't know if we've got them anymore, but yeah, they're quite affordable and also easy to get hold of. So yeah,
and it's much quicker than having to get a die out and all that malarkey, isn't it? Right, so I've got staggered sizes here in the different patterns and complementary colours. So imagine that was perhaps a wallpaper book, and you could find your matching wallpaper, your matching fabric, whatever it might be. So all I need to do is assemble these. Yes, you could ink all the pieces. I chose not to, but you can do, so that's for sure. So let's pop these inside our little swatch book. That's our first one. Literally just layer them, stagger them.
I love it. And these papers are so pretty.
Aren't
You've got double-sided as well, so you can kind of flip and turn them and curl them if you want to, I guess. So if you want to
Well,
see
look
the
at that
underside.
flower.
Yes,
I mean, that's just stunning, yeah.
I mean, I must admit, the finished samples that we've got here, again, we'll show you those in more detail. Absolutely gorgeous. And you can always tell how much fun a design team has had when there's so many different styles.
I think you can always tell that they've got it.
Yes.
You know, they've understood what the collection's about. They've really gone to town with it, and I love that. It brings out the creativity. It's really super.
And it also means that when you've got all of the different components, everything works really, really well together.
Yeah, absolutely.
We will take you through everything and we'll show you everything that's available to you. But the I Want It All bundle is a brilliant one to go for because it's literally everything that you need that Gwen's been sharing with us already.
So there we go. That's our little fabric swatch. And I did just stamp on here with one of the other little, there's a little round
We've kind of got different sizes, haven't you? So there's somewhere to go in all the little nooks and
So this
crannies.
little round stamp I stamped on there like a manufacturer's mark.
Yes.
That was, you know, it's getting inside my head here. So there you go. That's where I'd done it. So you've got those little swatch pockets.
I love it. Gwen, thank you so
welcome.
much. I really enjoyed that, and I know you guys did as well, because lots of you have been going for this bundle, and it's inspiration like that we get from Gwen that helps us use all the components within that bundle. So details are up on the screen for the I Want It All bundle. You've got a discounted price, which is on your screen at the moment, and that equates to the 8x8 pad coming to you free of charge, because the saving of around $11.99 is what you are getting with the discounted price that we're bringing to you. Now, of course, paper pads, they are something that we use, and it's a case that it's not like stamps, you can use them over and over again. So I do suggest that you take that $11.99 saving and get yourself an extra paper pad. They're double-sided, beautiful papers in there, and as you can see, lots and lots of different components that you are going to love creating with. Starting off with those 8x8 papers, and you've got a lovely selection of different colours in there, different styles of papers, which mean that you are going to be able to create the perfect backdrop for whatever it is that you're creating. And of course, those gorgeous stamps there with that little bit of French twist to them are going to be perfect. Many of them work on that kind of sewing theme, so lend themselves to the look of papers that you've got, creating little tag books, as you can see here. Oh, we've got little hidden pockets and all sorts of things going on there. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous?
Aren't they stunning?
So little journal type books you could be creating with these, but to be honest, they're going to work with your card making just as well. Love this one. This shows how one of those stamps has been used with an embossing powder. That's not an easy technique to achieve, is it? You've got to have a lot of fine detail on a stamp going to do that.
Yes, and a fine detail powder.
Yes.
But when you do, it's really beautiful.
And you've also got lace elements in there, so you could be forgiven for thinking that Emma has actually used real proper lace on this one, because it's a beautiful finish. But of course, because it's a stamp, you could choose that to be whatever colourway you like. It could
And
be
over and over again.
That's a good point. No, it makes a lovely background. I like that one. This one here, some of the elements have been used just on the corners with that focal point in the centre there. Quite a dramatic look with the black. But what about introducing other pastel tones to echo the colours that you've got within the paper pad? I think that works well as well.
Yeah, it's
I
lovely.
like that one. Emma, on this occasion, has gone all metallic. Isn't that lovely? Absolutely beautiful. Love that idea. And again, utilising all the stamps there. We've got embossing powders on the show, so if you are shopping for those, we have got those as well. And here, Siobhan has created, well, I don't know what she's created because I haven't took the top off the box. What am I going to find in here, Gwen?
Gorgeousness.
Oh, look, we've got a little kind of detail in the lid there as well. Oh, look at this. Oh, a little set of notelets.
Beautiful.
Oh, and the little envelopes as well. Oh, what a beautiful idea.
What a fabulous gift that would make.
Absolutely.
Or if you
Love
make
it.
to sell, you're entitled to do that. Our policy
yeah.
allows you to sell anything you've made yourself.
Beautiful.
So, how beautiful, yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. Lovely vintage elements in there. And then, of course, take some little envelopes there, add your own detail to them, and they complement those notelets absolutely perfectly. Another lovely idea. There's many more to share with you, which I will do in a little while. But that bundle, let's talk about the bundle. You've got everything. All 4 sets of stamps, so you're going to get those in there, and there's a lot of stampage, if that is such a thing. You've got your sewing, element there, you've got your industrial sewing, your Hotel de la Poste, you said it so much better than me, Gwen, and then you've got your French fabrics there. Now, those 4 sets of stamps are available as a bundle by themselves. So if you're thinking, I don't want the paper pads, I don't want the stencils, you can shop for them by themselves, but do take a look at the stencils that come alongside. We've already kind of had a little look at the paper pad, because I think it's worth going for this bundle, because there's not a lot more money, but it gives you lots more scope.
It does, it really does.
Absolutely.
I think if you have been inspired by anything you've seen today, everything works together. You've seen how the papers are going to enhance the stamps and vice versa, and then the stencils just add that extra little special something.
It appears that my coffee has arrived. Did you see that?
I did see it. I wasn't going to bring attention to it. I'm thinking, where's mine?
I thought that's the design team have yet created a coffee cup as well.
I don't drink coffee, so you're fine. Don't run off and make one.
Love it. So there we go. That is your I Want It All bundle. Now I'm just trying to think how I can discreetly move that coffee cup out of Lee's
Well,
way.
I could go into a demo, then you can go and have a slurp.
That's a good point, actually. You might do that. But before we do that, can I tell you about the ink pads?
Oh,
Because
yes.
that is something that has been proved into be
Yes.
very, very popular.
You can't stamp without inks.
Well, this is the thing, and I love these because these are being put together, obviously with other things that many of us have got already. So we've got these lovely sets. I'm going to move them around a little bit because there's a bit of a glare on there, so hopefully that will show you these. Now, these
Look at
are
that range of colours.
3 different sets. So when we are looking at these, we're going to start off with this one. There we go. I never know my left from my right when I'm actually doing it on camera.
I don't.
But
I get mixed
I'm
up
going to take
still.
those ones out of the way just so I don't get confused.
Now she's destroying the set.
I'll put it all back, don't worry. You wonder why I'm not in very often. It's because I do things like this. So here you go. This is a lovely set. Gorgeous colours.
Yes, really sort of earthy, aren't they? You've got that fabulous prize ribbon that you saw me use. That's a wonderful navy. And that gorgeous rusty red. Is that barn door?
I think it is. Oh, fire brick, that one
Fire
is.
brick.
Yes,
oh, that is a lovely
yeah.
browny red, yes. And then you've got a grey and a green. So really good sort of vintagey palette.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Like those. Again, brilliant value for money, £17.50. So that is your price. You go get down that kind of pinky pastel route with the next one here.
Yes.
And this is a lovely one. You can see one of the, well, I say newer, although it has been available for a little while, that kitsch flamingo, but a nice selection.
I think these colours are some of the more recent.
Yeah.
You've got your duck egg blue and your kitsch flitch flamingo.
That's easy for you to say.
I love these sorts of colours. I love the slightly muted tones.
Yes, yeah.
The kitsch flamingo is quite a vibrant pink, actually. It's not very muted, but the others are.
I love that speckled egg as well. It's such a
and they
lovely
tone
colour.
together. It's a really lovely palette, isn't it?
Absolutely perfect. Then the last one we've got in that trio is this particular one here. So again, a little bit more of an earthy feel again with this one. But yes, it is a separate one. So there you go. Got that gorgeous kind of purpley tone in the bottom.
Yeah,
there as
the
well.
violet.
Really
What's
cool.
it called? Crumbs.
This the one at the bottom.
Villainous
Where am
Potion.
I?
Villainous Potion. Brilliant names, aren't they? I'd love to be in the room when they're brainstorming all these names.
Brilliant.
So yeah, those are a lovely. You've got your olive green and again a darkish red and that lovely blue, grey blue, aqua almost, and then that fabulous purple.
Now, if I was summarising with these, you were talking about obviously archival, so okay to work with our precious photos.
Yes.
Dye-based again.
Yes.
But water-based, so we can.
No, oil-based.
These were the oil-based.
So these are
ones,
permanent.
Okay.
So these are permanent.
Oh
so
yes, of course, yes, yeah.
You can use these to stamp. One example, stamp your outline. They dry very quickly. And then if you want it to watercolour onto that image, these aren't going to move.
That's where I've got myself mixed up, yeah.
Yes.
So there you go. A nice selection of colours, as is the case with the other 2 sets as well. Each one of those £17.50, and lots of you shopping for these, including brand new crafters to us here at Hobby Maker. So welcome to the family.
It's just a great way to build up your library of colours as well, buying these mini ink pads. And if you travel about and you want to take them with you, it's not so much to carry.
I love it.
I love them.
Now, I'm going to pop those to the side because I'm not going to stand them up. The reason being is we're going to look at the sets from Wendy Vecchi now. And these are 2 different sets. So these, you're going to get all 4 of these. And these are lovely. Now, you've got, in fact, I'm going to do it along those lines so I don't drop them. So, nice set again.
Yes, so these are your water-based, dye-based, so non-permanent, blendable. You can stamp with them You can blend backgrounds, you can put them through stencils, you can blend the edges of your cardstock, you can water them down and paint with them, you can water them down and splat with them. I don't think you can get much more out of an ink pad.
Absolutely. So yeah, brilliant value. Lovely colours there. You've got peat moss in there. You've also a lovely bloke, Pete. I like Pete.
Peat moss, yeah, good bloke.
Peat moss
Got
in
a
there.
brother called Sterling.
Love it. And that gorgeous, almost like a plum tone with the thistle there. And beautiful potting soil. Always useful to have that colour, isn't it, in your stash?
In the sets, you've two browns. I've brought you a red brown and a grey brown. So this one's the red brown.
Perfect. I love it. Now, if you fancy getting hold of these, we have entitled this one Bundle A, so you know what's coming in a few moments. £23 being your price on this one, but that is your starting price. The price is coming down. So if you like the idea of getting hold of these, then why not take advantage of them at £17.99? Brilliant value for money, absolutely brilliant. I love that, absolutely gorgeous. And don't forget, we have got bundle number, bundle number
B.
Number B. There's a bit of a mistake in there. Bundle B. So this one, and this one here, the sky blue. That's the blue that you used in your demo, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous, beautiful green in there. And again, you've got those kind of autumnal tones in there, if you will, with that gorgeous. It's kind of like a darker tone, isn't it? That one.
Yeah.
Love that tea rose.
Tea rose
as
is
well.
like a dusky,
Really
peachy rose,
pretty,
really vintagey looking.
Sky blue, leaf green in that one. You've got your acorn, and then you've got that gorgeous tea rose. Absolutely beautiful. And of course, Gwen showed us working with some of those in her demo. Details are up on your screen. Again, we're going to match that price rather than £23. That price will be coming down for you to take advantage of should you choose to go for those as well. Now, the brush, we've been very, very busy for that stenciling brush. Now, I don't know if I've got one to hand here. I don't think I have.
Here.
Talk us around these, Gwen, because we saw you using these. It looked very easy to work with.
Well, it's very long handled. It sits really comfortably, and I've got quite big hands, so it sits comfortably in my hand. But you can also use it quite easily between your finger and thumb if you want it to be quite relaxed.
Perfect.
You've got the domed end there, and it's absolutely packed with quite strong bristles, but it's not hard.
Okay.
It's still got some softness to it. So when you are using it to blend, it doesn't leave harsh, streaky marks. It gives a nice blended finish.
Shows like this, it's definitely worth going for these, because at $3.39, you don't want to be coming back in 2 or 3 days' time and thinking, I'm going to get one of those brushes and then pay your post.
I've had them a few times recently, and we've no more stock either, so...
Oh, okay. They gave more reason to take advantage. £3.39. Now, we've had a request to actually show you these. Now, these, I have seen these online, but I've not seen them in the flesh. Now, this is a bit of a treat. These are beautiful.
Oh, I'm so pleased we can show you these again.
Now, are these individuals, or are they all part of a bundle? It's all part of a bundle, so let's work our way through these. You've got your gorgeous places you will go. These are gorgeous. I've seen Andy working on these on social media.
The places you will go is a quote from a Dr. Seuss book, which I absolutely love. I'm a big fan of Dr. Seuss. But that's just an aside. But yeah, we've got this little boy with his balloon, and he's out there.
Gorgeous.
Thinking about the world.
Isn't that lovely? Contemplating.
Yes, that's the word for this collection, contemplative.
Grey rubber this time.
Grey rubber, cushion mounted, hand pre-cut, so you don't get any edges that you could catch.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
And that says it all, doesn't it? Sometimes all you need is a hug.
Yes, it's so true.
Beautiful. Love that. That one that is included in there as well. Oh, so cute.
Best friends come in all shapes and sizes.
Beautiful again.
Very true.
Good size stamps. These are gorgeous. I mean, literally the artwork. I mean, Andy's such a talented artist.
He is a very talented artist, and he is a bona fide artist.
Yes.
He's come into craft from the art world, which
Proper
is amazing.
pen and paper,
because it gives us the opportunity to see his artwork in a stamp form, which is so wonderful.
I think that's a lovely phrase. For any that's going through a bit of a tough time, I'll be your umbrella.
That made me cry that when I saw that the first time, because it does mean so much, doesn't it? I'll look after you, I'll protect you from the storms of life and all of that. Don't get me going again.
I won't. Let's go fly a kite.
Isn't that fab? Two little friends sitting on the shoreline or maybe in the rock pools and just,
I love it.
Putting the world to rights.
There we go, that's it.
Bicycle boy.
Nowhere to go but up. Sometimes that is so true, isn't it? When you feel that you're at rock bottom, there's only one direction to go.
Well, it's a good way to think,
Love it.
Because it's always better to aim high.
Absolutely. And I love that you kind of got so many balloon elements running through this as well. They're beautiful.
And it's a shame I've not got the samples because I didn't know you were going to do this, but some of the balloons have been changed. So that one has been done with, I've seen it done with a heart shape rather than the round balloon. And one of the smaller ones that turned into a sausage dog balloon. So cute.
Oh, look at this.
I
Friends
know.
forever.
So you can imagine, can't you, two little girls.
Oh, yeah, it's just sitting
whispering
there.
secrets.
See, 6 weeks summer holidays, that's it in a nutshell for me when I was little.
Me too.
Yeah, that's how you spend your days.
Playing on the wreck.
Absolutely,
swinging.
absolutely.
I spent more time upside down than I did the right way up. My mother said I was always on my hands more than I was on my feet.
Now, I'm going to struggle here because we have got so many beautiful stamps all coming together. Taking advantage of the little stands that we've got there to try and illustrate just what you are getting within this bundle.
So 8 beautiful hand-drawn illustrations by Andy. All hand done. He's just got this amazing style. Just when you look at some of the faces of the children, just a few little lines, and the faces are amazing. Look at that.
He's such a talented artist.
Isn't he just?
Absolutely beautiful.
The little curled nose and the little chubby cheeks. I just love it.
Absolutely gorgeous. I'm just I'm in awe of anybody that can draw, and to this standard, it's incredible. But you know what? The beauty is that Andy turns us all into artists, because all you need to do is stamp up that image. You don't need to add a lot to it, really.
You don't, no. If you didn't see the show, I did a show at 1 o'clock. Have a quick look back at that, because I did show you some background techniques and things like that. All you need is a nice inky background, maybe a little bit of stenciling, or maybe a nice piece of paper, and you could stamp this on top of that. You don't need to be doing very much at all. Or you could go to town on your background and then highlight the stamp by leaving it all white. So it really stands out that way. Beautiful. But there was some done in just sepia, monochrome. Just you don't need to be doing much fancy stuff.
When you've got good artwork, you don't need to. That's going to help you. It's going to help you achieve those masterpieces. And of course, I've kind of held them a bit caggy-handed, if you will. But on the website, you'll be able to see all of them in their beauty. And if they are available individually, you can shop for them that way as well. But we haven't addressed that price. Oh, I didn't realise. I thought that was it. £71.92 is your price on your screen for this one, but that is not the price you are going to be paying. You will get every single one of these coming to you via split pay if you so choose. Wow. £51.92.
On split pay.
Oh, no, that's not right. Oh, sorry, we're going to address that. I do apologise. All of these coming to you, fabulous value for money. So here we go. I do apologise. We've got Nowhere to Go, but Up is featuring within there, alongside Let Your Dreams Take Flight, and then Friends Forever as well. So a beautiful collection of stamps, which I am sure you will all be taking advantage of in your droves. So what else shall we share with you? Shall we go into a demo with Gwen? Let's go into a demo with Gwen, because you've got something all primed and ready to go.
I have, yes. So going back to Lorna Taylor, Tailor-Made Journals collection, I'm going to show you how to do this.
Oh, that's pretty.
Because I also brought today a couple of dies from Jamie Rogers.
Okay.
And this one in particular I loved because it made me think of lace. It does look like a sort of piece of lace, doesn't it?
Oh, yes.
So this is a beautiful die, and it cuts and embosses some detail into the panel. So if you cut just the inner lacy panel of this die, let me just find it for you. Oh, here we are.
Got it?
Right. So it has a decal edge, which is fab for doing just a square panel with a decal edge if you cut that on its own. If you cut that and that together, you'll get this pattern with a decal edge on the panel. If you cut this on its own, the size of card doesn't matter. You can make the border around it as wide as you like, because it won't cut it out as a square. It'll just cut this pattern in.
So if you've got a larger die cutting machine, could you almost turn that into a tile and kind of make it even bigger?
Absolutely. Yes, you can repeat the pattern. Yeah. So what I've done with this one is I've just cut that panel through a piece of card, then I've cut my borders down to the size that I wanted.
Makes sense.
Yep. And then to create my frame, which is this, I've used the decal edge from that die set and a different square from Sue Wilson's Stitch Squares.
Ah, so like
Put the two together to make a frame, but it's still got that decal edge that came from this beautiful panel, which is called
Producer Dies.
circles mandala background.
Lovely,
That one.
thank you.
So that's available. So that was the starting point for this particular sample, and that was where I wanted to go with it. And then it's what do I dress it up with?
Okay.
So in the Gwen's Goodies dies that we had at the top of the hour, there are 2 little frames in one of them.
Okay.
If I can find the right set, it's this one. So this is the Oslo set. So these 2 little edges here, we'll cut a panel like that.
Perfect.
If we cut these 2 together at the same time, it will give us a frame. And that's what I'm going to use in this sample. So I've used what I showed you before with the tag, a piece of card, glue a piece of paper to it, and then die cut it out. So that's using just the larger of the 2 of those little edger dies. And then onto this I want to stamp my corset. Now the corsets come 2 on the same stamp, but I wanted to isolate them. So I'm going to show you how to do that.
Now, if you are looking for the stamp set, because they are available individually, the stamp sets, by the way, the industrial sewing set, I think, is the one that you need for the corset. So if you're wanting to go for that one is available by itself. So there you go. That is the stamp set there, very, very briefly showing it you. And you can see the little corset on there. The Hotel de la Poste sewing, as well as French fabric tags. Again, they're all $13.99, and they've got their own individual item numbers on the website, should you need those.
And I'm going to be using Villainous Potion from the archival links. So the corset I want to stamp is the top one of the 2. And so I think it is. Hang on, I've already done one. No, it's the bottom one. All right, so I'm going to ink the bottom one. But as you can see, it's quite difficult to isolate it. So I'm not going to try, because I want to make sure I get my image inked properly.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do, when I then bring it to my oval, decide where I want it, and then I'm going to block off the second stamp. So I can just literally put some paper there and mask the second stamp.
Perfect.
And that means I can isolate one element from a stamp, and you can do this with lots of different stamps. So don't always feel you've got to use the whole stamp that's presented to you. There are ways of using them. Okay.
That's a clever technique.
So there we are. And then what I want to do is bring in from the Wendy Vecchi the Thistle, which is a lovely colour. And I'm going to watercolour with this.
Okay.
So I'm going to squish a bit onto my acrylic block or a palette.
Lovely. And because you've used the archival ink, which is a permanent colour, you're able to use it in your water brush.
It's not going to make it smudge and move.
It's all education,
yes.
isn't it? I love it.
So I'm just going to use my water brush, and I'm going to mix a little bit of this with a little bit of water. And then I can take that to this stamped image and paint it.
Perfect.
And it's really easy and really quick.
And it's lovely because you're not losing the detail of the stamp that you've already
exactly.
used. Yeah.
So the Villainous Potion is slightly darker than the Thistle. And so it lets that detail all shine through.
That is beautiful.
And it just makes the stamp stand a little prouder, because before I'd coloured it, it was sort of disappearing a little bit to nothing, because the background's got pattern in it as well. And so to make it stand up, you just add that bit of colour. That's it, really.
Perfect. Look at that.
And then I'm going to then attach my die-cut frame. So this little frame.
Put in a safe place.
Here. Yeah. So that was cut, if you remember, with these 2. And this one was cut just with the larger one. So I know they're going to fit perfectly together.
Wonderful. Now, we're not going to detract from the demo. We've only got about 5 minutes left. But can I very quickly, it's almost like a public service announcement. We're down to the last, what was that, last 20% did you say? Oh, 20 units, sorry, of the Andy Skinner collection that I showed you earlier on. So lots of you popping them into your baskets. You're yet to check your baskets out, but please do it quickly, because when we've got more than 20 people shopping for them and only 20 kind of units available, some people are going to miss out. And this is potentially your last chance to get hold of them.
Yes.
So, yeah. I know you had to fight to bring them back on the shows.
I did, because we didn't think we could make any more stock, because they're all handmade in-house at Creative Expressions. And so it was getting a bit like, oh, I don't know if we can do it. Right, so that's one of my little panels done. Now I've got some elements here to make my card. Again, one of those stunning papers, which I want to sit behind this lace panel so that the colour comes through. It's quite subtle, but it does make a difference. Then I'm going to pop the frame around that just to neaten everything off. My two panels with the corsets, I'm going to sit here and offset.
That's clever, because it's almost like two stamps that weren't two separate stamps.
And then from that set that had all the little card toppers, like the advertisements for the fabrics and things like that.
Okay, yeah.
I've made another little...
The French fabric tags.
Oh, excuse me.
Gwen.
Gosh, that came from my boots.
I thought you were looking for something on your trolley.
Sorry about that.
Made me jump out my skin.
Took me by surprise.
So what's she looking for?
So I'm going to put that up there.
That looks cute.
I'm not going to have time to show you this, but I did do it yesterday. So if you can look back at yesterday's show, I basically got a piece of paper, inked it with Versamark ink, which is clear sticky ink, put on one of the embossing powders that is available. It's called Arctic Pearl Luster.
Beautiful colour.
And then using Sample's Itty Bitty Buttons die, which I adore, I made some buttons. And the beauty of this is that the buttons are just made of bits of card or paper. Wow. They have no thickness, they have no weight. So if you're posting things, it's not going to be an issue. And I've just sort of made a few of those and dotted them about on this card.
What a lovely finishing touch.
And there we are.
That is beautiful.
But there's the original with everything fixed in place.
That is gorgeous.
So that was a bit rushed, but
no, you got
hopefully you got the key elements there.
You did. Is that brilliant? I love it. Gwen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Another little kind of quick look maybe at some of those finished samples. Don't forget to check those baskets out though, guys. It's been a very popular bundle, the I Want It All, and it gives you all of the components. So where you've got the stencil detail, where you've got the stamp detail, these fabulous focal points, that gorgeous lace, the stamps are all there that will enable you to create and get those fabulous results. And of course, by having a good range of stamps and papers means you can do all those kind of really interesting projects.
Yes, I love using stamps and papers together, and it's something you perhaps don't think about, is stamping out actually onto your patterned papers, but why not?
Absolutely, take inspiration from those pages. So so please do continue to check your baskets out. Gwen, when are you due back on our screen?
I'm back next week.
Oh, are you?
I'm here every week for the next, don't know how many weeks.
Oh my goodness,
I know.
well, I'm not complaining.
So next week, what will I be doing? I will be bringing a new collection from Jane's Doodles.
Ooh, that's something to look forward to. So keep an eye on that schedule.
Yes.
Gwen, for this hour, thank you.
Thank you, Hayley.
Inspirational
It's
as
been
always.
lovely. Thank
Very
you.
much love working with Gwen. Somebody else that I love working with, because I know he's going to bring us a bargain, is our fabulous Keith, who's coming up after the break. Very busy earlier on we were. Thank you,
Thanks,
Gwen.
Hayley, darling.
See you guys the other side of this.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hello, 7 days a week. 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 7 days a
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
We've got an exclusive with Sarah Davies for her 40th birthday celebrations.
It's my birthday and I want to celebrate with all of you guys. I've got some smashing deals, some real birthday treats, and of course, cake.
Including a Gemini 2 anniversary bundle and more.
Now, come and join my party. It's on Friday and you need to help me celebrate turning 40 in big style.
So, that's this Friday on Hobbymaker from 1 p.m.
Drum roll.
Drum roll, roll up, roll up.
This is going to be a crazy busy hour. How do I know that? Because you were here earlier on and it was crazy busy as well.
I was here earlier on. Congratulations if you participated in that show. We had some cracking deals, Hayley.
Absolutely. Now
but the deals don't stop.
Well, this is it. And we've got some brand new things to share with you. We will revisit some of the favourites from the previous hour, but we're kicking things off with something that I think looks absolutely amazing. You wait till you see the deal that we've got on this. This is beautiful.
Isn't it, Hayley?
Gorgeous.
Absolutely beautiful.
Look at that.
Yeah, this is an amazing pearlescent cardstock, 300 GSM quality cardstock, Hayley.
Look at that.
And it's fantastic, it is. And it's what we call a constellation jade. I don't know really what that means, but basically you've got these little lines going across. You can use them in a portrait fashion. You can use them in a landscape fashion. They almost look like there could be the crashing of the waves. They could be the seascape. There could be the clouds in the sky. But of course you can. I've just had lovely stamping going on there.
Yeah.
You could stamp all over these. You're going to get the most amazing results. And because it is a pearlescent cardstock, you can use your colorizations on these, Hayley, as well, if you wanted to do so. Now, there are 50 sheets in this. It's 12 inches by 12 inches. £37.50 is your headline price. But today, I'm in a good mood because, do you know what, Hayley? This is my last show.
Not ever, surely.
Not ever, not
Thank
ever.
goodness for that.
They're not that lucky.
Oh, my little heart went going for a moment then.
This is my last show. I'm having a week off. Well, I'm having about a week, 10 days off.
Oh, nice.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to a place called Hargate. David didn't know where Hargate was, but see, that's because he's posh, I suppose.
Oh,
really.
see, fair enough.
Hargate's down the bottom of the garden if you didn't really know.
Hargate, I love it. Now, these are beautiful. Now, when you see the deal that we've got on these, you will want to go for multiples. If people are going for multiples of these, how do they arrive to us? I can see that you kind of like a single
I've got a set here, Hayley. This is how it's going to come. Beautifully wrapped and tapped, as you can see from here. Keeps it clean, keeps it perfect. It's going to get to you in pristine condition. So you can literally stock up on these. And that's really, the way that we'd like to present things. Keep it nice and clean, ready to go. Just slit the top over. You can take out one sheet, you can take out 10 sheets. Yeah. You've got 50 sheets to have a go with, Hayley.
And it's got the most incredible pearlescent finish. I mean, this is what you call your posh cardstock. It's not going to be a posh price that you're paying for it. 300 GSM, so we're used to that maybe for our boxes and things like that. These would make fabulous boxes.
They would make fabulous boxes. And because they're already cut to 12 by 12, Hayley, I'm thinking you could quite easily get a 6 by 6 or an 8 by 8 box out of these for sure. Of course, you could also make those unusual shaped cards, couldn't you, as well, really? You could make the elongated, long-shaped cards if you wanted to do so. But don't forget, it's 12 by 12, so therefore you're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4 6 by 6 mats out of there.
So that's a couple of hundred cards.
A couple of hundred card fronts there, all out of this beautiful pearlescent kind of finish as well. You can die cut with this. You can emboss with it if you wanted to change the pattern. You can absolutely emboss with it as well. But I do think that this is what I would call, that's my ideal of a posh card.
Absolutely. Perfect for all those occasions where you're going to be wanting to pull out your posh cardstock. Things like your wedding invitations, you save the dates, invitations to parties, birthday events, or making your boxes, because it's got a beautiful finish to it. It's got that lovely wavy feel to it when you look at it. But it's one of those ones, when you've held it to the camera, it almost looked like it was textured, almost almost like corrugated, but it's not. It's completely flat, but it does give you that illusion of that kind of ripple effect that you've got there. But it isn't. It's completely flat, so when you come to work with it, you've got that gorgeous effect. Almost a bit like an animal print that you could look at with regards to that one. But
Indeed,
it
Haley,
takes
yeah,
colour
for sure, yeah.
beautifully.
And it does take colour. Look, I've just applied a little bit of colour onto the top of that one there. But as you can see, the actual pattern design comes,
It's like a
comes straight through.
pearlescent finish card.
Yeah, it
now,
almost
yeah,
turns it then
yeah.
to a pearlescent finish. So you can add your inks to this, you can add your colour to it, you can stamp onto it, as I say. You can do everything that you want, but of course that lovely finish is going to stay with you and really make it really comfortable.
Absolutely brilliant value for money at £37.50, but you wait till you see that price. Oh, there's our Gwen. Good tip. Archive a link. Check out Gwen's last out. We had some brilliant colours. That's what you need for your pearlescent cardstock.
That's what you need, yeah, absolutely.
$15.99.
That's what we
$15.99.
$15.99. Is that what you said? $15.99.
I did.
I didn't realise it was going to be $15.99. Boys and girls, it's only £15.99.
Now we've got lots of you shopping for this, but not just going for one pack. You're going for multiples of these. You are realising what brilliant value for money these are. Dorothy had already checked out her basket before we even got to dropping that price down. She realised how amazing they were. We've got lots of you getting involved. I know that some of you like to see that price drop before you do shop for this, but of course do rest assured whatever point you get involved with the pricing, whether it's before we drop the price or at whatever stage, you will still pay that lowest price along with everybody else. I love that because you can still see that waviness
still
coming
see the
through.
waviness coming through early as well. I think this also makes wonderful wedding stationery as well.
Beautiful.
You know, you could have your invitation, your order of service. You could have literally could do the whole wedding look out of this.
If you've got a laser printer, I would suggest give it a go. 300 GSM. Sometimes you have to feed it from the kind of the back through because it doesn't always want to curl through from your paper tray. But this would be fabulous if you could print on it as well. Give it a go.
Absolutely. And of course, it's a beautiful white, crisp white on the reverse as well. So if you did want to make your cards out of this for your special party, of course, the lovely Sarah Davis just had a big 4-0. 4-0. I mean, this is the sort of thing that you'd make 4-0 birthday party invitations from, really. You know?
And also, you're quite right with that lovely kind of bright white centre. I mean, you could, if you wanted to, just literally slice that along the middle, get it onto your scoreboards, fold it in half, and straight away you've got a quality 6x6 card. But me personally, being a stingy one that I am, I wouldn't want it on the back. I'd be cutting this and putting
cut
it
it
on
down,
the
use it
front
on the front, yeah.
Do you know what? Janet, you're going to have a field day with this. You've actually got for 6 of these. That's 300.
Now, Janet might be one of those lovely people that is doing all of her wedding station. Maybe she's got an event coming up.
Absolutely.
And this is going to tick the boxes for sure. I know my sister-in-law used this cardstock in her part of her wedding.
Lovely.
And there was as much of a hoo-ha about your invitations were beautiful, because you are setting the scene. So, save the dates, all of those things that you do. This is just brilliant to be able to work with that.
And
it's crisp, it's clean, and it's what I would call ultra posh.
Absolutely. If I was to say to you, right, you're going to get 300 sheets of that plain white, 300 GSM, then you would be buying this in your droves anyway. But when you consider, you've got options. You can use the pearlescent side if you want to, use that white side if you're wanting to. Either way, you have got a quality cardstock, and over a quarter of the stock has gone. Lots of you, I think pretty much everybody is going for multiples of this. Now, with regards to this, I suppose we've got to take the deals while we can get it with these.
This is certainly one of those deals that you've got to take whilst you can get it, Haley. One of the things that we're doing at Paper Dynamics, obviously, is we're sourcing materials. We take whatever we've got available, whatever I can get hold of. This is just amazing. And then we have to decide, well, what size we're going to do. The reason that this has been done as a 12x12 is it does actually come in big sheets. But I thought that the best yield was to give the viewers the opportunity, because 12x12 is one of those sizes where you can make boxes. And I thought, really, if we are going to go down the luxurious route, yes, you could cut this into A4s. You're going to get A4s out of here. You're going to get your 4 6x6s, as I say. But for making everything, your boxes, your orders, for making the whole
one of the most popular cuts, 12x12, yeah. It's got the most versatility. If you're using an A4 sheet, sometimes you end up with that little bit that you kind of like, what do I do with it? Goes in your stash.
Well, your 8x8, of course, your A4 would cut down to make an 8x8 front, but it wouldn't make an 8x8 box.
Yeah, that's
whereas
true.
this would do, and you'll have a nice 2-inch depth of your box as well. Absolutely. So if you want your chocolate sponge to look ultra chocolatey spongy.
I love it. And I love it as well. You're shopping the length and breadth of the country. It's all over the place. And lots of you are shopping for them in their multiples as well. So get it while you can. Don't forget, as I mentioned there, over a quarter of the stock having gone of this at $15.99. If you've already gone for one set and you're thinking, do you know what, I wish I'd gone for another, then you can still do that. You can check out your basket periodically through the show. It's important that you do that. The reason being is, myself included, I've got caught out with this one. We batch all the orders up at midnight, so it doesn't matter how many orders you complete during the course of the day, it's all batched up at midnight and you have one debit that comes out of your account or your credit card. But it means that you've checked your basket out, so you've ensured that you've got that deal. So the deal on your screen, 50 of those 12 by 12 sheets just coming to you for £15.99. So definitely worth going for. Now we've got some lovely characters appearing on our screen.
Lovely little characters. Now, this is... Well, it's sort of like back in stock, Hayley, but also, sadly for this particular collection, it's the last of stock as well.
Okay.
So, you know, those magnificent men in their flying machines, they're all in there as well. You've got the little cool guy in his car. They're all in here. These are our wonderful character rockers that you're going to get, Hayley, in here. You get 16 of the... just look at this one here. This is just beautiful. Wow, there is gold in them. You've got your wonderful little... But the idea with these are kinetic, these are movable. They all rock. They're great for the kids and young crafters to get involved with, for sure. You've got so much fun that you can have with these.
So how do these come to us then?
All right, these are going to come to you complete. You've got everything in the collection to be able to make the 16 characters, 8 different designs. You get 2 of each. So you can make 2 of each of every one of the characters. Look at the giraffe with his googly eyes. How cool is that? The googly eyes are not included, but they are a good little add-on to it as well, which if you go to the website, you'll probably find googly eyes will be on there for sure. But yeah, cute, and we're talking about the giraffe, not me. But you get, so you say, how do they come? Well, first of all, people might turn around and say, Hayley, I've never made one before, like in my life. I have no idea what I'm going to do. Is there any help? Is there any help the way it is? Well, it will come in the form of a step-by-step instructions that are included in with the set. They are so easy to put together. As you can see there's only 4 or 5 steps to be able to put them together, and you've got little visuals there to show you how they work. Now, once you've done one, Hayley, you are going to be away and be able to make all of them. These are the actual characters. As I say, now you get everything in here. So we're going to give you the 16 characters, depending on how you want to put them together. So obviously, like, we've got the heads on the heads. Now, we do have 2 options here with this collection.
So are we saying to people, admire these, but don't check out your basket?
Well, you might want to just hang fire, because we've got 2 deals. We've got one deal, which is just the What Rocker collections, and then we've got the whole shebang.
Right,
But, unless you want to shop ahead on the website, the whole shebang is very limited stock. Because there ain't a lot of the whole thing together.
Fair enough.
With a bit more stock of the individuals, which is what this is, $29.99. That's not going to be a price, but this is brilliant. So, Hayley, you're going to get 16 sheets of these. They're already pre-punched for you. You don't need any scissors. Everything's die cut. Just give them a massage. All of the elements are going to pop out. All of the bits. Look at there's his eyes. We have a little bit of glaze.
So the layers,
you can add your layers to them as well. You've got your little... do giraffes have feet? Do they have hooves? Do they have feet? I'm not quite sure.
I think they're hooves. I think they are hooves.
We've got the wow, Jim lad. We've got the little pirate character there as well, included with the set there. We've got our lovely little teddy bear. Who doesn't like teddy bears? Everybody loves a bit of a teddy bear. Our cute little teddy bear on there for us as well. We've got our little guy in his little car as well. So we've got him in his little car. He's a cool guy in his little car. We've also got those magnificent men in their flying machine. There's a lot of sneezing going on now today.
Did you just hear what somebody said? Is he driving a panda?
He's driving a panda. I'm the one that makes the jokes. Thank you very much. Listen, that's going to make me over the moon, Hayley. Hey! No puns on this one, right? And look, oh, you've got to have the unicorn, haven't you, really? You've got to have a unicorn.
The artwork's phenomenal with these.
And then, of course,
Proper
cup of tea,
cute.
tea, coffee,
Love
cup
it.
of tea, cup of toffee, coffee. So we've got all those. So you're going to get all 16 of the characters. Then to go with that, as well as the instructions, we're also going to give you, the halos and the rocking mechanisms. These are the halos, what we call the halos. They are circular elements that you pop around. And the halo, if I just show you on that one there.
That one, yeah.
You see this element here at the top? This is the halo bit.
So that kind of
the
frame.
The frame that goes around it. And then this is what we're calling our rocking element as well.
So that is the kind of the half circle.
And they all fully coordinate. Look, so you see I've got the rocking element in one hand and the halo in the other.
Right.
And that could be the
so
serendipity.
that die cuts out.
That's right,
I can see, yes.
And you can literally put them together as they go together now. Again, you've got all 16 sheets of them because you're going to get 2 of each in all of the characters. So you can guess which one that one goes with for sure, can't you? That's got to go with it. We've got to go with that one, really.
Perfect.
I mean, you can mix and match however you want. If you don't want the pirate ship to go with the pirate, but you want it to go with the guy with the panda car, well, you can mix around as much as you want.
I love it.
You're in control. You can play with it. But I know, see, now you could guess that one, really. You wouldn't put a pirate ship with the old road there, would you? Or would you? I have no idea. You could do all of those things as well. Maybe about the sky. You've got those magnificent men in the flying machines going up into the up and away we go. You've got the night sky included in there.
Oh, look at that. That is beautiful.
Isn't that beautiful? That really is. So again, these are perfect cards for younger people particularly, but who's classed as young these days.
Absolutely.
You know, young people, old people. We love them because they're kinetic, they move. So you're going to get all of that. You get all of the halos as well.
So you're going to get the halos, which are the kind of the circles. You're going to get the, or the frame, should I say. You're going to get the characters. You're going to get the circle backers, and the rockers.
You're going to get the instructions.
You need to post them.
And you've got the envelopes for them to go as well.
Perfect.
So the finished thing fits perfectly inside the envelope. So that is just the main collection of the Paper Dynamics Rocket collection.
And I can see we've got more to share with you. So that is the wibbly wobblies. The details are up on your screen. That price though, that is not the price that you're going to be paying with these. The price is going to drop down. But again, just pause for a moment before you check out your basket because we have got a fabulous deal for you, but not a huge quantity of that bumper deal. Might be that you like the look of those and you want to take the bumper deal as well, you can do. So do keep checking your baskets out. But just to show you everything else that we've got within the bigger bundle, we're going to go on to the next element.
Yeah, so these are the scenics, Hayley, that will work with that as well. So if you wanted to, I said to you that there are 2 characters. There was 2 heads or there's 2 bodies on each one. Some people like to make extra. So with this, you can actually make the extra. So in here, you've got 16 sheets. You get 2 of each of all of the 8 designs that will work with them, but they are classed as scenes.
Right.
So that effectively you could take your characters and you can add them to the scene.
So for instance, if you wanted to take this character and actually have him with that background,
with the background, you could mix and match with the background. Again, perfect if you use your dies with these. So maybe you've got cluster dies, bigger dies as well. So you can make them into different kind of elements. But you've got all of the characters and the scenes here that will work with those characters. So you can guess that one's going to work, I guess, really, really well. With the rainbows in there, it's a little bit of a clue. But I mean, that in itself is just perfect to work with for any little girl's card, isn't it, really?
And there's nothing stopping you from kind of cutting into these, doing your fancy folds with these, playing around with them and making them what you want them to be.
Absolutely.
$8.99 we're looking at for
$8.99 that we're looking at within here. So again, as I say, you get all of these included in the set. There is a scene for everyone. There we go. There's the road. There's the balloons. All beautiful to be able to work with. Again, top quality cardstock that's included with these, Hayley. So 16 sheets there with that. So you can buy that on its own. I believe the price is £8.99. Yes, it is. It's £8.99. If you want it, here it is. Come and get it. But you might want to have it with something else because now we've also got, Hayley, the designer card pack, and this has been 24 sheets, slightly lighter weight, 160 GSM. But in here, you've got all of the sort of like the patterns and designs. I mean, that could go with, what do you think, a giraffe?
I'd go giraffe,
bit of
giraffe print,
a bit of giraffe print in there as well. We've got all of the different prints included in the set. So
it's picking out elements.
It's picking out elements from the collections for you to cut into, for you to die cut into, to be able to play around however you want. Now, as I say, you have 24 sheets of this, 8 different designs, 3 sheets of each, but all of the designs again coordinate with the complete collection.
All 3 of those different packs that we've been looking at, well, actually it's more than 3 packs, isn't it? They all coordinate perfectly together. Do you know what would be lovely if we had a bundle that had got them all in?
It would be great, wouldn't it? So would you like, and this is the one I was saying right a few minutes ago, which is now limited stock. You can have that one, you can have that one, and you can have this one, all of this.
Everything, all the characters, all the rockers, all the frames. You're going to get the papers that we've just looked at. You're going to get those fabulous card bases that we've got as well, all from the Animal Adventures. So everything that I am holding and everything that Keith has is going to be on its way to you for a fabulous bumper price. Now, some of you...
Bumper price.
Absolutely. Some of you have already checked out your baskets with these because you've got, well, you know how Keith does things around here. And some of you have gone for multiples of these. So it's everything here. It's kind of got like 4 bundles in one go, haven't we, all of these. So £40.47 is your start price, but it's not where we are ending with this one. The chevrons are there, the price is coming down. You're looking at $29.99, which I think was what that first pack, wasn't it? Or $22.99, I think the first pack was.
Well, this pack on its own starts off at $29.99.
Right.
But do give it a little bit of discount off that. But effectively, for this price, you can have all of it.
See, I'd be tempted to go for everything and then maybe go back in and get extras of those individuals that are available to really maximise a bundle. We'll warn you though, this big bundle that we've got, we are way oversubscribed. There weren't many of them left to start with, so check your baskets out. This is one of those ones that do not leave it. We've got double the amount of people wanting this as we have available. And don't forget, when you're putting them together, it could be you're making your little wibbly wobblies, using the frames, using those circles, using the characters, or you might be making your traditional style cards, utilising those A4 sheets that you've got, the fabulous backgrounds that you've got, and really getting incredibly creative with these. I mean, the scope, this is a lovely one here because somebody's been using little dies and things on there as well.
Absolutely.
I
love this one. That's why I've used the scenes with the little pirate ship there. So again, we've given him a little bit more of a character there by using the scene as part of the bubble there on this end here. But just to get, there are no rules, Haley, is there?
Absolutely, absolutely. The only rule that we've got here is we can't sell any more than we've got available. So that means that if you have shopped for these already, thank you for checking out your baskets. We have now sold out of the bumper bundle. But please do not forget, every single one of the bundles that we were telling you about as we were working our way through are brilliant value prices as well. So yeah, make your own bundles up with these now. So if you're wanting to go for your wibbly wobblies, then don't forget you've got things like the backgrounds that are available, your scenes that are available with these. You've got your fabulous rockers that are there as well. So everything that you need is still available, just not available in that big bundle. So that's the key thing.
Absolutely, yeah. You can get it on its own. You can pick a match as you want to go with that. Now, Haley.
Yes.
One of the things that's not on any of these, and I thought this would be a great addition to be able to add things onto these. You know, you've got such wonderful little characters. I mean, say for instance, like the teddy bear there.
Yes.
What would be missing? What would actually give him a little bit of things there? I'm thinking about a little bit of a fluffy. Could give him a fluffy nose.
We could put little fluffy ears and things like that.
Fluffy ears,
fluffy nose.
Absolutely,
yeah.
fluffy nose on there. Well, I've got just the thing, Haley, to give him a fluffy nose. There we go. If pom-pom is your thing, this is what you've got to have now. Literally, hundreds of people have bought this previous lot. We've now got it back in stock. We don't have a humongous amount of them left. There are 456 grams, I believe it is, just short of half a kilo.
And they're very lightweight, so that's a lot that you're getting for your half a kilo.
Absolutely, hundreds, if not hundreds and thousands. There could be a branding.
You've got elements here. I'm not going to open them up because they'll go everywhere. But you've got little brown ones there that could be little kind of fluffy ears if you wanted to add those. You've got little darker ones that could be little noses in there. You could be making all sorts of these, but bunting, threading them up on a string, making all sorts of fabulous
Absolutely, put a bit of thread through there as
Yeah.
well. I mean, yeah, literally fun. I mean, again, if you're doing a school fete coming up this next summer, this would be a great one to have in your school fete funds.
Yeah.
Because you play a game, guess how many pom-poms there are in the bag. You'd have to count them, I'm afraid, because I can't tell you. I can tell you that there's 456 grams worth, but I can't tell you how many that equates to. But what a great, cool game it would be. So if you're going to make money for the school or for a charity event, then get this, stick it in your bundle. It's a great, great price, and you'll have a lot of fun with it for sure.
Absolutely, $19.99, so brilliant value for money. There's all little characters you could be making with pom-poms. You go online, you'll find all sorts of little kind of classes and kind of tutorials of how you can utilise these, making little kind of caterpillars and bumblebees. You've got all sorts of colours and all sorts of different sizes. Little tiny ones in there, as well as your larger ones, which could be utilised for elements that are going to be the body of your character. You can see some larger ones down here as well, as your little bitty tiny ones there. But $19.99 for all of those in a huge range of colours. I think you'll agree is phenomenal value.
You can make earrings, couldn't you?
You can make all sorts,
earrings, you know, you can make, you know, we could become fashion icons, couldn't we, Hayley? By making, well, I used to sell, many years ago, I used to sell plastic jewellery. It's not that popular these days. I'm really sad about, really, but plastic jewellery was a wowzer. You know, a good few years ago, for sure. I used to sell all that, the bangles and the big beads, the big beads. I used to do all of them, Hayley.
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
So, brilliant deals. Lots of you taking advantage of those. What have we got next, then, Keith?
Right, well, if freckles is your thing, Hayley, this is another one. This is a back in stock. This is brilliant, and I love the effects on this. Listen, just look at the effect on that, Hayley.
It's like a mottled effect.
It's like a mottled effect, isn't it, really? I think it's lovely, and it is a little bit tactile as well. It's almost as if somebody's gone.
Bit of a hammered finish on there.
all over the bundle. There you go. So we've got a little bit of a set going on here, really. This is what have we done, Alex? Have we done this as a 10-sheet pack?
We have,
10-sheet pack.
Now, you may well have spied we've got other colours coming up. So to start off with, we've got the hot pink on the screen, and we are going to be bringing you a bundle price in a few moments. But if hot pink is your thing, and you just want to go for your hot pink, $4.99 is your price.
$4.99 is your price for 10 sheets of hot pink. What about hot blue?
Oh, nice. Now, this blue
bit of hot blue. Isn't that a lovely blue there? Let me give you one of those. That's me playing with a little bit of a hot blue effect on there as well. Again, you can die cut with these, matte and layer with them. It's a funky, it's a little bit different, and it's a little bit tactile as well.
It is, and also it's got a bit of a violet colour to it as well, because you've got the light and the dark tones in there. So I think it's one of those ones that will morph into other colours depending on what you put alongside it. So I like that. Double-sided, as you can see there, the colour right the way through the core, and again, just $4.99. How many sheets are we going to get again?
Another 10 sheets in that one, Hayley. So that's 10 sheets in there as well.
Like that.
And then, what about now the green's a slightly different finish, but it's still got the most amazing effect on there. Isn't that a lovely green? That is a real rich green.
This is going to be a nice one. If you are cutting things like your petals and your flowers and your foliage, then this is going to be brilliant. Colour on both sides as well. So this is going to be a wonderful one to work with. And this one is your jade.
Yep.
So 10 sheets again?
10 sheets of the jade, yeah. So now we've got 30 sheets. We've got $4.99, $4.99, $4.99.
That'd be like £15.
Yeah, just $14.97 if you want to have the bundle of all three. But Smithy's been Smithy today. Why not? Let's do a deal, shall we really, Hayley?
Go on then. What shall we do with these? So £14.97 is what you'd be paying for all three of those. If you were going for two of them, you're looking at $9.99. We're actually sending you all three for that price.
All three for $9.99. Three for the price of two.
Brilliant value for money. Lovely weight to it as well.
Yeah, it's a really good weight to it as well. Yeah. And again, you know, a little bit modern. It would work with the rockers. You want to be able to make additional elements there. The colour palette works with those. It's modern, it's trendy. It's great fun for sure.
Beautiful. Colour going right the way through. Very, very popular item. Wonderful for your mats and layers. Great for any of those projects where you're going to be seeing the front of your card as well as the back, because that colour is repeated. And as I say, I would certainly be using those for things like flowers and foliage and stuff like that, because if you are curling it, you need to see both sides of those. So lots of you shopping for these in your droves, lots of you going for multiples as well. And in that short space of time that we've been chatting about it, already 20% of the stock is gone.
There you go.
These are kind of deals that we like though, isn't it?
We like deals where, well, who doesn't like a good deal? Well, we're always trying to bring you a good deal at Paper Dienamics, that's for sure.
I love it.
Right, would you like another really good deal?
Oh, okay then.
Oh, because, listen, it's not often that I get it wrong. Well, I do very often get it wrong, but occasionally if I get it wrong, I say I've got it wrong.
Okay.
I brought something back, which was popular, but it wasn't as popular as I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
And do you know, I came to the conclusion. Do you know why, Hayley? I think I might have just got the price wrong.
Okay.
I mean, I'm quite good at getting prices right, but I think I got the price wrong. So do you know what I've done, Hayley?
Yeah.
I've decided to fix it.
Okay.
I've done a Keith will fix it. I'm going to give you, look at this, Hayley.
Ooh,
These are stunning.
This. Oh, they're like little playing cards.
Like little playing cards. And we've got, look at that beautiful red.
That is gorgeous.
And we've got the beautiful silver in there as well. 2, 4, 6, 8 little die cuts on here. These could be ATC cards, artist trading cards, if you wanted to do so. They could be used for gift tags. They could be used for your little mats and layers and things. But look at the palette on your screen there. Look at that beautiful purple there.
Now, the price that we've got on the screen is the price that you've paid for these in the past.
That's right. The previous price was $10.99. And I think, really, Well, 16 sheets for $10.99, not a bad price.
Yeah.
And we did, and a lot of people
It's all
bought
die
them.
cut for
But
you.
today, because I'm in a good mood, and I thought, right, well, today we're going to do, look, you'll not only get the bright gold, you're getting the satin gold as well.
Nice
Now,
look,
that's not
isn't
one
it?
that we do very often, it is the satin gold, but
That's
really in
gorgeous.
there as well. So we're going to give you those as well, Hayley.
Lovely.
And then look at the electric blue.
I don't think my hands are big enough.
Look at that. Isn't
Oh,
that
I
a
like
stunning
that.
colour? That is an amazing
is a
colour there
beautiful
of those
colour.
as well. So look, you think you're only getting 8 on every page. So we're
Okay.
getting 16 pages, 16 times 8. Then we've got the green, of course.
Nice.
There's a lovely, nice green on there as well. Don't forget, red and green should never be seen except on the back of a smithy. You've got the green included in the set there. And then finally,
Lovely.
Henny, we did the satin gold. Then
Classy
you've got the
gold.
bright gold as well. And the
Beautiful.
super reflective bright gold as well. Already pre-punched for you. Now, let me think. All of those elements on there, already punched out, ready to go. You could use them in little cascades. You could make a little set of playing cards if you wanted to do
Talking
so.
about cascades, these would be brilliant if you're doing things like waterfall cards and you
Waterfall
need them all being the same
exactly,
size.
for
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely,
Yep.
yeah.
Which is brilliant. I mean, look at that colour palette
Hold
there.
on, I've got to get in the right position. How's that? Are we all right with that? Look at that. Ooh, I'm going to turn it round for you as well, because when you see them all fanned out together, look at that. That is an amazing array of elements. Beautiful, from that silver tone, that satin finish with your gold there, the gorgeous mirror gold there, the red, the green. Now, $10.99, that was the price that we've seen these at before. You said you got a treat.
128 cards when you've punched them all
Oh,
out.
wow, okay.
You've got 128 of these little cards when you push them out, making your waterfall cards, making your gift cards, you know, cut into them. You could put just cut a butterfly out the middle, and then you'd have a yin and a yang, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd have the inner and the outer.
Nice size
But
for
today,
sentiments.
I'm going to go from $10.99 here because I'm in a really good mood. Let's go rolling.
Okay, here we go. Chevrons are in, the price is coming down. I've got no idea where we're ending up with this. $4.99.
Shut the door. You can have them today, boys and girls, for £4.99. If you want them, here they are. Put them in your basket, check them out, and they'll be all winging their way to you now.
Now, you bring us lots of different deals. Sometimes we only see them for a short space of time. At $4.99 for all of that, I can't imagine we're going to see this readily available. Mandy has messaged, hi Keith and Hayley. Good afternoon, my lovely.
Hello,
I bought these and they are so versatile. Great for mats and layers and journal tags. Absolutely, yeah. Nice idea.
Great. Can I also just say something else, Hayley, as well? When you've popped them all out, you're then left with a frame that you could put family pictures behind.
That's a good
and make
point.
a lovely element on there.
Yeah, because it's like an A4 size.
Yeah, because you have like put it into an A4 frame as well, and you'd have beautiful family pictures as things, and then you have 16 of those.
Absolutely, and you're going to get 8 on each one of those pages. All your different colours there, from your reds, your pinks, your purples, your gorgeous cobalt blue there, which I love.
And it says journal tags, you know, all journaling. Massive is journaling, isn't it, really? So you could use it with all of those
Nice if you're crafting with a group, maybe the kids, and you don't want to get your guillotine and your scissors and your punches and things like that out, then this is absolutely brilliant to go for. And you are loving these. Lots of you shopping for these. Can I suggest that you go for these in multiples, just like Dorothy has, because we might not see them again at that price, $4.99. Brilliant value for money. And lots of you, again, length and breadth of the country. And I'm also seeing the names popping up that we've seen for the other deals as well. So you know how it goes. But half the stock has gone. So if you, look at that, it's giving me a lovely glow. If you're wanting to take advantage of those, you need to be quick, because I've got a feeling some of you will check out your baskets and you think, do you know what, I should have gone for double the quantity, and you'll be back again. If half the stock has gone and you guys come back for them again, that means that they are going to sell out. So check your baskets out. Keep checking those baskets out. Now, consolation card that we saw earlier on, the 12 by 12, that has been flying out.
It has been flying
out. Now, I know some of you have only just joined us, so this is a deal that we brought to you at the top of the show. And we were chatting because Keith was here earlier on. We'll revisit some of those deals from earlier on, but this one has really captured the hearts of many of you. We had good quantities of these, but even so, half the stock has gone.
Wow, that is amazing, really. Well, welcome to Hobby Maker. If you're shopping with us this evening, if you're new to Hobby Making, a big welcome from Hayley and I.
Well, I've seen lots of new
We're
names
interactive.
popping
You
up.
can message into us if you want to. We're fully interactive, aren't we, really? We're all part of the fun. It can be good, it can be bad, and it can be the ugly. I'll take the tag for the last one.
That's because I'm keeping quiet. Keeping quiet. Now, this is beautiful. This has got a gorgeous pearlescent finish, as you can can see. You might think that it's textured, as in it's almost got like a corrugated feel to it, but it's not. It's super flat, but it's got that gorgeous pearlescent embossed look to it. So completely flat, but beautiful if you're wanting to add your colour to, because it still maintains that pearlescent hue, which means you could take your inks, take your colours, and completely change the look of this. Now, you've got 50 sheets of your 300 GSM cardstock coming to you for just $15.99. It's not surprising that so much of this has gone already.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And what an amazing quality product this is. So if you are going to be making out this, you can make and sell, of course. We're really happy for you to be able to make and sell, be it for your own little business or for your micro business or for charities. We allow all of that to happen.
And of course, 12 by 12, perfect if you want to slice it in half and make your 6 by 6 cards. If you're a frugal crafter like I am, I'd be cutting it into quarters, using them on my card bases, and then that way you can actually utilise them and turn them into 200 card fronts for just $15.99. And there is no limit to the quantity that you go for with these. I know some of you have been going for them in your multiple. Some of you have been going for quantities of 6 or more, and that means if you are making your cards to sell, then you're going to make a huge profit on those. And again, fundraising. Quite a lot of people make them for charities and things like that.
Really, yeah, for sure.
So keeping the price down is key. So I'm going to leave those details with you, but we must revisit some things that we saw earlier on, including the reams of paper. Now I'm going to move some of the wibbly wobblies out of the way because we will potentially come back to these later. But we have got the most incredible paper reams, 2 different variations to share with you. So starting off, I'm going to take this away so we can chat about that. But what have we got here? Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, let's get rid of the wibbly wobblies.
Okay, now we're going to go for the yellow block to start with.
They're going to go for the yellow one.
Yeah.
The only reason why is because...
It's not yellow in colour.
It's not yellow in colour. You can have any package you want, as long as it's not yellow. This has been super popular.
Okay.
However, there is a difference. We did say we've got 2 options for you.
Right.
This is the 80-gram option.
Okay, so that relates to the weight of it, yeah.
That relates to the weight of it, and it's a super... This is guaranteed, Hayley, to work through your laser printers, your inkjet printers, your photocopiers. You can do everything that you want with this. It's a super white, 80-gram paper. You could make your little inserts to go inside your cards, everything. This is guaranteed to go file clip print.
Okay.
File clip print all day long. And you can
things like your downloads, your USB.
Absolutely.
So many of you shop for here.
You could do all of that. But look at it, it's a beautiful...
Oh, it's got lovely soft
feel to it as well. Yeah. There are 500 sheets in the ream. So you're getting a ream of this, 500 sheets. And we're going to do this for you today, Hayley, at £6.49.
That is brilliant.
Do you know what that is? That's 1.03 pence per sheet.
Wow.
Just over a penny.
Wow.
Penny a sheet.
That is phenomenal. Now, we've got a lovely message come through from Rachel as well. Hello,
Hello, Rachel.
Hi, Hayley and Keith. Paper Dienamics is one of the best quality and prices that I've ever bought with. Never been disappointed in the products.
Oh, lovely.
4 kisses on that one.
Oh, thank you, Hayley.
Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah, so listen, we all need paper. You might think you need paper, but you all need paper. I was saying earlier on, shopping list. Go to the supermarket, got to make a shopping list. Absolutely, you know. Don't want to be buying things that you don't want. I mean, that's my trick, really.
It's brilliant quality,
My wife sends me to the supermarket, says, I need this, Keith, I need this, Keith, I need this, Keith. And I come back with truckloads, you know. I come back with loads.
Get distracted.
And she goes, why did you get all of that? I didn't need all of that. I've already got that. I've already got that. Tomato sauce, we've already got bottles in the cupboard.
I love it. Now, if you're wanting to use it on things like, now this one I think is an inkjet printer because you get kind of like a laser finish, almost like a sheen, don't you, when you work with a laser. But making your toppers, that is brilliant, isn't it?
Absolutely, fantastic.
6 toppers out of 1 sheet for just over a penny.
Just over a penny, unbelievable, isn't it, really? Again, you could let the younger generation loose with this if you have got a youth organisation that you're involved with. Maybe you want to print out letters to the parents.
That's a good point.
You know, we all need paper.
And
it's always one of those things is where when do you never not need paper?
That's it. I mean, it doesn't have to be in a crafting environment that you're using it. As Keith said, they're printing off documents that you've got, maybe things that you're needing to post on to people and you want them to be of a quality. So, yeah.
Yeah, and more, Hayley, of people are working from home.
Yeah,
they got their little home office.
Yeah.
And so, we're cutting down on the use of paper, and I get that, and and paperless offices and all that sort of thing. I get that. But just sometimes
you
you've got to
don't you?
print something off. Always best to keep a hard copy because, I was listening to the radio on the way down here. What happens if the electricity goes off?
Yeah.
The electricity goes off.
Or you do like I do and manage to damage your screen on your laptop, and that's it. It's like, how do you get everything off there? So important documents, I always take a paper copy of them and print them off. So yeah, brilliant value for money, that. £6.49.
If that wasn't good enough for you, just because I'm a nice man, I'm a very nice man, I've got another option, Hayley.
Okay.
But you know what?
What?
This one's even cheaper.
Ooh, okay,
Wow.
right. Now you've got me attention.
Wow. Now, this, for those of you who would like to have a budget copier, this doesn't come in a lovely fancy yellow wrapper.
Okay.
It comes in a waxed white
like
wrapper.
a wraparound, yeah.
This is 70 GSM.
So it's slightly lighter.
Slightly
weight.
lighter.
Not a lot in it though.
10 grams to be exact. But that doesn't stop it from being perfect for doing exactly what you want to do. Now, the only difference really with these is, let me just grab one of these for you, is it's a little bit more, if you like, transparent.
Right,
You can see,
okay, yeah.
you can see your hand with it. But look, still get great quality prints from there, Hayley, without any issues at all. There's not a lot of difference between the 80 gram and the 70 gram, only 10 grams.
Yeah.
However, in the price, we've managed to get this today, a very special £4.99, which for 500 sheets means this is less than a penny a sheet.
And you are still going to get 500 sheets within that range. So yeah,
500.
you can shop for both of them. So it might be that you're thinking, well, I'm going to use the 70 GSM for crafting with the kids if you're wanting to. Sometimes you want to have a lighter weight if you're making things like your little journals and you don't want a lot of bulk to things. Then it is a case that you might want to use that lighter weight.
And both of them here, they come from what we call sustainable managed forest environments. So completely environmentally friendly. You know, you don't need to have any worries or issues. You know, the carbon footprint on this is kept really, really low. And of course, for every tree that they use in here, we are, you know, planting and replanting, making sure that the world and the environment of paper continues.
Perfect, there you go. Lots of you been shopping for these. Again, many of you going for them in your multiples, and it's a brilliant way for you to actually stock up on your paper for things like your crafting purposes, or as we say, your everyday life when you're needing to print things off. Now, pretty much everything that we've shared with you during this hour has been new, with the exception of the paper rings, but we're going to have a little look at some of your favourites from earlier on. Now, I know that we were very, very busy for many of these items, but lots of you may well have been at work earlier on and weren't able to take advantage of those deals. So we thought we'd bring them back to you and you can have a fresh look at those. Now, we've gone large.
Now, you're only supposed to blow off the blooming doors, Hayley.
We're talking the Italian job.
We're talking the Italian job. Italian made, beautiful. Oh, look at this, Hayley. Isn't this gorgeous? This is really is.
It's almost like a card. Wait, it's a cardstock, isn't it?
It is. It's 220 GSM, Hayley.
It was weightier than that because it's got that feel to it. But
this is just amazing. Now, listen, boys and girls. 20. I don't come.
It looks quite bright on your screen, but it's not as bright in real life, I have to say.
Go closer. Go closer. Oh, look at that.
Like a parchment finish.
This is the parchment finish there.
Gorgeous.
So this is good for all of your parchment kind of effects. You want to make some scrolls, Hayley?
I was going to say these
are
perfect.
Oh, yay!
If you've got access to an A3 printer, then, oh my goodness, you're going to be able to create some amazing posters and things with these because the quality is phenomenal. And yeah, like you say, little certificates. Sometimes the schools do, children graduating, don't they, from like the infants through to the juniors and stuff like that.
And what I was thinking here, I'll give you that colour there because we'll talk about something else in a moment. So I'm going to give you one of those. Yeah, this is a colour. Is it a peach? Is it a peach? Is it a tangerine?
Yeah,
I think it's more like a little bit of a peachy kind of colour. 25 sheets. Now this is oversized SRA3. So it's bigger than 2A4s. So, it's actually 450 millimetres by 320 millimetres. Now that means then at £70, Hayley, that is effectively, for the 100 sheets, that's 70 pence a sheet.
Wow.
But that does mean then that, which is oversized A4, is 35 pence.
Yeah.
Now I'm telling you that 35 pence for that is a really good price. So 70 pence for the big sheet is a really good price.
Amazing.
But it's not going to be your price.
Oh,
not today.
okay.
I'm in a really good mood. And look at this. This is the next one. This is like the silver grey.
Like traditional
kind of,
parchment
like
colour,
a
isn't it,
traditional
this?
colour.
Yeah.
Let me give you another of those, Hayley.
Well, I love
Okay.
it.
Another 25 sheets of this beautiful silver grey kind of colour in there as well.
Gorgeous.
So you've got colour number 3. And then, finally, Hayley, we've got this lovely ice, well, is it a baby blue, an ice blue?
It's again, I think it's one of those colours that morphs dependent on what you put in it with. So if you put it with something like a silver tone, then it's going to look more grey. But if you put it with something like a dark blue, I think it's going to look more bluey.
So you've got 25 sheets, Hayley, in all 4 colours. That means then you are going to get 100 sheets for £70. Boys and girls, put it in your basket, £70. It only hurts once for 70 quid. That's a deal.
Absolutely phenomenal.
But today, shall we do better than that, Hayley?
Go on then.
Let's do it.
You're driving this, boss.
Come on, boy. 3, 2, 1. Let's
Oh,
go.
price is coming down. I've got no idea where we're going with this. £17.99.
You
That's
can
a
have
plummet.
I want it all.
Wow.
You can have all 100 sheets of oversized SRA3 or A3 Plus of the parchment card 220 GSM, double-sided, solid core. Stamp on it, colorise it, emboss it, die cut with it. You can do everything you want with this, Hayley. For under 18 pence a sheet or under 9 pence per A4.
I'm just going to show you, we've got the A4 sheets here. So as Keith said, this is kind of like printer size. So when you actually, in fact, that's not the best one to show you, is it? If I do it on that size there. That is an A4 sheet. That we've got another A4 sheet. That one's folded up, so thank you, Keith. Just to show you, because it's kind of printer size, as in printing as a profession, you can see you've got the excess on there, because what would normally happen is it would be trimmed down afterwards. So you can see there, when you put your 2 A4s, that's what you'd normally be getting as an A3 sheet, but you can see there it's definitely oversized. The quality is phenomenal. I mean, 220 GSM, as I say, it feels a lot weightier than that.
And look how it embosses as well, Hayley. Yeah. Look how beautiful. You can emboss with it as well. Just gone through one embossing fold. Look how stunning that
beautiful.
looks. So again, not necessarily, but you think about the parchment effect, but you can die cut with it, you can emboss with it, you can add your colour to it. You can make your fancy cards to it as well.
Gorgeous.
I mean, that with the 80-gram paper, you've got an insert ready to go inside there as well.
Look at that as well, die cutting. Oh, let me borrow that, because that can sit on the front there. There you go. So you can see that intricate detail with that. That is gorgeous.
Isn't that fantastic?
That's
Isn't it amazing?
Now
Use your frames with it as well.
We think that deal that you've got is in excess of 70% off. Wow.
Wow.
It's not often we can get deals like that, is it?
Well, this was a mega popular earlier on this afternoon, Hayley. I mean, again, it is a solid core. You could make your bigger kind of cards with it as well.
Not coated as well, so if you want to change the colour with your inks, you could get your inks.
Yeah, you could tear with it as well, and you're going to get lovely featherizations in there if you wanted to do so as well. It is beautiful to be able to play around with and do all of the elements that you want in there. Fantastic is this to be able to work with. I just.
And that kind of mottled finish that you've got, as you can see just to the side of you, the cardstock that we were talking about earlier on, that's got that gorgeous kind of mottled effect. A similar sort of idea, but obviously this one is the larger size.
Yeah, and again, Hayley, this is how it's going to come to you. So when you order this product, it's going to come nicely wrapped, nicely protected.
Just pop
you
it
can
away.
just slot the end away and take one sheet out as you want, so it keeps it nice, clean and tidy. You don't need to have any, big drawers or whatever to keep it all in. It's going to work.
Drawers out of this.
Oh, we'll keep your drawers out of it, Hayley. But that's a lovely package, I think. Maybe a lovely gift for a crafter as well, really. Or maybe you're in a craft club and you want to be able to buy it and share it between yourself.
That's a
We're
good
getting
point,
25 sheets of all 4 colours.
Oh, that's a nice idea, isn't it? Actually sharing it. So yeah, if you're part of a craft group, go for it. Quite often you have like a little kitty, won't you? That you can kind of
don't forget
sort
this
it
sort of
into.
size here. It would make you wonderful boxes and lids. So you could have a gold lid and a silver base or a blue lid. You could play around with this. Again, bottle boxes. Your bigger kind of boxes. It would make beautiful bottle boxes, wouldn't it? Really, really kind of posh kind of items. This is that new. Didn't even have a chance to give this to our Andrea. Andrea, she hasn't even had any chance to play with it yet.
She won't be talking to you. Now, I haven't got a scoreboard here, but let's see if we can give it a go with regards to it. So with this, if you're wanting to take advantage, I can see that lots of you have been doing so. It's one of those ones that's going to score beautifully. I don't have a scoreboard here, so you have to forgive me for the kind of the crudeness of what I'm doing here. But it's one of those situations that you can actually take advantage of this. I mean, here, if you wanted to just very very simply take it and make it into that almost like a wallet or a folder, then you could do it. It's kind of, it reminds me, do you remember manila folders that you used to have like in the offices and things like that?
Back in the day,
And it is one of those situations that you can very, very easily fold it, turn it into a bag or a box, and it's going to kind of cope with that amicably. Let's try and do that there. Not thinking about where I'm going with this one, but I think I've got it. If I go back with that, about like so. So yeah,
who needs a scoreboard when we've got a Hayley?
So there you go. I mean, I haven't folded over the bottom of this, but it kind of gives you an idea that you are going to be able to make the most amazing gift boxes with these. So there you go. Punch a couple of little holes in there, make your base there, and there you go. You've got a really good size. And like you say, a bottle would fit in there quite
Absolutely,
easily.
yeah. Bottle, chocolates, perfumes, all those sort of things are there that you could be able to make with these, Hayley. Honestly, this is going to give you so much creative fun. But listen, it's not every day, Hayley, that I can give you 100 sheets for £17.99 for 18 pence. 18 pence for that sheet. Have you gone barking mad, Smith? I think I probably have, Hayley.
And also as well, the sign of quality is when you can hold it up and you can't see the light shining through it. So that's another one. £17.99, that's all that you're paying for that. That is phenomenal value.
Beautiful.
Lots of you taking advantage of that as well. In fact, I don't know, what sort of time we've got left? We've probably got about 10 minutes or so
10 minutes left, Hayley.
Is there anything else that you want to share
I've
with
got,
us?
do you know, I've got a deal, Hayley.
Okay.
I've called it Smithy's Deal of the Month, and do you know why?
That'll catch on.
Well, I was hoping that it might last a month, but the way that it's gone already today, it might not last above a day or two.
Oh, did you only chat about it earlier on today?
Only
then?
today. It was launched earlier on today. Would you like to see it?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. Oh, yes, we would. This Smithy's Deal of the Month. Now, listen, you know what I'm like, Hayley?
Oh, I say. You got the trumpet fanfare for that.
Well, listen, that is absolutely brilliant. Hayley, I'm going to push those down that end for you, if I may.
Let's have a little look.
Because these are some little card samples that have been done. Let's get rid of all of that. Let's have a general tidy up, shall we? Because I did let Andrea loose with these, and this, well, she did some amazing job.
We've got stamping, we've got die cut in here as well. Absolutely beautiful, as you can see, with regards to these. So we've got the details on the screen for the Lorenzo collection. Is that what we're looking at here?
Well, Hayley,
no, swapping it round.
In here, we have got 3 elements. You can buy them individually.
Okay.
But we have got a unbelievable deal, a Smithy special, if you want it all. I want it all.
Fair enough. So that means you've got that cream tone that you've just brought out. You've got that lovely silver tone in there that we were looking at a few moments ago. So all sorts of different results.
And what Andrea's done here, really, she's used all of the 3 colours to make the same thing at 3 times. The third one, Hayley, is on this board here. So if I hold this board here, where we can sew, so you've got all of the colours made either with colour 1, colour 2 or colour 3. Colour 1 is maybe the opal, then you've got the tungsten, and then you've got the
oh gosh.
No, I've got the opal, we've got the opal, luster, tungsten, platinum and tungsten. There you go. I've got all the right words, but not necessarily in the right order. But there you go. But look at what you can do with them. You can use all of your... This one here in the middle, stamped, heat embossed.
Lovely, yeah.
Bottom corner down here, paper folding, middle with flowers, die-cut flowers.
See, it's not kind of cracking as it's being folded over there. It's beautiful.
Absolutely stunning, isn't it, really? A massive thank you. I mean, just look at these flowers down at the bottom here. They are absolutely stunning.
Wow.
That you can make. Now, this is a double-sided 120 GSM pearlescent. Okay. So it's not just any ordinary paper. Beautiful. This is pearlescent. And you're going to get 50 sheets included. Look at the luster on there.
I like it.
I mean, that is phenomenal. Absolutely beautiful. 50 sheets, Hayley, of that. Would you like 50 sheets, Hayley?
I would love
I'd give
50
you 50
sheets.
What about the lovely... Now, that's the platinum.
Okay.
That one's got... This is the tungsten.
It's kind of
which
got
is
like a sort of soft blue silver.
Blue silver colour in it again. But it's double-sided. It's pearlescent. It's lush. It is fantastic. Beautiful. And again, there are another 50 sheets in here. You can bend it, shape it. We've got some bits. I'm going to show you embossing bits in a minute or two that we've done with it as well.
We've got those 2.
Envelope liners, envelopes. You can make your own little envelopes as well. And then we've got the... Well, I call this opal. Dave Bradford called it champagne.
Oh, well, he would, you say. That's our Dave Bradford. He's got standards.
We've got David Bradford, you know, he's got a champagne. I mean, like, I'm an opal kind of guy, and he's a champagne kind of guy. But you've got that wonderful luster. Again, double-sided, pearlescent. Look how stunning that is. Now, Hayley, You can buy those individually if you want to do so. £12.50.
Okay.
£12.50, £12.50 comes to £37.50 if you want them all. But today, I'm in a good mood. This is my deal of the month. I expect it to last a month. I'm hoping that it will last longer than that. No, I'm not. I want you to have it. I want you to have it. Today, where do you think we're going to hold it?
Now, the price, well, £37.50.
£37.50. Can we have any buyers at £37.50?
Oh, we've got lots of people buying for this one. Don't forget, if you're looking at these as individual bundles, did you say £14.99 for each one? £12.50. I do apologise.
For each one.
Beautiful finish. You can see that lovely sheen to it there. So, of course, being of a paperweight, not a lightweight, but you've got that fabulous finish that you've got there, which means you can put it through your inkjet printers, if you're going through your laser printers, your embossing folders, stamping on it, there's loads of possibilities. So £37.50 on this one, if you like the look of that one. Oh, it's not £37.50. I thought it was. No way. £8.98.
Yeah, listen, honestly, you're not seeing it wrong, boys and girls, on your television. We've gone from £37.50 to £8.99. £8.99 is going to get you all of this. All of it, not just some of it. You're going to get all of it for £8.99. But you need to be quick.
This is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I mean, that price, £12.99, you were paying for one of those colours if you were shopping for them. It's probably on the website, but don't go looking for it. I don't want you paying that price. You've got some embossed detail there.
Yeah, embossing. Well. What about making your envelopes with it as well, Hayley? Nice. You did that little thing a minute or two ago. Make your little envelopes on there for you as well. You can emboss with this. Absolutely going to get stunning.
And again, making your envelopes, you're not going to see the card in the envelope until you open it. That's another sign of quality, isn't it? But you could be using it as an envelope liner if you wanted to. I think I'd use it on the outside, because that way, whoever's receiving the card or whatever it is you created, then it's really kind of giving them a sense of what they're going to receive, something absolutely incredible of the highest quality. What else have you got there?
So then I've used all three colours here, Hayley, on a lovely card. So the embossed one in the middle, and then we go to the outside edge. We've got the tungsten in the middle, then obviously
the opal or champagne.
Champagne, all three. You can see how that's going to beautifully work together there.
So that works out as 150
sheets.
I kid you not.
There you go. There's another three that have embossed there. Beautiful. And then Hayley, there's even more. Because look, boys and girls, how receptive it is to colour. Look how this will work through your printer. You can absolutely add your colour to this and have so much fun.
It kind of gives you like a sheen, doesn't it?
It does give it a sheen, Hayley, yeah, for sure.
That is beautiful. Look at that. Imagine creating your own background papers that have got that pearlescent finish. And so many of us have got downloads and USBs that we're able to do that with these. Absolutely gorgeous. What have you got there?
And then you could, absolutely, again, you could either print on it or you could stamp on it. And again, look at the lustre and the sheen that you're going to get with these. This is not going to be any ordinary stamped items or printed items. This is going to give you top quality print items as well, Hayley.
And if you're looking at copyright-free images, it could be a case that you're making these and printing them off and using them within your craft group, selling them to your crafty friends if you wanted to. Of course, that's all something that you can do with this, whether you're making your cards or making the components for other people to make their cards. But at £9 or £8.98, it's no wonder that so many of you are shopping for this in your multiples as well. But we don't have an infinite number of quantities available, so please do keep checking your prize baskets out. That blue is gorgeous.
Just look how much ink has gone down on there, Hayley, and it's not warped, it's not buckled, it's absolutely, the ink content on there has stayed true, but look how you get the lustre going right across the page there in that beautiful pearlescent finish. And if you wanted to, you're going to really like this, because look, there's a lovely tree scene, isn't there? Beautiful. Lovely tree scene there. What about a lovely tree scene there, Hayley?
Now you can't see that colour coming through. There's a lot of white area on that.
Oh, there you go. So you can tumble it and tumble it.
Is that your back garden?
That's my back garden. So you can work and you can turn it. Honestly, this is a cardstock that's going to give you everything that you want, a paper stock to give you everything to be able to work and play with. Look, again, we've got a lovely scene there, and if I turn it over, so you've got the double-sided print effect that you can do on there. You're absolutely brilliant to work with.
Keep checking your baskets out, folks. So many of you are shopping for your multiples. We were talking about length and breadth of the country earlier on. We've got people who are shopping from overseas as well. So, yeah, do keep checking those baskets out. And now, I must mention those little kind of mini mats that we were chatting about.
The mini mats.
We've been busy for those as well.
Wow.
Not surprising. Now, this is a deal that Keith brought to us, and and he dropped the price down, making it so affordable. This, I can't believe the price that we're able to bring these to you.
Yeah, $10.99 was the headline price before. Many viewers bought it at $10.99. You know, and they will have had a lot of enjoyment out of them for sure. But I just felt like I just didn't feel like it was the right price. So today, this is a limited stock item. I have to say, it's going really, really, really well. This is now approaching limited stock.
We're kind of dipped in the teens now. So yeah, bearing in mind that lots of you at $4.99 are shopping for multiples. If that is the case, we've potentially only got enough for maybe 5 of you to actually go for multiples of these. So yeah, if you like the idea of getting those fabulous kind of plain card size pieces with that incredible white cardstock on the back, with that gorgeous metallic finish, then you are going to get all of those 8 sheets.
8 colours.
8 colours, 16
2 of
in
each,
total.
16 sheets in total.
And then you've got 8 on each one of those
That's right.
pages. So that is a lot. That is a lot. I can't even do the maths for it.
128, I think I said. I'm not quite sure.
That sounds about right.
Keith,
Keith, thank you so much for bringing us so many amazing deals.
Thank you. And
when are you due back?
I won't be back now until the 8th of June.
Oh my goodness, that seems like ages.
But I will be back. Yay!
That's it. Keep checking those baskets out. Phenomenal deals. Not here for every single day of the week. Take them while you've got the chance. Do not go anywhere, because I'm going to help you keep all of your cardstock all neat and tidy in just a few moments. So grab yourself a broom. I'll see you in 2. Bye-bye.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
We've got an exclusive with Sarah Davies for her 40th birthday celebrations.
It's my birthday and I want to celebrate with all of you guys. I've got some smashing deals, some real birthday treats, and of course, cake.
Including a Gemini 2 anniversary bundle and more.
Now, come and join my party. It's on Friday and you need to help me celebrate turning 40 in big style.
So, that's this Friday on Hobbymaker from 1 p.m.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. you can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to one of my favourite hours, because these are hours that are going to help us take care of all of the kind of crafty mess that potentially, if you're like me, you will have at home, but also kind of the quality that you know is going to last for years and years and years. And the lovely Jo is back again. You had a very busy hour earlier on.
We did, yeah.
We always are busy though, because everything that we're talking about here, and this is the thing that I love about anything that anybody buys from Jo, it's kind of modular. So you might start off with one item today and over time you add to it. So you finish up having that gorgeous look, but not necessarily all in one go.
This is it, because crafting isn't a one thing. You might
true.
start with making cards and paper crafting, so you go for 12 by 12 storage, but then you think, oh, I'll add some beads or I'll do some stitching into it. So your storage needs change.
Absolutely.
And mine certainly did.
Yeah, and you're a crafter like
And
the
I'm
rest
a crafter,
of us.
yeah. So there's furniture and storage for every crafter.
Now, all of the items that we're sharing today, I don't think I've seen these on the shows that I've done with you before. I mean, the range is vast.
It is,
But I do like the idea of this. So what have we got here?
Yeah. So this is our Woolacoom.
Okay.
It's based on a bureau.
Right.
Which is where we took our inspiration from. Kevin and I both had grandparents who had one that we loved playing with. And this is our crafty version of it.
Okay.
So it's filled with storage. If we start at the bottom.
Yeah, please.
So if we open up the doors.
Okay. Oh, it's got wheels on as well.
Yeah, you've got wheels on the doors. If you wanted to, the doors will fold all the way back.
So if I wanted to kind of, it's clever, like the hinge,
So that will go all the way back if you just want to access into there.
Okay.
So you've got some 12 by 12 storage, you've got 5 of those, and then you've got 10 A4 boxes.
So all the boxes are included with it as well?
They're all included.
Okay.
Yep. And what we've done here, we haven't put a divide down the middle, so you could take boxes out, and then you can fit, if you take out, say, this shelf, you could put a scan and cut in there if you wanted to.
Solid shelves.
They are nice and solid, so they're going to take weight.
Yeah.
I mean, once you start putting paper into these boxes, it's surprising how heavy they do get.
The shelves, because I've actually got some like kitchen units that I put in the cabin, which I thought would do the job, but now the shelves are like that, they're bowing in the middle from the weight. But are these held in with like little pins? Because that's the other thing, sometimes you lose those little pins that go into the little holes.
They are on shelf pegs.
Okay.
Well, actually, no, these are more like, they're flat, they're not round.
They are, yeah.
So, but if you lose any,
Good
which
and
we
solid.
do, I send them straight out.
Perfect,
It's
I love it.
absolutely fine.
And again, it's brilliant because you can kind of adapt it to what you need. Like you say, I mean, if you wanted to kind of take those out and utilise that whole shelf, you've got a really good size area there.
You have. It's almost A3 in size, so you could take those out and put your A3 paper in there if you wanted to.
Nice idea.
Keep that
And
nice.
also that shelf, because you've got those kind of little ledges that you're putting them on, I suppose you can take that out and take advantage of the height between the shelves
You
as well.
can, totally. So you can put bigger things in there. You could put lever arch files in there if you wanted
Nice,
to.
yeah.
You could take those out, and if you've got still using a PC with a tower, you
Yes.
could fit one of those in there if you wanted to.
I love the look of it. And also the beauty is it's not just one single option with regards to the colour of these. So I'm going to bring that back round because you can see that gorgeous kind of finish that you've got there, that oak-like finish. And that is an oak-like finish that we'll see throughout the range.
Yeah, so we've got 2 colours that we bring to Hobby Maker. You've got the classic oak and the vanilla.
Nice.
Now, they don't change. So if you did have a piece from us 5 years ago, 10 years ago in oak, it's the same oak. So it's not going to change at all. So it allows you to add to it.
And I have to say, these doors are really solid. I mean, how
They
thick are
are.
the doors that we're looking at here?
So they're 18 mil thick.
Okay.
So it's made out of melamine face chipboard, which is the same as your kitchens and bathrooms, but that tends to be 15 mil thick.
Okay.
So it's a little bit thicker, so it makes it a little bit more sturdy. And because we use the same material, it's going to be okay in your greenhouse, in your conservatory, in the shed, in your cabins.
A lot of people craft in their conservatories.
It is. So it's going to take the heat temperature changes. It's going to take moisture. You can spill things on it.
Wow.
And then you can clean it with the same cleaners you use in those rooms.
I love it. What's hidden behind here?
So in here, this is where the doors come into play.
Okay.
These become your legs.
Oh, right.
These are going to hold
look
the
at
tabletop.
that.
So it gives you a nice wide seating area, so you can
really
get
solid.
wheelchair in there if you wanted to.
Okay.
It's a nice comfortable height as well to work at. And you've got about 1/2 metre here of desk space. And then you've got all this area up through here with more storage.
And do you know what? As a sewer, this is a really good height if I wanted to put a cutting mat on there and use my rotary cutter.
Yeah, it is a comfortable height. It's actually the same height as our craft tables that we had on here last month. So if you've got one of those, you can butt this up next to it.
That could be alongside it.
Yeah, and give you more space.
I love it. Absolutely beautiful. But again, all of these fabulous little kind of shelves and elements.
And these all come with it again. So you've got some nice size trays in here. These are about ruler size, pencil size, if you're trying to gauge those. So crochet hooks fit in there brilliantly
solid.
as well. And then let's take this one out. You've got 3 of these.
These seem quite long.
Yeah, it's sort of shoebox size.
Yeah.
These are brilliant for height-wise. You're looking at CDs.
Okay.
They fit there quite nicely. And these shelves are adjustable, so you can take these out as well. So if you wanted to put your sewing machine in there, but perhaps you've got one of the bigger Brother embroidery machines, something like that have got a bit of height, or they've got the big screens on, you can take these out to enable it to go further back.
Could you put a computer monitor in there if you wanted to?
You could fit a nice monitor in there and then your printer up on here. So if you're a digital crafter, it'd be a nice workstation because you've got space for all your different weight of cards and paper stock down here as well.
It's so solid. I don't know whether you guys can see, but looking at, these are the telltale signs of quality, I always think. Things like the hinges and the finishing touches with these. I mean, that is a solid finish. It's lovely and smooth as well, so there's nothing for you to catch your fingers on there, but it's got a lovely kind of chrome finish and the sign of quality.
Yeah, I didn't want a hinge that sort of was raised in any way, because the last thing you wanted if you were cutting is to go over any bumps. If you've got your mat here, you do not want any rumps and bumps, because you can be a few mil out then when you're cutting. Absolutely. But this is nice and smooth, and then equally the lock is flush as well at the front.
And the height-wise, I mean, I've got a chair over here. If I bring the chair in, is it a standard height?
It's standard height, yeah.
So there you go.
Nice and comfortable.
Perfect.
And
love it.
You can access also what's underneath with the table down.
That's a really good point. And also, this isn't locked in, so if you did need to lift it up at any point, you can do so and just get straight in there.
You can, and it is the only unit that we do that locks as well.
Perfect.
So if you want to hide away projects or hide things from little fingers, your scissors, machines.
Good solid door, that.
It's not going to, no one's going to get in there that you don't want them to.
I love it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Solid through and through. And it's an investment of anybody's money. I totally appreciate that. But I'm guessing that this is going to be kind of something that if you look after it, generations to come are going to want this.
Yeah, they do last. So Mum, bless her, had all our prototypes.
Okay.
So some of those were like 15 years old, and a few years ago I decided to give her a room that matched.
Oh.
So I took everything away, gave her all matching furniture, all the same colour, and now my brother and my nieces and nephews have all of her furniture.
Imagine,
now it's being put through again.
In fact, if you've shopped for any of these items before, not necessarily this particular piece, the Woolacombe, it might be the other pieces that you've gone for, maybe in the oak finish, maybe in the vanilla. Let's see your craft room. Send us those pictures. And Stella has done exactly that, because have a look at this. Oh.
Wow, that's good.
And this is brilliant, because this is one of those situations that you can kind of like a modular system. So it'd be lovely to be able to shop for everything in your craft room all in one go, but not always the case that it's possible. But here you can see everything is perfect because it all matches.
This is it, and that's all beautifully labelled as well. So Stella can see exactly what she's got.
I bet she's not buying 3 of the same thing over and over again because she can't find the other 2.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm sure I'm not the only one that does that.
No,
That's beautiful. Absolutely
really
gorgeous.
nice.
Stella, thank you for sharing those photos with us as well. Yeah, price on your screen is a phenomenal deal, but I didn't realise that's not the price you're paying. No. Sorry. Bit of kind of selfish shopping going on in my head here. Now, the price on your screen, as I say, that is going to be coming down. So if you have shopped for this already, then don't worry. You will be able to take advantage of that discount in the same way as everybody else has at $7.99. And this is an opportunity for you to take advantage of split pay. As we mentioned, and it's investment of anybody's money, so we do give the opportunity to spread that over 5 monthly payments as well. And it might be that that's the way that you are kind of kitting out your craft room. It might be that you've bought one of the other items and you've paid off your split pay, and then you start again. I imagine that's the way a lot of people will shop for it.
I think so, because you can then buy as you need it and get the right bit for the right gap that you've got as well.
I love it. Now, when we are shopping for this, do we have to kind of consider whereabouts we are in the country with regards to shipping and things like that?
No, we will ship because there isn't assembly included in this one.
Okay.
It will go out with our couriers.
Perfect.
So it covers everywhere. You can have assembly if you wanted to.
Right.
We can deal with that. We'll send you an email once we have your order saying thank you.
So that's not something that we deal with here at...
No, come to us afterwards.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That makes sense as well. So, yeah, so when you get yours, you'll get all your emails, you'll get all the information. What sort of dispatch times are we looking with regards to
Looking about 6 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but
gives you time to clear a space.
It does, but equally, if you wanted to take advantage of this price, but you're going on holiday,
okay,
we can dispatch it in the autumn.
Oh,
if you're moving house, because we don't make it until we dispatch it to you. In that, you know, it takes us a while. It's not sat on a shelf getting in the way. We'll make it when you're ready for it.
Oh, I love that idea. I love that idea. And how are you going to be using yours? Is your craft room going to be kind of building upon that modular system as time goes on? I just love the idea that everything matches. And when you close the doors, everything's neat and tidy, isn't it?
No one knows what's chaos is behind.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love it. And also nice whether you're a sewer, whether you're a paper crafter, maybe using it almost like as an office in the corner of the room.
Yeah, I mean, we did initially launch this during the crazy times a few years ago.
Yes.
And it was very popular for that reason, because it gave someone a place to work.
Absolutely.
You can lock it away at the end of the day, but equally you had a little bit of craft space as well.
Fabulous. Nice if you've got a limited area. I mean, I'm fortunate, I've got a crafty cabin, so I've got stuff everywhere. But you might have the smallest room in the house that you need to maximise, and that's where Storage4Crafts really do come into their own. So details are on your screen. If you fancy getting hold of your Woollicum, the details are there, and you've got your 2 different colour options with that. The oak that we're looking at here, or maybe you want to go down that vanilla route, if you so choose. They are both there available for you. Just make sure you get the right item number with regards to those. So there we go. That is the first item. Now, we're moving on to the storage cube, which I think is on the side of you there. Should we bring that into this area here? Should we do that? Because that might be how you have your setup at home, because I'm just thinking shelf-wise, and potentially it could be going in there. So the cube, tell me about the cube.
So this is new here today.
Okay.
And this is just a nice little fit on top of your desk, fit on top of another unit perhaps, but it's stuff that you want to keep to hand.
Okay.
So you've got your 6 drawers on the front, but inside you've got inserts. So you can compartmentalize things a little bit more.
Oh, that's a good word.
Big word for this time of night.
I like it. So do the drawers come out completely?
They will come out completely.
Okay.
A little bit of a wiggle.
Okay.
They've got a little sort of nodule on the end.
So they don't come flying out, right?
I know from experience when it's full of glitter, that's the last thing you want to happen.
Yes, that's why I asked, because I've been there and done that.
Yeah. So these 2 trays are the smallest compartments in there, and these 2 have got lids.
Oh, I see.
Perhaps you're going off to a crop or something, and you've already pre-made some embellishments, or you've made up some little seed beaded bits to go on top.
Nice.
You can take those quite safely.
Lovely. Like that. What have we got in drawer 2?
Drawer 2 is 2 trays.
Okay.
Slightly bigger compartments.
Nice, like
so
that.
You've got those in there.
Wonderful. And I'm guessing that you can kind of play around with the layouts of these if you wanted to.
You can, completely, yeah. And then you've got this one, which is just slightly bigger compartments again, but fills the whole tray.
This is nice as a jewellery maker, so you could have your findings in there and almost use that, like, you know, like the little velvet layout that you have sometimes with everything.
Yeah, it's really comfortable, and it's easy to pick things up out of there. They're not so small that you can't get into
and
each
they're nice
compartment.
and deep as well. Okay, what's next?
And then this is like a little pen tray.
Oh, okay, right.
So I've just put some of my painting bits in here.
Like that
So
idea.
they're in there.
It's a nice little idea as well with the little pots down the side there. Okay.
So that's those. And then in the 2-inch drawer, I've got a slightly deeper tray.
Okay, right. Those are
So
good
they're in there.
sizes for your spools.
They are nice, comfortable size. These trays do fit in the 12 by 12 boxes as well. So if you don't want this in here, you could perhaps put it in one of the boxes in the Woolacombe. And I've actually got glitters in mine.
It's really making it into what you want it to be as a crafter, really, isn't it?
And then this one I've left empty for any other bits that you wanted to put
depth.
in.
I mean, you've got a pencil case in there as well, and inks and all sorts.
So that's all in there. But equally, you can use the sides of it. You could put magnetic sheets on the side, so you can put your dies on there.
Yeah.
You could put a couple of hooks on there.
It's a nice idea, isn't it, as well?
Because it's a nice solid and you've got a good width on the boards, you've got plenty of space to hang.
And I suppose if you want to go for multiples, you can almost have them going along.
You can.
What sort of size are we looking at with the footprint of
It's
these?
about 13 inches.
Okay.
Reserves.
Yeah.
So it's not too big.
So it's slightly larger than your 12 by 12s.
It is, yeah. I mean,
okay.
These are essentially 12 by 12 drawers, and you could
Perfect.
put your papers in there if you wanted to. But
Got you.
they are 12 by 12, so you would have to take that little white slip off.
Yes,
that you sometimes get on paper.
Got you.
For them to fit. But you can stack them on top of each other.
That's a good point, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. You can see the dimensions are there on your screen. It's a very, very popular item. Lots of you have been shopping for this one. So if you like the idea of your storage cube, I know Gwen was looking at this earlier
She
on.
was, yeah.
She was a bit cross with us, in fact, because we called her, because obviously we have a pre-production meeting, and she was like, I was about to place my order. So if you are watching, Gwen, I hope you managed to get hold of it in the end. Now, the details are up on your screen, so if you fancy getting involved with this one, you can do. I've got all the information that you need there. So if you wanted to take advantage at $129.99, by all means you can do. But what about if we drop that price for you? Because that's what we're going to. So this is brilliant value for money, just dropping it down to £99.99, which I think is brilliant. It is so solid.
It is really solid, and it's only, I think when I made it, I think it's like 12 screws that hold it together.
Wow, okay.
It took me about 10 minutes. Well, actually it took me longer because I was filming and trying to take photos at the same time. So it didn't take me very long at all. So one person can make this
like that
quite easily. Yeah.
Now, obviously we were chatting about the different services that are available at Storage4Crafts. So this one you're going to put together yourself. I like the idea that we've got videos that we can follow. How do we find them?
So they will be on our socials
Okay.
and on YouTube. I'm currently still putting that one together. Hopefully I'll finish it when I get back to the hotel tonight.
Love it.
But there'll be links on there, and then I'll put it on the next email I send out as well.
And with regards to the kind of delivery timescales with these, are we looking at a similar sort of period of time, 6 weeks?
We say 6 weeks, but I'm hoping they'll be out in 4.
Okay, well, that's fair enough.
Because these won't take me as long to pack.
Okay. It's proper family business.
Yeah. It won't take me as long to make the screw kits up and bits, so I should get these out to you quicker.
I love this. And everything came about from your own crafting needs, really, didn't it? I mean, we haven't reiterated the company itself, so how did it all come to be?
Basically, I was a messy crafter, but I came into crafting a bit by mistake.
Okay.
So my mum and mother-in-law were crafters, one paper craft and one sews, and I go with them for a day out to the show, and they said, make some Christmas cards, so I did, but then you buy everything, don't you? So I had the heat gun and the embossing powders, and then it's kind of snowballed, and I think I tried just about everything out there, and Kevin would argue I had just about everything.
Like the rest
out
of
there.
us, I have to say. And I love the way that these inserts have been created for so many different areas of craft. I mean, you've got little beads here, you've got little embellishments there.
This is it. They would suit any type of crafter, model makers, if you make your own flies, if you're a fisherman, this would work really well.
Absolutely, yeah.
And if you don't want the inserts in these, they do fit in the boxes.
Yeah.
I mean, the top 2 drawers, those inserts fit into the box in the top
if you've gone for the Woolacombe, then you could
so they can fit in there, and these fit in the 12 by 12 boxes. So you can completely organise your systems.
Some really good depth to these as well. I mean, you've got washi tapes in there, so they're going to be a little inch and a half, something like that, and there's still plenty of space on top of there. I mean, you've got your spools of thread in here, you've got little scissors, you've got pins and all sorts, so you can decide what you're wanting to pop in here, and you've got plenty of room in there. And again, play around with the kind of contents. This one here, I like that idea of just having, this is my chuck it in drawer.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, just chuck it in there.
It's the craft version of the kitchen drawer, isn't it? Where everything just goes. I mean, I did have it the other day with my beading mat in the bottom.
Okay.
And then what I was working on, everything went in there with the tools. And then you can just take that drawer out.
That's a
and
good
I took
point.
it out to sit in the garden.
And that's a nice idea, actually.
Next, everything was there.
They're really solid, these drawers
They are
as well.
really nice and tough, yeah.
Little labels, if you're wanting to put labels on these, you could do very easily. And I have to say, this might be the first of many that you're shopping for. First time we've seen it here at Hobby Make, other than the show that we saw earlier on. But I think it's brilliant. If you like the idea of getting hold of yours, then the details are on your screen. Let me share those dimensions with you once again, though. So if you are considering the size and where this is going to sit within your craft room, then maybe this is something you want to consider. So if you're wanting to take advantage of it, please do so. On your screen here, you can see that your cube, perfect for you to keep all your current works in. Yeah, you've got all the different kind of drawers featuring with those, which gives you lots and lots of scope with regards to whatever you wanted crafting wise. Doesn't have to be crafting, to be fair, as well. So there you go. Busy for your cube. We're busy as well for the Woolacombe that we've been chatting about. But I think it's time to pop the Woolacombe away because we've got more storage to share with you. And that's where we're going to be turning our attentions to. So we're going to take a little kind of sidestep over in Jo's direction. And we're going to be chatting about the Molten. Now, I like the look of this.
Yeah, this is a nice, comfortable height.
Okay.
Looking at about a metre. So you can work on top of it. But then inside, you've got 8 12 by 12 boxes.
These are solid boxes.
These are a nice size. Yeah, they're slightly bigger than 12 by 12. There's your 12 by 12 paper. So you're not going to dog ear any edges.
Yes, yeah, that's a good thing to know with those. And again, you've got your shelves in there.
Yep, you can take these out if you wanted to.
Nice.
So these would be perfect for blocks if you're a quilter as well.
Good idea, yes.
Sit in there nicely. So you can organise by occasion, by brand. Just because it's 12 by 12 as well, you haven't got to put 12 by 12 in there.
Fair point.
A4 still fits in there quite nicely. So you can have it as a project box. You can have your cardstock in there with your embellishments, and then that can go off in the caravan with you for the weekend, that kind of thing.
Really good. I like that idea. It's on wheels as well, so
It is,
portability. If you're having to move it around your room, very, very easy. And of course, it's in that gorgeous vanilla tone. It's the first item that we've seen in the vanilla, but I think pretty much everything that we've been looking at, with the exception of the cube.
This will come in the vanilla as well, yeah.
Okay. Yep. So there you go. Details are up on your screen, but that is not the price you're going to be paying. That is your start price. So if you like the idea of getting involved with this one, then you can take advantage, as you can see there, for £319. And again, how's it going to look in your home? Well, here you go. You can see you've got your oak finish in the top picture there. You've got your vanilla in the bottom there, and you've got all of the different dimensions. This is a nice one to kind of just tuck it away in that, you know, sometimes we've got that little bit of area that's wasted area. Sometimes it's behind a door or something like that, and you can't put anything there.
This is it.
This is maximising the use of it.
It is, because it isn't a huge footprint. With most of our towers, the storage is vertical, which often gets wasted. We often think about width when we're using for storage. We don't often use the height of the room. But this is perfect, where it would fit under the stairs. It would fit in the, maybe you craft in the attic, so it will go underneath the eaves quite comfortably. So you're not going to be wasting any space.
I like that idea, because if you've got that slope, maybe it's an attic room, or like you say, under the stairs, maximise that space, make that space work for you in your home. Love it. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of that, then you can do. £319 with your 4-way splits on that one. And again, you've got your options of your oak or vanilla. Obviously delivered to your door, ready for you to put together. But if you do need a little bit of help with that, then do pay attention to the emails and the documentation that will come with yours. And Jo and her team can help you out potentially with regards to that as well. So details on your screen if you like the idea of getting hold of that one. Another very popular item. But we've got one more unit to share with you, and that's the one to the side of you, again on wheels.
It is.
Look how smooth that moves.
This is our smallest tower, and it's half the height of the popular 130 that many people have gone for and love.
Okay.
So that's the height of the Woolacombe, that 130, so it's half the height, and 6 trays inside.
Now I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, will that sit underneath the desk area that you've got in the Woolacombe?
It will, yes. It will slide underneath, and if you've got the Knight's Haze, it fits underneath the desk in that as well, the long desk.
One, yeah.
I actually have one of these next to my desk of the Knight's Haze, so that I can access the overflow stuff that should be on my desk. So I've got my pens in here, stuff I use all the time, so my heat guns, my glues, that kind of thing.
Good size drawers, and it comes with all the drawers again?
Comes with all the drawers. They're A4 footprint, so you can put your papers in there if you wanted to. They wash really well, so you could use it as a marbling tray if you wanted to.
That's a nice idea.
A glitter tray,
trays, yeah.
So they fit really nicely in there.
That brilliant. Now again, the start price is on your screen, £175, but if you wanted to take advantage of this, we have got a deal for you on this one too as well. Again, it's available in both the oak and the vanilla finishes, so if you've already got items from Storage4Crafts, then just choose your option, and then of course it's going to add alongside. And again, there you go, you can see £139.99. Brilliant value for money if you're wanting to take advantage of that one. And this one is your Insto. I love the different names that we've got for all of these.
Yeah, they're all beaches and places we have round us.
Oh,
Malton is the town where we are.
Fabulous.
And then this is our favourite beach. This is actually where my son played cricket at Insto.
Oh, wow.
So they're all places in and around near us.
I love that. I'm going to make a fabric range all about the different kind of estates that we've got in Redditch. I think that might be a thing. So I think, have we covered everything now?
That is everything we have this time, yeah.
So obviously we were talking about the Insto working alongside the Woolacombe. It might be an idea to actually show that, where it will work alongside it. Now the Woolacombe, oh sorry, I dipped behind the screen for you there. The Woolacombe is one of those items that's very self-contained. I mean, you can see there, everything closes up neatly out of the way when you're choosing to, but then it will open up very easily. And I just love that. You can see there, Joe's just popped that alongside it. It's kind of extending the area.
It has, and it still allows the door to open fully in front of it as well.
Yeah, that is brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant, I love it. Now, the Woolacombe details are on your screen. If you have just joined us, we'll start at the very beginning because it's always a jolly good place to start. And this is kind of like a Euro style. Good solid closure. Love the style of these. Beautiful.
It's our take on the bureau. It's our crafting version.
Love it. So the doors will open on the wheels as well. So that is giving that support. Lovely smooth kind of action with that. Is that going to be okay on carpets and hard floors?
As long as it's not really thick plush carpet.
Yeah.
And, well, most crafters aren't going to have that
Wouldn't
anyway.
actually be full of glitter in my house.
But yeah, I haven't had a problem with it on any other surface.
Good solid construction with these, and we see that solid construction throughout all of the different units.
We do, and we even use it on the back. So whereas some flat pack furniture, you have that bit of hardboard where you spend hours tacking it in.
Little tiny pins that you always get one that comes through where you do
it in completely the wrong place.
Yes.
But we use this same thickness of board all the way around. Should we move this one out?
I'm going a bit rogue here, so I do apologise. I haven't warned Dan about this. I'm just, because that's something that's very valid that you've just said there. Let's move that one out. Oh, there you go. Oh, you've got the back on. So is that the same back on that?
It's the same back on that, yeah.
Okay.
So it's the same 18mm thick board, so it's nice and solid.
Yes.
It's not going to twist. It's not going to buckle. Your shelves are going to stay in place.
Look at that, solid.
And it's going to last.
And that's the key thing. You don't want that kind of bellowing in, because sometimes as time goes on, moisture can get into that kind of backing board, and it goes all wibbly. And the worst case scenario is when you've got that kind of plastic channel that you have to put two parts into.
And that slips apart, doesn't it? Yeah. I mean, on air, I'm quite gentle putting the boxes back in and out of the units. I'm not quite so calm at home if I'm in a rush.
Throw it in there.
And the last thing you want is for the back to come off or something like that, and then you've got buttons and glitter everywhere.
I love it. Now, of course, we are chatting about the Woolacombe, which is the one that we've got here. So let's open it up and show it in all its glory.
Okay.
So you open the doors up. Okay. These doors, incidentally, as you probably saw earlier on, they do go right the way back. So if you do need to kind of take them the way that you can do. And all of the boxes that you've seen here are included.
They are, yep. That's one of the fun parts that I have is when we're designing new furniture, I get to take all different size boxes home, play around with what I've got in my craft room, because if I've got it, the chances are someone else has got it.
Yes,
And
yeah.
I work out what combinations fit and what would be most useful, and make sure every nook and cranny is filled.
So when you have a design in your head, how long does it take from that kind of initial thought process to something that we're able to actually see?
Depends how much pestering I do to Karen.
I love that. How much of that poking you
Yeah,
do?
and if it's something that's going to go in my craft room, then I might be a little bit more persuasive because I need to tidy up.
Love that.
But there are things in the pipework that we're playing with design, so
I love that. And do you
this
get
space.
feedback from viewers and crafters that have shopped and maybe put suggestions your way too?
Yeah, we do, and this was part of it. They they wanted something like the Knight's Haze, but not quite as big as the Knight's Haze.
yeah.
They wanted to fold tables up.
And the Knight's Haze, just to, in case you're not too sure, we have had it previously. It's always been a popular one. That's like the
has.
big. I almost put like it looks like a wardrobe.
It is. It's my
Amazing,
crafty Narnia TARDIS
Yeah.
type thing. Yeah,
love it. But this is brilliant. And again, it's one of those ones that, I mean, if you've not got a huge amount of space, then this would be perfect.
It is, because once it's open, you only need about 1 metre square for the footprint to put the desk
Absolutely, yeah,
down.
that's a good point. Yeah,
So it would
right
fit in
there.
the alcove, maybe next to the chimney in the lounge, if you've got space like that.
Yes, yeah.
Or in the eaves in the attic, you know. There is a space usually that is 1/2 metre deep that this would just slide into, that you can then just have a little bit of workspace, create, have a little bit of me time, and then when it's time to go back to real life, you can fold it all away and come back to it whenever you want.
And sometimes our kind of crafting rooms can end up being the smallest bedroom, like the box room. And this is something that I think theoretically you could potentially still have it in a room where there's a single bed, maybe.
You could, because it doesn't take up that much space, even with the desk down. I mean, most rooms are usually maybe 4 foot wide.
Yes, yeah.
Like that.
It's kind of as wide as a single bed sometimes. The smallest, isn't
yeah,
it? Yeah.
so this would fit alongside it.
Yeah.
You might end up having to sit on the bed, but you know, you're comfortable.
Absolutely. The beauty is it's got so much storage space inside. I think that is the key thing. And everything that you see here, obviously not the Gemini 2, but that might be somewhere where you are putting your Gemini 2.
Yep.
Oh, we've got a sewing machine as well. It could become a sewing area.
It could, and this would fit in there quite nicely. If you, as we said, if you've got one of the bigger ones, you can just remove the bottom shelf. And we have got a hole at the back here.
Oh, let me just move that out of the way so we can have a little look.
If you pull the first plastic bit off, you can pull leads through there.
Okay.
But what I do at home is I actually have a 4-bar extension that I pull through and attach it to the back of the unit, and then it's all plugged in, ready to go.
That's a really good
And then you
point,
haven't got
yeah.
cables leaning everywhere. You've got space. You can attach magnifying glasses too if you wanted to do any close work.
Yeah.
And lights, there's plenty of space to add a light if you wanted.
And naturally, we're talking about it in a crafting environment because that's the kind of the connection between us all, really. But I'm looking at this and thinking, if you've got children and they need a dedicated area for their study space, then this is going to be a brilliant idea.
It is, yeah, perfect. I mean, if you've got kids going off to uni, you know,
because it's like the size of a postage stamp, isn't it?
And you don't often get very much stuff in the room.
Yes, yeah.
Especially if you're off campus. So one of these would fit in their bedroom quite nicely.
Yeah.
They've got space to study. There's space to put a telly on top. Gaming stations. I mean, if they were really desperate, you could put clothes in the bottom bit.
That's
you
a
know.
really good point, yeah. And it's one of those things that once it's kind of served its purpose in that scenario, you can still use it in another scenario because with regards to this, I mean, the original, the very first Storage for Crafts units, I mean, it's still being used by nieces and nephews. What sort of length of time are we talking that those have been in existence?
Well, we're 19 years old this month.
Wow, okay.
So they've been around a while. So some of Mum's could even be 20 years before we actually properly started.
Yeah.
And they're still going strong.
There you go. It's not many, I mean, there's not many pieces of furniture you might have in your home that you can say that about, really, is there? So that's the key thing. So there you go. If you like the look of that. Just to reiterate, if you're wanting to bring in a chair, maybe you've got one of those little kind of wheelie office chairs that you're wanting to use as well. That would sit under there quite easily as well. So a standard chair there, we've just kind of pulled out the corner here. That will sit on there quite beautifully, and definitely something worth thinking about. Details are on your screen. If you want to spread the cost, then you can do. The ability is there for you to spread your cost over 5 payments, and if you do want to do that, then you can do very, very easily. All you need to do is check that box as you check out your basket. But if you do prefer to speak to a human being, do speak to our call centre because they can help you with that as well. We've got a nice empty space here though, Jo. I mean, what could we fill this area with?
You could attach a cutting mat to that if you wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're always nice to store nice and flat.
Nice height actually for a cutting mat.
It is.
So,
And as most crafters, we do tend to need a cutting mat at some point.
That's true.
So that would fit on there quite nicely, but you've got space to do your cutting on here. You've got space for sticking, you've got space for creating and having keyboards if you wanted.
That's a good point.
You know, if you're a digital crafter.
Also in my ear, they're talking about things like messy mats. I mean, that's something to talk about. Do we have to be careful about the surface that we've got?
Well, no, because it's the same material as in your kitchens and bathrooms. I know from having kids that paint goes everywhere in the kitchen and slime and all that kind of wonderful creative stuff. It comes off really easily. So whatever you use in those rooms to clean that off, you can use it on this. So you can use your abrasive cleaners.
Yeah.
I mean, I've used acetone on mine before and it's been fine
to
get marker off.
Yes, yeah.
And it's been, it's fine.
Solid and durable. I think that is the thing. Now, of course, this is your Woolacombe, the details of which are on your screen. One of the very popular items that we had during this show has been that cube. And our lovely Gwen was here earlier on who loved it. And the cube is just beside you, which could quite easily come into this area if you're wanting to as well. I mean, obviously, it's got a substantial weight to it because of the kind of solidness that you've got. Solidness, is that a thing?
Yeah.
But this is a brilliant idea. And this is the thing that I love. It doesn't matter whether you're shopping for something like the cube or whether you're going for the Night's Haze, kind of completely different ends of the scale. You've still got the quality throughout.
Exactly, and we use the same material throughout. We don't scrimp on any of that just because it's a smaller piece. So it's still got the solid back.
Yes, yeah.
It's the same thickness board throughout. I use the same cam locks and cam bolts. I mean, if you want to try our stuff for the first time, perhaps this is the way to go.
That's a good point, yeah.
You will see how thick the board is. You will see the quality of the cam locks and cam bolts. And how you make this...
You can see it's solid.
The way you construct this is the same way you construct any of the bigger pieces. And we use the same screws. So if you can do this, you can do this.
That's a point. When you're actually constructing, do you need any kind of fancy kind of screw heads or anything like that?
Phillips screwdriver. So either a manual one or a drill one.
Perfect.
It's
I love
fine.
it. Now, let's talk about the contents of the cube because you've got these little shelf units that you've got in here as well.
Yeah, so you've got 7 compartment trays within this unit. In this one, you've got 2. You've got different size trays.
Oh, excuse me.
These 2 have got lids, so perhaps you've made bits to go off to a class, something like that. So you can take those out and take them off with you.
You can pull the drawers out completely if you wanted to. I'm just making life difficult for myself. There's a lot of storage in there.
There is, and these trays actually fit into this box.
Okay.
So you could put them in there.
Perfect.
And then use this tray for something else completely different.
Like that idea. What have we got in the next one?
So the next one is another 2 different types.
Oh, these are open.
These are slightly bigger, so give you an idea, I've got some slightly bigger sort of test tubey type sizes in there, different embellishments in here.
Do you know what? So I'm just looking at this. I've got like a little eyeshadow palette at home. I'm just thinking that I'd fit in there
Be
quite
perfect
nicely.
for sorting out makeup, wouldn't it? This one. So you got that one. And
I love that. The guys in the gallery, they're all going, oh yes, you could put your lipsticks in here and everything. They know it all.
And then you've got this one, which is again bigger compartments. I think there's 30 in here. So
See, I'm looking at these and thinking maybe your little mini ink pads might fit in those
they
as well.
They might actually. The ones Gwen had just had on might fit in there quite nicely. I've just put a few beads in here just to give you an idea. I mean, you can access and pick up all these little beads quite easily in this size of tray.
Sometimes when things are tucked away in storage boxes, which is great, sometimes you forget that you've got them. So,
This is it. In fact, I did when I was filling this at home earlier on. I was like, oh, I'd forgotten I'd got this.
It's like you bought them again.
Yes.
Now, this is a good idea because you've got your paintbrushes and your pens in here.
You have, so this would also take your skeins if you're a cross-stitcher. They would
nice
fit in there
idea,
quite nicely. If you've got any chains, jewellery maker.
Now, I'm just wondering
would
as
fit in
well,
there
if
nicely.
you've got your spools of thread, you know, the ones that are about 400 metres, I bet they'd fit in there as well. Things like your I'm just having a look round to see. I'm not meant to touch any of the scenery around us somewhere, but I can't see any at the moment. But yeah, your little standard spools of thread, I wouldn't be surprised if they'd fit in there quite nicely.
They probably would, actually.
Would it? Yeah. So what's in the next drawer?
So the next one is a deeper tray. So we have a deeper compartment.
Perfect.
So these are perfect. So I have got some threads in here.
So these ones are a little bit taller than the ones I was thinking about. You know, the little stubby ones, you know, the ones I'm talking about, yeah.
So they fit in there quite nicely. I've got some washi tapes in there, give you an idea. I mean, these size trays fit in the 12 by 12 boxes.
Got you.
I actually use these trays with my glitters in the 12 by 12 boxes.
Nice idea. Love that.
Just so it's easier to get in and out. And then this one I've left empty, so you can put, it's the crafty kitchen drawer version. This is everything.
It's kind of like that thing that we joke about calling the man drawer, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Everything
goes in here, yeah.
The pencil case that's in there, it's huge.
Yeah, so I just put a few random things in here off my desk and thought, yeah.
Perfect.
There we go.
Now, I've just noticed as well, you've kind of got these little fittings on the side here. So these kind of, if I pull out a couple of these, just so as you... Now, did you have to give it a little bit of a wiggle?
Give it a little bit of a wiggle,
right? Okay. So you've got these solid kind of runners that your drawer are going to sit on. So that's going to really support it. Let me turn that one. There you go.
Yeah. So they sit in there nice and tight.
Yeah.
And the little nodule on the end of the box actually sits against the one at the front there.
So there you go. So that will stop it falling out.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing. Sometimes I've pulled a drawer in the past and I've been doing it that vigorously.
You know it's all over.
Yeah. Pulled it out and it's gone over my shoulder. So
yeah,
I like that idea. It's a brilliant little unit, isn't it? Yeah. Now this one is called the Cube. And are you okay to stack these if you wanted to go?
You can stack them if you wanted to, because they do get quite heavy. I mean, if you're filling it with paper, it's going to get heavier still.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, if you were concerned, you could put a couple of little brackets on the back.
Yes.
I've never had to do that with any of mine, because by the time it's filled...
And I suppose the outer casing being so solid that if you are stacking them a couple high, I wouldn't suggest you go too high, not without kind of securing it. Yeah, you don't
Two on top, maybe making a 4 cube.
That's it, because you could go out this way, couldn't
you?
Yeah. And maybe you've got an area that you've got a unit already and you don't want to completely replace that. Yeah. You want to take advantage of it. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, dare I say Swedish cube units? Would that fit in there, do you think?
I haven't actually tried. I might have to do that.
Surprised, actually.
It might.
Yeah, because it looks that kind of, I think they're about 30 and a half inches
I do know
or thereabouts.
We can get hold of, well, the supplier makes an adaptation kit so that you can put that inside those and then these fit.
Because I know they're popular.
They are really popular, and it's always something we're asked about if we've got things that fit. But I've never actually thought of it. I'll have to try that.
Because that's the other thing. I mean, sometimes we have invested in our craft rooms already, and it's all lovely seeing all of this, but you don't want to kind of throw everything out just to replace it. So potentially, it might be that you can fit those in.
I might have to pop down at the weekend and just measure it up and have a look.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can report back to us next time. So if you like the idea of your cube, it's one of the most affordable items that we've got for you today. And as Joe said, perfect introduction if you're wanting to check out the quality of Storage4Crafts. The details are on your screen. Again, as is the case with any of the units that Joe brings to us, you've got the two options. You've got your vanilla, which is that lovely kind of antique white, lovely soft white, isn't it?
It is. It's not in your face.
Yeah.
Like the old stuff from the 80s that I had in my bedroom.
Oh gosh, yes, yeah.
It's not that. It's almost got like a warm feel to it.
Yeah. Very modern look, or maybe like the classic look with the oak. And the beauty is, it doesn't matter when you are shopping for your pieces. So it might be that you shop for one of these another 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, 5 years, you shop again. You know that colour is continually running through the range. So they go at £99.99 if you like the idea of this. You've still got your three-way split on this, so it makes it a very affordable way for you to get hold of your first of your units. And I say first because I pretty much guarantee you will be back shopping for more as time goes on.
Yes, I mean, crafting isn't a one unit fits everything.
So true, yeah.
Because once we start, you just keep going and you try different things all the time.
That's it. And we saw that fabulous photograph earlier on. Was it Steffi, was it, who sent the picture?
Stella, was it?
Stella.
Yeah.
I do apologise. Stella sent through, beautifully organised, I have to say.
That's
going
nice.
for that gorgeous vanilla. The nice haze sitting in there as well, which is lovely. And it doesn't matter which point you get involved, whether it is one of the cubes or whether you start off at the night haze, it doesn't matter. It all comes together beautifully. Look at that.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. I love it.
It's all nicely labelled as well. heaven.
Very organised, I love it. So we're moving away from the cube. We're going to move over to the unit that you've got to the side of here. So I suppose we better move this one out of the way, haven't we? Are you okay there, Jo?
Yep.
I'll pop the Woolacombe back into its little kind of position, because the Woolacombe that we've got here, if you are looking for this kind of bureau look, then you can do. You've got obviously the cupboards that roll together so simply like so, and then we are going to look, which one are we looking at next? Oh, sorry, the Molten. So that's the one that we've got in that gorgeous vanilla tone that we've got here. So again, another solid unit. As you're bringing it in, I mean, it's not like that you're kind of frightened of moving anything, because with such an open area at the front, sometimes you can kind of find that the sides almost warp as you move.
They twist a little, but no, because we've got the solid back, it doesn't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you did have the plyboard in there, it certainly would, but it's solid throughout, so it's not going to do that.
Now, the drawers that we've got in here, these are good sizes.
They are. They're a really comfortable size. They say they're 12 by 12, but they're slightly bigger.
Oversized, yeah.
Yeah, so you're going to get plenty of space in there with your papers. You're not going to get any dog-eared and having to get them squashed in and out.
Yeah, nice for 12-inch blocks as well if you're a quilter.
They are perfect for that. Equally, you can put your A4 in there, plus your embellishments to go on your cards if you're going off out with the kids or something for the day.
Project,
take that with you.
Project best. And all of the boxes with the lids are included?
They are all included. So you don't necessarily have to keep them in here. You can take these out, take out a couple of shelves and put something bigger in there if you wanted to. One of the sewing machines would fit in there. You could get some of the die cutting machines in here as well.
True.
So, you know, you can use it for
Everything
anything.
works so well. I mean, this is the thing. It might be that you're investing in the unit that we've got here, but as Jo said, they're taking the drawers out and putting them in. I mean, your brain must, for all the lateral thinking of all the different ways that you can use these, my goodness.
Yeah, I'd go home and I'm like, well, I'll just tweak that around a bit. You know, I might just be looking for a certain die, but before you know it, I've completely altered the whole room round.
I love it.
Moved boxes around, and I still haven't found the die I was looking for.
I love it. That element of distraction, isn't it?
Oh, easy.
£319 is the price for your Molten 12 by 12. Again, if you're shopping for this one, slightly oversized. The footprint itself isn't a huge area, though, so maximise that kind of space that you've got at home that isn't doing anything at the moment. A little over 12 inches wide, I think we said, with this one. Dimension wise, if you are looking for the perfect home for your piece, then this is what you need to know. So you can see there you've got your two different finishes there with your oak as well as your vanilla, as you can see there. I keep going to call it ivory, but it's not, it's vanilla. You've also got all of your drawers, which of course are included, and you can see that the footprint on this one, you're only looking at 19 inches by 16.5 inches, so not a huge area with regards to that one. And definitely going to look gorgeous in your home. If you've got any questions, incidentally, we've only got about 10 minutes left. Are you back tomorrow, or is this it today?
Sewing Street tomorrow.
You're on Sewing Street tomorrow, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, any questions here at Hobby Maker, now is your time to do so. So if there's anything that I haven't asked that you wish I had asked, then do message into the studio or drop us an email as well, and we'll get those questions. But I think we've pretty much covered most things.
I think we have. Yeah.
Now this is a lovely unit. Again, it's another one that might be your starter as well. Nice solid drawers with these. Again, not boxes. Sometimes you don't want lids on boxes, do you?
No, I tend to use trays for things I use all the time.
Okay.
So my go-to tools are in here, my go-to pens, that kind of thing. My papers I use all the time tend to go in the trays. Things I want to keep clean and tidy and away from the cats and dogs boxes.
Your house sounds like mine.
It's chaotic.
And the depth with these as well,
Yep.
good depth to them.
They are. So you can fit about a ream of paper in there if you're trying to gauge how deep they are, which is perfect. And then you've also got scope in there to use it as a marbling tray, just a general messing tray. Give it to the kids to make their slime in, you know.
Nice idea. I mean, you're saying about reams of paper. I mean, we had Keek on earlier today, and he had different kind of weights of paper and things like that. I mean, you could literally have a ream in each one of those and label them up.
You could
So
quite
it's-
easily, yeah. And then you know exactly what you're using.
Or maybe it's a collection. Maybe you've shopped for a collection and you've got all the elements there, the paper pad, the toppers, the ribbons, the washi tapes. You could keep that whole kind of collection together in one place in that particular drawer. It's up to you how you use them. Yeah.
It is. And the other thing is these trays are the same footprint as the boxes.
Okay.
So if you've got the tower,
yes,
and that comes with all the boxes, you can swap out those boxes, put those in here, or mix the two with the trays.
That's right,
so
or
you
half and half.
Half and half, yeah.
It's your chips and rice situation, really, isn't it? A bit of both.
It is, yeah.
That's the thing that I love about it, that you literally are making it to what you need it to be.
I think that's where it makes us slightly different to the other people out there making furniture, because I'm a crafter and I've got the die cutting machines, I've got the dies, the ink pads, the pens, and Kevin would probably say I've got everybody else's as well. So if I've got it to store, then someone else has, and someone else has got frustrated because they can't find it or they can't access it in the right time. And the last thing you want is your sewing machine on the floor.
Oh gosh, yeah.
You can't use it.
Absolutely. And the thing is, everything is so beautifully transportable and movable. I mean, you've got that kind of 360 wheels, do we call those?
They are, yes, and 2 of them will lock as well.
Okay.
So if you want to keep it against the wall but then wheel it up to your desk when you're working, you can just down on the bottom here, you've just got a little lever.
That's
and
easy,
just
isn't it?
locks it in place, yeah.
And this will fit under a desk area, standard desk, if you've already got a desk area.
Fit under there quite nicely. Fits underneath all of our desks that we manufacture, so the Knight's Haze, if you've got the Waters Meat, if you've got the Woolakeem, it fits under there as well.
Because the thing is, you might have storage, say for instance in your Woolakeem, I'm going to move this out of the way just to show you, you might have your storage in your Woolakeem, but then it might be, when you've got the table down, you might be doing a different type of craft that's stored in the Milton that we've just been looking at. Is it the Milton, that one? I've got myself mixed up. The Insto, I do apologise. I've got the wrong contact lenses in. But the Wollaston, this is, not the Wollaston, Woolakeem. It's been a long day. The Woolakeem, I mean, this is just, it's almost like the dream, isn't it? But we're making it affordable because you've got your 5 split pays on this one. And this, I think anybody that has this as any work area, whether it's an office space, whether it's a craft space, whether it's a child using it for their educational space, then you're going to be so envious.
Yeah, because there's space for everything in here. You've got space for leads to come through, so they're not trailing everywhere. You can organise out your papers down through the side. You've got plenty of space for different size papers underneath.
Yes, yeah.
You've got pens, but you've also got a top that you can use as well. So you could put a printer on here. You could have more tubs with yarns in here, fleece. And your wadding can be up on the top here.
That's a good point, actually, because you could actually put like bolts of fabric, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
You could quite easily. Yeah. And because of the depth of the board as well, you can put hooks on the side. So if you wanted to hang up your meter ruler or any of your quilting squares, you can do that quite easily on the side too.
If I wanted to put holes in it.
I have.
But I suppose, it's having the confidence to do so. It's again making it what you need it to be. Now, don't forget, as Jo said, she's going to be here over on Sewing Street tomorrow morning, which of course is our sister channel. So if you do want to tune in tomorrow, do you know what sort of time your show is on?
11 till 1 tomorrow.
11 till 1. Yeah. Will you be featuring the elements that we're looking at here?
Yeah, it's the same pieces.
There you go. So maybe a sewing slant with regards to that one. Yeah. If you do want to have a little look. But don't forget, the stock that we have got, it kind of doesn't last that long quite often. We don't get Jo here as often as we would like to. So if you are considering any of the items we've been sharing with you, then it is a good idea for you to check your baskets out as soon as you can. But before I say goodbye to Jo, let me let you know what else is coming up tomorrow, because we've got another fabulous day. I'm going to be back with you. I'm like buses. I'm not here for ages, and then I'm twice in one moment. So there you go. So tomorrow I will be here from 1 o'clock. So we've got some brand new items out from Sizzix. My first time of working with Jess, so looking forward to that one. Then Crafty Witches, a book of spells. 2024, we are looking at summer hobby maker exclusives. You know it's going to be a treat. Then we are here with Hunky Dory and their fabulous moonstone dies. Must admit, I do love those, and we're talking sweet treats in that hour. And then we're going to have another look at those Crafty Witches book of spells. Now at 5 o'clock, I think Dave is going to be picking up the mantle, and he's going to help you with regards to things like your adhesives and essentials, again with lovely Natalie from Hunky Dory. And then we'll be having another look at those Sizzix elements with Jess. Last hour is going to be dedicated to Hunky Dory and those moonstone dies. So we have got another fabulous. I'm chuckling because I just heard in my, oh, that's my mouse, the little arrow going around. I love it. It's live. What can I say? Live TV. I have to say, I've thoroughly enjoyed. I'm very envious of anybody that's shopping for any of these items, but I know that they're going to be in safe hands when they do shop with you, Jo.
Yes, nice to see you.
And I really enjoyed myself, and nice to have your company during this hour as well. So keep checking those baskets out. Don't forget, Joe's here tomorrow morning. If you do need to kind of think about things, then we appreciate that can sometimes be the case. But rest assured, it's going to be a wise investment of any crafter, well, any person's money, using it as office space as well as a perfect scenario. So Joe, thank you again.
Thank you.
You guys, I will see you tomorrow from 1 o'clock. So enjoy what's left of your evening. Take care for now. Bye.